The show's rolling. We're still getting Kiss stuff out. Oh, man, Gene Simmons' wig. Man, that's Shomwitz. There you go. John's deep into the Kiss stuff over here. I got to go Paul's Elvis up front. He's got a lot of living to do, a whole lot of loving to do. That is a Kiss real 24 karat. Gosh, that was $25 back in the 90s.
Man, it's probably $1 million now.
Think about that. That was quite a bit of money for one card. Oh, that's an old back patch. There's some cool stuff in here.
I thought it was a dish rag.
Beatles comic. Some of this has a funky odor to it.
It's probably this, dude.
Bob Marley's Citrus.
Like it looks like it's had a.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Something has happened here with this.
McCartney.
That's McCartney.
Oh wow! What year is that?
Pretty cool. Oh man, there's that.
Is Kiss stuff going in that tub?
I reckon we're just kind of
sorting.
Yeah, looking around a little. Yeah, for the most part.
Let me grab my. Yeah. Come on now, chat. Chat. Oh. Oh, you honey, hana, sa. Dee 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 da da da. Da da dee 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 dee. Roo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Let's go. Junior's phone. All right, everybody. Wrong date. Thank you, Susie. I hadn't changed it up here yet, have I? Oh, we got Kiss cars. Great. That's gonna be one of our first auction lots. We got Gene, Peter, Ace, Paul, and another Paul.
Pretty cool.
I like the solo album artwork. You wanted the best, you got the best. This is the hottest band at Coletco. Kiss. That and Elvis. I got some new Elvis people, John. We got to dig up some Elvis stuff. Sure. Oh my gosh. Look out. All right. Yep, somebody already just said, did you say Elvis? What do you have for sale? and Michael Jackson. All right. Yes. Yeah, we're getting ready for a massive $1, so I need to get that ad running first thing in the morning. Otherwise, we're gonna be behind.
This is one of the greatest Elvis memorabilia I've ever seen. It's
oh my gosh! There you go.
Something, isn't it?
Faith, have been on that right now. Here we go, Faith. Faith, you can be the first auction. Look at this. We got a ceramic Elvis Franklin Mint guitar wall hanger. Aloha from Hawaii, numbered, mint condition, taking care of business, Guitar Faith. Slot number C, a $15 start. $15 start. Let's see what we got here in the Kiss mug. Kiss mug, 2023 Kiss catalog. We're finding tubs over here, not from the new Kiss collection, but from all kinds of previous Kiss collections. $25 start on the Kiss mug. I'm doing stuff risky by putting up breakable stuff as our first auctions. Elvis 15, Kiss mug 25. You're hearing it straight here from Chad. That is right. Yep. Letter C, not where I grew up. We called letters numbers where I grew up. Auction slot number A is Kiss Immortals. That's a sealed DVD. That's a $10 start. And B is going to be Kiss Rock and Roll Legends DVD. That's sealed. That's a $10 start. $10, $10, $15, $25. $10, $10, $15, $25 there. That's what we got on that one. And I'm cracking open my first monster of the night. My night is busy. I've got an 8-hour live stream to do of Kiss. And then I got to clean all this up, which is going to be like a 4-day project. And Ed's probably like, yeah, sure, Chad. We hear that all the time. So I tell you what, we are rolling. I'm pouring my monster over ice. And we got John here. Ed just left. Jack is around the corner, I think. I think Kyle left earlier. I had some Jersey Mike's earlier. I laid off the sandwiches on DoorDash because I didn't trust these restaurants anymore with their meats. But I forgot Jersey Mike's cuts theirs fresh right off the slab. I did a pretty extreme diet last week. Lost 5 pounds in a week. That seemed like a lot. My mom said I look sickly, probably because I've been fasting a lot. But I'm full of energy now after that sub. All right, so we got 4 auctions already up. We got Kiss, Kiss, Elvis, and Kiss, okay? Some of the most marketable brands. Who made more stuff, Kiss or Elvis? That is a tough decision. All right, the mug already has a bid for 25. The DVD has a bid for 10. And let's jump over here. Do you combine shipping? Yeah, we got like 70 eBay auctions I listed last night. I listed 70 eBay auctions last night on 99-cent no reserve auctions. And let's get started, man. We got 7 crates of new vinyl. We got top loaders. We got John here bringing me some Kiss card action. Uh-oh. That's good stuff there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's good stuff. In the words of Gene Simmons, you know I'm full of sin. Oh, wow. A Kiss binder full of cards. And Kiss wrappers.
Isn't that great?
Oh, my gosh. Okay. We're going to sell that whole box here in the first half hour. You bring it, I'll sell it. That's my policy. All right. Kiss autographs. Oh, yeah. We're under Collect Co on eBay. Yep. All right. We got final calls on some of those auctions already. Let's jump over here. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All righty, so let me go grab my first crate, which is this morning's on sale new vinyl. And let's get started with that. Let's do this right here. All right. Bow, bow, wow, wow. Jet. Da 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 dum bum. Dum 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 dum. Jet. Yeah, so we got about, well, y'all are about to find out. We just got a lot of stuff to say, okay? There's not a lot of rhyme and reason right now until we get rolling, okay? So this is the first auction lot tonight. This is literally just some random stuff I laid up, and everything has bids, so that's good. This is the beginning of the show officially, and these are all final calls already. This is sealed Kiss Immortals DVD. It has one bid for $10. This is Kiss Legends, Rock and Roll Legends sealed DVD. That's at $10. This Elvis Franklin mint guitar is at $15 with Dustin Henner. I think I don't recognize that name. And then this Kiss mug is at $25 with Brad Waits. They've all had bids for a couple minutes, and we are about to sell it, okay? And we got new Kiss stuff from the Bill Kiss Home collection. Shout out Bill. I think he's already watching. And then I've got other Kiss stuff from previous collections that we've dug up, like random cards and water fountains and toys and stuff like that I'm trying to move tonight as well. So, of course, we got other auctions. I've got bonus crates from Seth and John's Mark New Vintage, and we have new vinyl. So it should be a pretty fun and exciting night. Could be pretty big variety. Yes, Jack. Yes. Okay. Okay, gotcha. No one said anything yet, but I'll let them know if they ask. All right, thank you on that. Okay, so let's jump over here on this, and let's go active Facebook, and here we go. Thank y'all for tuning in already early tonight. Let's see over here. All right, and this. Okay, so we got Leonard Skinner, Triumph, the Yes Al, Metallica, Aerosmith, Whiskey Myers, Iron Maiden, Three Doors Down, Maiden, Third Eye Blind, Danzig, Rush, Gordon Lightfoot, Beck, and Pink Floyd Metal for $24.99. I don't remember if you had it on sale or not. Oh, yeah, is that the vintage one? Is that the radio?
It's from 78.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah.
That's unusual.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I don't even remember seeing those back in 1978.
Yeah, that's the battery compartment.
That's beautiful.
Okay, yeah, not corroded.
Totally clean.
Yeah, not corroded. That's from Bill's collection. Awesome. All righty, here we go. Let's go ahead and clear out all these auctions. Yes, my buttons are working. Thank goodness. So Kiss Immortals over here. This is sold to Red Eye for $10. Kiss Rock and Roll Legends. That's sold to Jamie Diaz for $10. And then over here we got Dustin Hensner. Dustin, are you a first-time buyer? You get the Elvis guitar. That's sold to you for $15. And then the Kiss mug is sold to Brad Waits, and that's sold to Brad Waits for $25. Thank you on that one. And Jake, it looks like this camera over here is scanning this stuff in, and Jack, I don't know if it's working or not, but it's scanning stuff over here. And then I'm going to put that stuff there. If we could find a place for these cassettes, I'm good right now, but we'll have to move those at some point. Let me jump over here, and then let's put up these Kiss cards, okay? So I have, I got two different lots of Kiss cards, okay? Let's start off right here. We have Kiss cards. This is a lot. They've all been penny sleeved. It looks like Series 1. We're going to put those in slot A for a $5 start, okay? And then over here, I just found this, and this is the Kiss stuff we bought earlier in the year. This is a binder. It looks like more Series 1 Kiss cards, and it's in a binder with some wrappers. We'll put that up for a $15 start. So $5 start, $15 start on those. And what else do I have over here? Let's go ahead and put up some other stuff. I have going up for auction right now, LA Guns, and LA Guns is live in concert on red vinyl. And this is sealed, and that's going to go up for a $20 start. LA Guns live in concert, that is sealed for a $20 start on that. And John's heading out. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. And over here is a Kiss, what's this, Gene Simmons wig. I just found this over here in a tub. It's the Demon wig from Kiss Sonic Boom, and we'll put that up as well for a $10 start, okay? $10 start on that. So we got Jamie Diaz at $25 on these cards. Is that right, Jamie, or did you mean to put that somewhere else? These two, and then this binder's at $15. This is a $20 start. And then that Kiss wig over here is a $10 start, okay? All right, so first thing in here, these are all $24.99ers, right? Yeah, these are on sale new vinyl. On sale new vinyl. Final chance. This is Outcast. Southern Playlistic Cadillac Music. Outcast is $24.99. $24.99. Jamie Diaz did not mean to bid on A. Okay, so let's reset that then. Over here, so this is a $5 start on these cards. I think somebody was going to bid. So $5 start there, 15 here, 20, and that has a bid for 10. So we're good to go. Outcast was 33, now it's 24. And then the other Outcast is a 20. The other Outcast is a $24.99 price tag as well. Correct bid. Okay, then send it again. My bad. I feel like I wasn't even done talking and you'd already bid 25, so I didn't know if you meant to bid on that or the last auction slot. So my bad. Go ahead and bid again if you meant to. Now it's at 5 with Sonny Crockett, and the other Kiss binder's at 15. Wishbone Ash Argus, this one's still available. It was also marked down to $24.99. It's sold to John Farrell. My bad. That is sold to John Farrell for $24.99. Over here, I have They Might Be Giants, and that was also marked down to $24.99. Let me check on that one right quick. And over here, I have, let's see here, They Might Be Giants. And yeah, that's right here. And we still got both of them on Honey Mustard. And then Triumph was $24.99. This is sold to Stephen Parton for $24.99. That is Triumph. And then we end up having one more over here. We got one more Triumph in stock. Best of Triumph, that's still available, okay? So now, quick update over here. These Kiss cards are at 25. This binder full of Kiss cards at 15. LA Guns at 20. And Freddie Richards has the Gene Simmons wig right now at 16. Next is Winger in the Heart of the Young. And Winger's on blue vinyl. That one's $24.99. LA Guns is sealed. It's called Live in Concert on red vinyl. It's at $20 right now. Next is Third Eye Blind Unplugged. And Third Eye Blind Unplugged is sold to Jeff Helton for $24.99. Thank you, Jeff Helton. That is sold to you. And then Danzig 4 was also sold for $24.99 to Michael Snared. Appreciate that. Chicago was originally $39. That's one of those Friday music pressings. We went ahead and marked that down to $24.99. So Chicago's still available. And then we got Petra Hope. And Petra was $24.99. That is one of their newest releases. And then Afro Man, Crazy Rap, Because I Got High. Afro Man is on green vinyl, and that's $24.99. What Winger was that? In the Heart of the Young on blue vinyl for $24.99. New bids all across the board. We got 26, 25, 21, and 21 right now. Grateful Dead In the Dark, and this has a touch of gray on it. Grateful Dead is on silver vinyl. That is $24.99. And Ghost, if you have Ghost. All this is on sale new vinyl. Everything you're seeing here, on sale new vinyl. That's $24.99. And then the Yes album, and that is sold to Mike Brangle. That's new and sealed, sold to Mike Brangle for $24.99. And then 3 doors down, The Better Life. This is sold to Barry Stramatos. That's STRMATOS. Thank you, Barry. That's sold to you for $24.99. And then Beck Odelay. And Beck Odelay was sold to Shakedown. Thank you, Shakedown. That's sold to you for $24.99. And then we got Stephen Douglas over here on that last Best of Triumph. That is sold to Stephen Douglas for $24.99. $24.99. Thank you on that one. All right, let's go back up the top. And we got the Kiss cards at 26, the Kiss binder at 25, LA Guns at 26, and Freddie Richards has the Gene Simmons mask back there. He has that for 26. Okay, so that's what was left for $24.99. I think I pulled everything that has sold out of that batch. Now I'm about to go to another price point. All these are just $19.99. And the first one is Triumph Allied Forces. That one's just $19.99. That's the on-sale price. And Whiskey Myers Mud was $19.99. That's sold to Sean Drake. $19.99 on that one. And then Ian Anderson. That is the Bruce Sword 2026 remix. The Ian Anderson is $19.99, and then we have the Jethro Tull Under Wraps. That's been marked down to $19.99. I still got all 3 ELO reissues. That's Time, Face the Music and Discovery. Those have all been marked down to $19.99. And then I have both of these Butthole Surfers, which is Powerless, Psychic, Another Man's Sack, and Rembrandt Pussy Horse. Both of those went unclaimed at $19.99. And then this live Iron Maiden unofficial was sold for $19.99 to Barry Stramatos. Thank you, Barry Stramatos. That was sold to you, okay? There is another crate of stuff like this. Right now, we're at 30, 26, 26, and 31. 30, 26, 26, and 31. That's the high bet on all these right here. And what I'm going to do is remind you what's left in here, and then we're going to go right into another crate. Make sure I hadn't missed any questions or complaints or confusion. And Winger is sold to Brad Waits. Whoops, that's Chicago. Winger is sold to Brad Waits for $24.99. Thank you, Brad Waits. That is sold to you for $24.99. Stephen Douglas also got Triumph Allied Forces. That's sold to Stephen Douglas for $19.99. What was the name of the Petra album? Hope. Petra Hope. That's, of course, a Christian rock or metal band. $24.99 on that one. Let me jump back over here first. Let's go ahead and get this shared. Make sure everybody on Facebook's hit the like button. On all platforms, we already have 255 people watching. That is fantastic. Make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook. I'm going to hit share in group. I'm going to share it in our group. Anybody else that can share this anywhere, I would appreciate it. I would greatly appreciate it. Anywhere you can share this, I will be very thankful, okay? I'll be very thankful. We got a lot of cool stuff tonight. This is the second wave of auctions. So there was one wave of auctions that was posted right before this. And let's go over here. LA Guns is called Live in Concert. It's red vinyl 2019, and that's a final call for 26. What's in the binder? Kiss cards. This is full of Kiss cards. It's 17, 12 pages full of them. And then this is a stack of just other Kiss cards. Those are at 30. This is at 27. LA Guns at 26. And the Kiss Sonic Boom, a Gene Simmons wig, is at 31 with Freddie Richards, okay? All right, let's go grab that next. Let's go grab this next crate of on sale new vinyl, okay? I'm going to put those right here behind me in case anybody changes your mind. You're like, you know what, Chad? I have changed my mind. I would like to purchase everything left in that crate. You know what I'll say? I'll say, dog, okay? That's my exact words. I'll go, hot diggity dog. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Should be a very, very exciting night tonight. Very, very exciting night tonight. You're all I've got tonight. I need you. Bow down tonight. Down. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Here we go. Another bag. Nope, sorry, Becks are sold out. Tracy, make sure you put exclamation mark C and then the number. That should do it, Tracy. Exclamation mark, C, and then the number, okay? Pantera 101 proof. Got it. This is sold to Hess in Session for $44.99. Pantera is sold to Hess in Session for $44.99, okay? All right, that's at 35. This is the final call. Somebody's about to bid on C, and then Freddie Richards, I'm going to go ahead and sell you the Gene Simmons mask. That's sold to Freddie Richards for $31, okay? All right, and here we go. Are we doing a Kiss White Label promo? We are. Yes, not right now, but soon. Pantera is $44.99. I'll be auctioning Kiss stuff for the next 7 or 8 hours. Hope everybody's got their night cleared off. There'll be Kiss stuff up for the next 7 or 8 hours, so hopefully you got your schedule. I start about 5:30, 6:30 every night, and we start going until 1:30, 2:30, 3 a.m. every night. That's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. One Pantera left for $44.99. That was originally $54. Let's go ahead and put up a new auction in D over here. And that next auction in D, we sold one of these just a moment ago. Here is another chance. This is sealed Kiss Rock and Roll Legends DVD, A Conversation with Kiss. Has the original Tower Records price tag from back in the day. That is a $10 start. $10 start. Okay, Howlin' Wolf was marked down, $10 off. Howlin' Wolf was $34.99. Howlin' Wolf, $34.99. 10,000 Maniacs, MTV Unplugged. 10,000 Maniacs, MTV Unplugged, $34.99. And then Queens in the Stone Age, this was also $10 off. All these are on sale prices. I'm doing a recap and actually adding some new stuff that we didn't get to the other night. So Johnny Tudor, thank you on the Kiss binder, $27. I think that's the second new buyer we had earlier. Somebody earlier bought that Elvis ceramic guitar. I still never did hear them say that they were a first-time buyer. I don't know if I'll ever get them registered or not. Somebody bought earlier an Elvis ceramic guitar. Never did hear them say that they were a first-time buyer, nor did I hear them say anything else after that. So we might have to resell that later. Please make sure if you're a first-time buyer tonight, you say, yes, I'm a first-time buyer, and yes, I have registered. That is sending our Facebook page a DM, or that is sending Coletco a first-time registration form through our website. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to get you registered, and otherwise, you're going to be out of luck on getting your stuff come Monday. We invoice once a week on Mondays. Once a week on Mondays, and then after that, the new invoicing cycle starts over, okay? All right, so this is a tougher to get. Johnny Tudor's bought before. Okay, what about the guy who bought the Elvis ceramic guitar just a moment ago? I don't know. We may have to resell that anyways. This is a 1975 Japanese OG of Kiss Rock and Roll All Night, and the flip side is Room Service. And this is near mint minus and pristine, and that is a 75 Japanese OG, and that's going to go up for a $75 start. A 75 OG for a $75 start. That's going to be in slot number B, okay? Let's also go ahead and sell Jamie Diaz. Oh, sorry, let me open up A back up. Let's go ahead and sell Jamie Diaz. These Kiss cards, these are sold to Jamie Diaz for $35. Thank you on that, okay? And then let me move this stuff over here. I see a couple claims out of the crates. Bear with me on that, okay? Bear with me on that. Let me go ahead and put this right here and put that right there, okay? All right, nice. And let's jump right over here. And the first thing is this. So somebody already actually got that 10,000 Maniacs, Sherry. This is sold to Amenities for $34.99. Thank you, Amenities. That's sold to you for $34.99. I bought the Elvis guitar on spot. I'm first-time buyer. Felt the form already. Dustin, thank you. Sorry. It's going to be busy tonight. I appreciate that. Thank you and welcome to Coletco, okay? You are good to go. All right. Make sure if y'all want to bid. So here's how our bidding system works. Exclamation mark B, exclamation mark A, B, C, D, and then your number, okay? So make sure if you want to bid, you put an exclamation mark and a B and then your number, okay? And then you'll be registered, or your bid will register up here, and you'll see that you are good to go. All right, Gordon Lightfoot, this one was marked down to $29.99. That is sold to John Griffin. Thank you, John Griffin. That is sold to you for $29.99. Hope everybody's locked in and paying wickedly close attention tonight. If not, you will be left behind, and you'll be sitting there tonight at the end of the night going, what the heck just happened? Oh, I know what it was. I wasn't locked in and paying attention. Here we go. We got Black Sabbath the Humanizer. This is a 2 LP sealed Black Sabbath the Humanizer, and that is going to go up in slot A for just a $25 start. That's in slot number A. Let's go ahead and sell Tracy McFadden, the LA Guns. Thank you, Tracy. That's sold to you for $30. Final chance over here on Kiss Rock and Roll Legends, and that is a final call for a $10 start, okay? Let's open up. I don't need this cursor anymore. I can just open back up C, and here we go. So there's our current auctions. So make sure if you want to bid, you put an exclamation mark, the letter and what you're bidding in, and then the number, and you'll see your bid pop up. And then you'll be like, holy moly. You'll be like, holy moly. You'll be like, holy moly. That's what'll happen. You'll say, holy moly. And then you'll be like, holy moly. All right, next auction is going to go up for bid right now, and that's going to be in slot number C. I think I had another LA Guns thingamabobber over here. Let's see what else I got. Dio, King Diamond. Going to slip in some other stuff here. And here we go. I got 7 crates of new product for tonight, so that should be fun. First thing I have is King Diamond Fatal Portrait. And King Diamond Fatal Portraits on orange vinyl, and that is sealed for a $20 start on that one, okay? MT Matt already has Black Sabbath the Humanizer. This is a 1975 OG. That's a 1975 OG. Near mint minus, the high bid right now is at 80. All right, next thing in here was the Return of the Living Dead soundtrack. That was, everything in this crate is marked down, a rare opportunity. This is $29.99. Return of the Living Dead, that is $29.99. Cannibal Corpse is also $29.99. That is Cannibal Corpse. That's on gray with red streaks. And then we had Rush Moving Pictures, and this one was also $29.99. That is sold to Michael Snared. Thank you, Michael Snared. That is sold to you. And then this is a Metallica Live Unofficial. And then this is sold to Jason Lee. Thank you, Jason Lee. That's sold to you for $29.99. And then the Metallica Black Album is sold to R.J. Myers for $29.99. Also, we had Black Label Society Order the Black. That's on black ice colored vinyl. Last one left that's been marked down for $29.99. No one bid on the Kiss DVD over here. Kiss DVD is a $10 buy it now. That is sealed. Kiss DVD is sealed, and that is a $10 buy it now, okay? Here we go. I have up for bid right now. Ooh, here we go. So I've got, we just got some autographs back from JSA. And of course, a lot of it is Kiss autographs. And here's the first one of the night. Here's a great one to get started at here at 6:34 tonight. The first Kiss autograph. This is a single signed Ace Frehley Kiss Alive 2. This is a single signed Ace Frehley Kiss Alive 2. And then over here, that's the actual pressing's a 1977. It is a Kiss Alive 2. It's signed by Ace. Just got this back from JSA authenticated. It has both inner sleeves, and it has, of course, the Ace Frehley signature right there, okay? That is JSA, and it is good to go. And Ace is going to go up in D. Listen to this. Just a $200 start. Just a $200 start. 77 PRC pressing, VG Plus, signed by Ace, a $200 start on that one, okay? Next over here is Michael Ruttman gets the Kiss DVD. This is sold to Michael Ruttman for $10. Thank you. That is the Kiss Legends DVD. That's sold to Michael Ruttman for $10. Appreciate that, and it is gone. Next thing over here is this. I have Joseph McCormick on Cannibal Corpse. Thank you, Joseph McCormick. That is sold to you for $29.99. And over here, what's the color on King Diamond? Orange. Color on King Diamond is orange, all right? Next thing is this. What was Queens of the Stone Age? Like Clockwork. $10 off at $34.99. Here's another Rush Moving Pictures. If you just missed out on the other one, it is $29.99. And we have Rush Permanent Waves, and Rush Permanent Waves is $29.99. Also, Rush 2112, it's $29. And then Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, that one's $29.99. Mr. Eddie Becerra, let me know if you want 2112. Permanent Waves or Moving Pictures. All right, let's update our auctions. Final call on the sealed Rocktober Black Sabbath Dehumanizer. Right now, we got an incorrect bid on slot B. Right now, Manny Ray has Dressed to Kill at $125. This is a 1975 OG Japanese pressing, near mint, minus, and pristine. It's at $125. This is sealed King Diamond on orange vinyl, $35. And then Kiss Alive 2 is signed by Ace Frehley, JSA authenticated. It is a $200 start. Signed by Ace Frehley, JSA authenticated. It's a $200 start in D. $200 start on D. The rest of this crate is $24.99. That's the on sale price. The first one is Queen, A Kind of Magic. It's $24.99. And then we have Soundgarden Ultra Mega OK. Soundgarden is $24.99. That's Ultra Mega OK. Steely Dan Asia is $24.99. And then the Twilight soundtrack, $24.99. These are the on-sale prices. Jeremy Todd got Lynyrd Skynyrd, pronounced Lynyrd Skynyrd. That's sold to Jeremy Todd for $24.99. And then Aerosmith is sold to Bob Riger for $24.99. And I actually have one left if anybody wants it, okay? All right, so I can go ahead and sell Jim Cooper, the King Diamond. That's sold to Jim Cooper for $35. Thank you, and that is done. Let's start over here. Signed Ace Frehley, and it was just JSA authenticated. It's a $200 start. VG Plus, VG cover, signed by Ace, $200. Sounds like a deal to me. There's your chance to bid on it. If not, I'm going to sell it for somebody else on a buy it now, and then you're going to wish you would have went ahead and bid on it. There's your chance. And over here, we have number C. And we have Dio Killing the Dragon. Keo Dylan the Dragon. Dio Killing the Dragon is on 20th anniversary, red and orange swirl. That is a $20 start. $20 start on that one. Okay, and then let me jump over here. I'm missing a Slipknot, and let me see if I can find that, because that was... So we have Queen, Soundgarden, Steely Dan, Twilight, Aerosmith. There's Slipknot right here in front of me. Slipknot. is $24.99. Slipknot, $24.99. Master Moss 666. Welcome back. You got Howlin' Wolf for $34.99. Chad Smith on Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, sold for $29.99. So, final call 34, 130. 130 on Kiss. Dio is a $20 start, and then final chance on that one, okay? Over here, I've got Queen. That is A Kind of Magic for 24. Soundgarden's 24. Steely Dan Asia 24. Twilight's 24. Aerosmith is 24. Rush 2112 is, excuse me, hold on a second. These Rush, Eddie Pacira, let me see which one he claimed too. I may have missed Eddie's. He wanted Moving Pictures. That is sold to Eddie Pacira for $29.99. These LPs are already discounted. These are already discounted. Over here, we have Kiss Alive. This is signed by Ace Frehley. It's a $200 start. $200 start. JSA authenticated. 200 on Ace. No bid yet. Black Sabbath, 34, 130D over here. We're good to go, okay? Now, first thing I have is there's two people already trying to make an offer on Kiss Alive. Here's what's going to happen. Kiss Alive 2 over here is a $200 start. This is a $200 start. Will I take $190? Will I take $175? Will I take $199.99? No. If you want this, I would go ahead and bid $200. Am I going to take $175? If I'm going to take $180? No. What am I going to take? A minimum of $200. So there's already 3 people in ready to snipe it. It's at a great price. You can go ahead and bid and secure it, or you can get beat out by somebody else here in about 60 seconds when I officially end the auction. It's already been up for 5 minutes and no one's bid on it. If something doesn't get a bid, you can buy it now. There'll be 2 or 3 people try to make offers. There'll be 2 or 3 people try to pay full price, and then it will come down to the simple fact of whoever was first, and then they're still going to end up having to pay $200. Here's your chance. 34, 130, 20, and 200 on D for minimum bid. These records here were $24.99, and that's Queen, A Kind of Magic, Soundgarden, Ultra Mega OK, Steely Dan Asia, Twilight soundtrack, and then Aerosmith. And then for $29 was Rush, Black Label Society, Return of the Living Dead, and then Queens of Stone Age was $34, and then Pantera's $44.99. If somebody's already trying to bid, if you think you've bid on Kiss Alive 2, no one has bid on Kiss Alive 2. So the only way you can bid is by putting an exclamation mark, the letter D, and then 200, as in $200. That's the only way. If you think you've bid on it, you have not. If somebody's out there thinking, I've bid on Kiss Alive 2, I have the high bid, you do not right now. Not until you see your name pop up right up there. That is how that works. Let's go ahead and sell A and B. So Black Sabbath is sold to Freddie Richards for $34. Dress to Kill is sold to Ralph Venturino for $130. And then final chance there on Dio, okay? Wade is in on Kiss Alive for $200. That is signed by Ace Frehley. And guess what? It was just JSL authenticated, so it is good to go. Here we go. Next 2 singles are going to go up right now. First thing I have is this. This is in slot number A, so make sure if you want to bid, you put an exclamation mark A. This is a 1977 French OG, a Vogue press, WOBC, EX Plus condition. Nice. EX Plus condition. This is Shout It, Shout It, Shout It Out Loud, and this is an EX Plus condition, and this is a $30 start. $30 start. Nothing to lose is the flip on that one. That is now up for bid in slot number A. Nice in the picture sleeve. That's very cool. And then here's a 79 German OG. 79 German OG. This is an Interpress press. That's the name of it, an Interpress press. And this is I Was Made for Loving You. This is in VG Plus condition. It has some scuffs on side A. Other than that, it's a pretty solid. And I Was Made for Loving You is going to go up for a $15 start in slot number B. $15 start on that. Johann JJ, you have officially not placed a bid. If you want to bid on this, you got to put an exclamation mark, the letter A, and then your bid. This is exclamation mark B, and then your bid. C is officially sold to Jerry Metal Guy Guerrero for $20, and Wade Lucas has the Kiss Alive 2, signed by Ace Frehley, JSA authenticated. Final call to Wade Lucas for $200. Okay? Final call to Wade Lucas for $200. All right, let's put up some new auctions. Make sure if you want to bid on something, you got to put an exclamation mark, the letter in what you're bidding on, and then the number you want to bid. And if you don't see your name show up front, then you don't have the high bid, okay? Let me see over here. 1 second. All right, we are officially rolling. And I got to do one more thing over here before I forget. And we just got 2 messages. How can I bid on the KISS stuff tonight? And then somebody just commented, I'm interested in purchasing all of the KISS stuff. How can I tune in and when will you be selling this stuff? Man, there's a lot of people right now trying to figure out how to get here and buy this stuff. They're trying. They know it's happening. They've heard. They know it's going on, but they don't know where we're at. They don't know how to get to us. They're confused. They're trying their best. They're working on getting here. They're doing this. They're getting there, though. Hopefully, they make it before the end of the night. We'll be here for hours. Otherwise, they're going to miss out. There's people commenting, even though it just says we're live streaming on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, collect code, yada, 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 DTDTD. They're like, man, I wonder how I can bid on this rare and amazing KISS stuff that's going to be going up for auction. So this is pretty cool. It's signed by Bruce Kulick, and it has an inscription. This is in slot number C. This is in slot number C, and this is KISS Carnival of Souls, the final sessions, and it has the alternate German S's. It is signed by Bruce Kulick with the inscription, I Walk Alone. JSA authenticated. That's going to go up for a $125 start. $125 start. Wade, thank you. You get the signed KISS Alive too. This is sold to Wade Lucas for $200, and I'm going to put that away. Thank you, Wade. That is sold to you for $200. Appreciate that, okay? Thank you, and let's put that away. And I'm still seeing claims coming in out of the on-sale new vinyl. That is great. And we have right here, and we got people driving here. There's people up front knocking on the door. Somebody stopped by early, and they said, I heard you're selling KISS stuff tonight. And I was like, yeah, that's on a live stream tonight. And they's like, what's a live stream? I don't have a computer. And I'm like, well, you better get a mobile device. And they said, well, I don't have a mobile device. And they said, well, let me ask you this. How can I buy without having a computer or mobile device? And I was like, well, you better figure out somebody that have a mobile device so you can tune in. I just want to buy KISS stuff. How do I do it? And I'm like, well, you better figure out somebody that has an internet connection. John Griffin, I'm aware of your claim for Pink Floyd Metal. A, I don't know if I have it. B, I don't know where it is. And I will get to it momentarily, okay? There we go. Let's go back over here. We got 4645 C's, $125 start. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now in slot number D, and this is Slayer. And this is Slayer Rain and Blood. It's a new sealed, and that's going to go up for a $20 start. That's going to go up for a $20 start. Okay, here we go. By the way, probably 90% of the questions tonight I will not be able to answer. If it's about an auction, I'll answer it. If it's about anything else, no. If it's about something that's coming up for sale, no. If it's about an auction, I'll answer it. If it's going to be about has this sold or this sold, you'll have to rely on your fellow CollectCo viewers to let you know. If it's coming up, it'll be coming up. If it's sold, it's already sold. If you're waiting for something, stand by. If you can tune in all night, great. If you can't tune in all night, you'll probably miss out on some stuff. Stephen Douglas. Stephen Douglas gets Rush 2112. That is sold to Stephen Douglas for $29.99. Let's jump back over here to the top. And then next thing over here is this. Goofy Foot got Queens of the Stone Age. That's sold to Goofy Foot for $34.99. I have questions about KISS stuff, another question 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 about KISS stuff, and one more question about KISS stuff. Chad, I didn't mean to bid on slot number C. Let's back out of bid then. All right, and let me see if I can do that right here. Okay, there we go. And then somebody else. Here we go. Here's the high bids. This is KISS. Shout it out loud. Nothing to lose. $50. KISS, I Was Made for Loving You. That's at $40. Bruce Kulick, signed Carnival Souls German Edition. $125 start. Slayers at $30 with Joseph McCormick. That is what we're doing right now, okay? All right, so what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be selling stuff. If you have questions about what possibly could be happening in the future, like if you want to know, hey, I want to know what you're going to be selling every second from now on, can you keep me updated? I'm going to say, no, you better tune in and watch. You better tell your wife, leave me alone, wife. I'm watching Chad sell KISS stuff tonight. This may be one of the greatest collections he's ever bought. Leave me alone. I'm going to do my job and pay attention and make sure I'm locked in tonight to bid on all these amazing, rare, and highly sought after KISS records. Otherwise, all these other KISS collectors are going to get them before me. I'm going to have anxiety, and I'm going to be sad tomorrow all day at work. All because I didn't get locked in and paid attention. So I better lock in and pay attention. I better tell my family, look, family, we just celebrated a lot of time together for the 4th of July. I love y'all, but I'm going up here in my room. I'm watching Chad sell Kiss stuff. Leave me alone. See ya. Good night, okay? Otherwise, then you're just going to be tomorrow at work and be like, golly, I can't believe finally Chad gets a bunch of big Kiss stuff in and I can't concentrate. I'm in here trying to wash the dog, feed the cat. My wife's in here yelling at me. I don't know what's going on. Kids are asking me about vacation. They're wanting a new puppy. I'm telling them to leave me alone. I don't know what's going on, for the love of all things good and holy. So there you go. All right, here we go. Here's our next crate. Final call on A. B's at 50. Never mind. A just got a new bid. B's at 50. C's at 125 with David Tate. Bruce Kulick with the I Walk Alone inscription. JSA, just JSA'd. CR 91471. 180 gram with the German S's. That's at just 125. Great price. And the Sealed Slayer is at 30. Here we go. All right. And next over here is this. And let's keep going. If you were going to ask me a question, if I don't answer, ask me again. If I don't answer, ask me again. If I don't ask me again. If I don't answer, ask me again. And then at some point, you're probably like, well, man, he don't know the answer to that question. Okay, so here's what we got. I got to go get my computer because this first thing is an unofficial. That's David Bowie live at Astoria, and that's $44.99. So there's a look at the auctions. I'm going to go do my first duty of the night and get my computer. My what? My computer, okay? And I'm going to go get that. That way we can start pulling some wait list. Shout out to Ed. He's got his 7 crates of new vinyl tonight. He's got his 7 crates of new vinyl tonight. That will be absolutely wonderful for us. We need 7 crates of new vinyl. I've got autographs. I've got photos. I've got this. I've got that. I've got a little bit of this. I've got some of that. I mean, I've got all kinds of stuff. There's people probably asking, like, golly, how did he get all this stuff? Shout out to Bill Bajorn Home, Kiss Home. Thank you, Kiss Home. Appreciate it. Man, I learned more about Kiss stuff hanging out with that dude in 3 or 4 hours than I have in my entire life. So much to learn in this industry. Even me that's been doing it for a little bit, most of my life, even though I'm relatively young, there's always stuff to learn from what I call the Kiss elders. There's always stuff to learn because, I mean, this stuff is so complex in most sense. And let me grab my computer over here and let's start tagging some stuff, eh? Here we go. All right, this is it. So first waiting list is David Bowie, and this is David Bowie. Let me figure out where this one is. London Phoenix. Which one is this? This is London Bye Bye. Okay, this is sold for $44.99 to Mark Gerster. He was on a waiting list, $44.99. So this is a 2 LP live unofficial London Bye Bye Tata, the Astoria broadcast, 1999. That was the year of the show. The price is $44.99. Thank you, Mark Gerster. You was on a waiting list. So let's take him off that waiting list. Anything I can sell, I can. David Tate gets Bruce Kulick for $125. Kiss Carnival Souls. Thank you on that. And that's sold to David Tate for $125. $125 on that. Right now, the Kiss single over there in slot number A, which is Shouted Out Loud, Nothing to Lose, is at 55. They're still bidding on the German I Was Made for Loving You, and Joseph McCormick has Slayer for $35. Let's go back to the top and make sure I didn't miss any other claims before I walked away. Susie said I need to get a bulletproof vest. People are going to start trying to shoot me. And then over here, somebody just said, Chad, could you possibly get shot tonight? People were so excited. Possibly. It's a good chance. I've seen some people get almost too excited watching these streams. You just never know what possibly could happen. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is the Kiss Animalized 40th anniversary, which is sealed. And this is sealed and unopened. This is the Kiss Animalized black and ice white Cornetto colored vinyl, limited to 2,500, and that is sealed, and there's only one listed for sale. The cover's VG Plus, though. This is perfectly sealed and mint, and Kiss Animalized is a $200 start. $200 start on that. All right, Ralph Venturino, you get the Kiss Shouted Out Loud. Thank you, Ralph Venturino. That is sold to you for $55. Let's put that one away. And then over here, Slayer is sold to Joseph McCormick. Thank you, Joseph McCormick. That's sold to you for $35. All right. Let me put this in my pocket, my phone. I don't need that right now. I got to maybe check on a couple autographs later. But as of right now, I don't need that for a while. Let me move these screws out of the way. I don't know why there's a big bunch of screws laying over here. I'm on Monster on Ice. Monster on Ice. And then over here, We need new auctions. Here we go. So I'm doing these Kiss singles, man. I love foreign pressings of singles, and these Kiss ones are just absolutely incredible. Here's a 1977 French, Christine 16, and then probably my favorite Kiss song, excuse me, Shock Me. It has a little bit of writing on the back, but the vinyl is near mint minus. This is a Vogue press, which was a very popular pressing plant in France. That is going to go up for a $25 start. Christine 16 and Shock Me, French. I Was Made for Loving You, Animalize is a $200 start. I've got more sealed stuff over here to run, and slot number D, like Scorpions Rock Believer. Scorpions Rock Believer is sealed, a 2LP black vinyl. That is a $20 start. A Perfect Circle is sold to Tom Harris. This was a special order request for Tom Harris. This is a Perfect Circle, $46.99, okay? Thank you on that, Tom Harris. If anybody else wants one, just please let me know, okay? Just please let me know on that one. Next is Susie and the Banshees. This was a waiting list. It's called Susie and the Banshees. Just landed live in Florida, 1987. That is an unofficial press. It's a double LP. And Susie and the Banshees is on a waiting list. If I can spell that. That's not typically how you spell Susie. You know, like Suze from Seinfeld. This is sold to Mark Gerster. He was on a waiting list. Thank you, Mark Gerster. That's sold to you for $44.99. Over here is tonight where I'll keep my no bids. And if an auction doesn't get a bid, somebody can snipe it for the minimum bid, or they can make an offer. I'll listen. Sometimes I'm going to be like, nope, I got to have 200. Are you kidding me? That's a steal. Or I might say, sure, I'll take 190, or sure, I'll take 175. Sure, I'm not going to take 200, but I will go ahead and take a bid if somebody wants to go ahead and bid 250. That'll definitely knock away the competition. This is at 40, this is at 58, 200 on that, and 20, we're about to clear the board. Next thing over here, and we have this right here. This is Bauhaus, Fear, and Frisco. There was also a waiting list on this. Bauhaus, Fear, and Frisco, and this is sold to Luna Deluxe and Patrick Fu. This is another unofficial. It's a double LP. That is sold to Luna Deluxe, and this is sold to Patrick Fu. Those are sold and sold, so thank you on that. Let's go ahead and sell B. This is Joe Gabriel getting the I Was Made for Loving You. Thank you, Joe Gabriel. That is sold to you for $58. Let's go ahead and make Animalize a no bid, $200 on that. $200 on that. That is going right over here. That is sealed. Virtually, there's not much supply available for those sealed. That's going to go over here, 200. And then Scorpions, if anybody wants that, is a $20 buy it now, okay? Craig Thomas on Susie and the Banshees. Thank you, Craig. That is sold to you for $44.99. All right, 3 open slots. Let's keep rolling. Next thing over here, this is Ace 10,000 volts, and this is the colored vinyl that has been signed by him and the full band here. So this is sold by Jeremy Asbrock. I've met him before. I bought records off of him. Ryan Cook and Scott Coogan. This is near mint. It is an exclusive on colored vinyl. It's been signed, and we just got it back from JSA authenticated. So that is a $275 start. $275 start on that one. All right, next thing over here is this. We have sold that, and then Mike Massey wants the other Susie and the Banshees. Thank you, Mike. That's sold to you for $44. Pam, that's $44.99. He just got the last one. Let's put Thomas Shepard on a waiting list. Pam, if you want one as well, let me know. They're $44. Thomas Shepard on the wait list. Nick Bargeron gets the Scorpions. That's sold to Nick Bargeron for $17. $17. Next auction is this. I have going up for bid right now. I think this one's awesome. I love this one a lot. Look at this. A 1980 Mexico OG. 1980 Mexico OG. And what you got to understand is, even if you see comps on all these, typically they're not in the United States, right? Just a lot of these aren't found. This is Shandy, and the other 3 tracks are reading in Spanish, okay? So let's see if I can figure them out. El Sur Illusions, Estacon de Bombaros, and Rock and Roll Todo a Noche. I think we know what that one is. Rock and Roll All Night. That is a 1980 Mexico OG. That's EX condition, a $30 start on that. Look at that. That's a really cool one, I think. $30 start. That's up for bid and see. Johan has A for $40, and Amenities is in on the signed Ace Frehley at $275. Next auction over here. I got this whole crate of sealed stuff I'm working on, just one at a time. Here is sealed Judas Priest Painkiller. This is a 2017. It is sealed and Judas Priest is going to go up for a $20 start. $20 start. Susie is $44.99. $44.99. Would I take $185 for Animalize? Let's do $190. Let's do $190 David Tate, and it's yours, okay? $190 David Tate, and it's yours. Next is, oh, there's another Bauhaus. So I had 2 people on a waiting list, and I got 2 extras. That's Bauhaus live in Frisco. We got 1 person on Susie waiting list, Susie and the Banshees waiting list. If anybody else wants one, let me know. We'll get those ordered. This is called Ozzy, Killer of Giants Live. Ozzy is $24.99. It's Kansas City, USA, 1986, which is a live unofficial. Sean Miller was on a waiting list. Thank you, Sean Miller. That is sold to you for $24.99. There's 2 extras there. Johan gets the Kiss Christine 16 and Shock Me for $40. Thank you. That's sold to you for $40. Amenities is Final Call on the signed Ace, 10,000 volts, signed by the full band. Kiss is at $45, and Judas Priest is a $20 start over there. The Hammer CP gets Ozzy for $24.99. Susie gets Ozzy for $24.99. David Tate gets Kiss Animalize for $190. Edward Boosie, I'm going to put you on the wait list for Kiss Kansas City. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. Uh-oh. What do we have here? None for sale. I like those words. Chad, what's the greatest words you could hear? None for sale. Kiss, this is the 25th anniversary Psycho Circus picture disc. Limited to how many? 500. There's 500 Kiss fans watching right now. How could there possibly be enough for the entire world? This is sealed, none for sale, a $250 start. Foil cover picture disc, Psycho Circus, $250 start on that. Amenities, I'm going to go ahead and say the Ace that's autographed for $275. Thank you, Amenities. That is sold. They're still bidding on C. They're still bidding on D. Let's put up a new auction for B then, and let's pick out another 45. What do we got over here? What do we got over here? Here we go. This is pretty cool. A 76 Japanese OG. A 76 Japanese OG. This is Japanese Flaming Youth. Flaming Youth. And there's the sleeve. Japanese stuff came with like a insert, which is like the cover. Then it came with a sleeve, and then here's the disc, which the B-side is God of Thunder. That is near mint, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start on that. Wow, killer Kiss stuff. We have another waiting list for Susie and the Banshees. First one is going to be Hiram, or the third person, I think, is Hiram Aponte. Do you have the Breeders album? No, we sold out of that one. Breeders is out of stock, okay? What's next in here? I got to bring over a new crate. Another David Bowie unofficial, and this one is live in Phoenix. A double LP 1996. That was $44.99. And this David Bowie was sold to Alex Miller 70 on a waiting list. Thank you, Alex Miller 70. That's sold to him right here, $44.99. But I've got to bring over a crate because this one is already fuller than snot on me. We are moving stuff fast tonight. I love it. I want some more of it. That's Alan Jackson, maybe? I don't know. It's Kiss night. It's Kiss night. I've got Kiss on my mind. Okay, there's that. That's done. And we got 2 more. And the other thing in here was a special request. This is a special request from John Napolitano, and he ordered Castle Rat on Darkest Depths colored vinyl. Thank you, John Napolitano. That is sold to him for $33.99. What's in jeopardy of being sold? Kiss, Shandy, $55. The Mexico OG, and Judas Priest is at $20. Rare stuff. Some of this not available in the States. A lot of it, if you see comps, it's overseas, etc. Tim McGraw, thank you. Shout out Tim McGraw. Had lunch with him last week. I don't know if it's the same Tim McGraw, but I had lunch with a guy named Tim McGraw. I don't think it's the same one that did that song, though. All right, here we go. 250, 42, 55, 20. All right, anybody else on this first crate of new vinyl? We have David Bowie, London Bye Bye Tata, Astoria, 1999, unofficial, $44.99. Bauhaus, Fear in Frisco. Bauhaus is live. It doesn't say where, but they're definitely live in Frisco, $44.99. David Bowie live in Phoenix, 1996 is $44, and I got 2 of those left. So pretty much just live unofficials left in there. Doodad, I'm going to go ahead and say the sealed Judas Priest. Thank you, Doodad. That's sold to you for $20. That's sold to Doodad for $20. Next auction is going to go up for bid. When, Chad? Could you please let us know? I sure can. Check this out. I'm going to sell 2 Plasmatics records. I'm going to sell 2 Plasmatics records. That is these two together. This is Metal Priestess, and this is Beyond the Valley, 1984. Both of these Plasmatics being sold together in D for a $20 start. $20 start on that one. Any David Bowie Black Star? Yes, I have one available, and there's a pre-order up. They are finally repressing it. The pre-order is up in Whole Lotta Records for David Bowie Black Star. If you haven't gotten on that, you need to, because when that thing is gone, that's going to be, you're going to be wishing you had. Okay, here is a, oh, never mind, my auction slots are full. Okay, here we go. Cool Kiss stuff. Look at that. Final Chance 44 and 57. Here we go. Next crate. 7 crates of new vinyl tonight. I told y'all this would be good handing stuff over to Hatchet Ed. I mean, I'm busier than a one-armed man trying to hang drywall. I mean, it's just every single day something going on. And so I've turned over all the new vinyl ordering to Mr. Ed. When are you doing Kiss posters? I don't know if we are doing Kiss posters. If we do, it'll be really late. As of right now, I have no Kiss posters advertised. I have no Kiss posters ready for sale. How many Kiss posters do I have? Somebody said, how many Kiss posters do you have? Hundreds. Not only from Bill's collection, but I already have an incredible Kiss poster collection I've been stockpiling for pretty much about 2 years now. I mean, I'm talking about some stuff that'll make your head explode. So tonight's just whatever goes up, no promises. And if we do go through posters, it'll be like late. I'll be having to look them up, unroll them, etc., etc. Mostly tonight is vinyl and collectibles. All right, so A did not get a bid. This is a buy it now for $250. The Psycho Circus picture disc. Buy it now for $250. There you have it. Next auction is Kiss Hotter Than Metal. Kiss Hotter Than Metal is this 1982 Euro. It's basically a live one on a single disc. It's near mint. Really cool. It has the inner sleeve, and this is near mint minus, and this is a $35 start. $35 start on that. That is now up for bid. Okay. The Smiths, Hatful of Hollow. The Smiths is $33.99. The Smiths, $33.99. Whoever's tagging, please make a note for me to tag Bart Fargo in the pre-order. Sure thing. Bart Fargo in the pre-order. Red Eye has B for 44. He has Joe Gabriel has C for 60. The 2 Plasmatics are sealed. They're at 36. Smith is so to Faith Coon Simmons. Goofy Foot, I'm going to put you on a waiting list. Those will be back in this week. Goofy Foot on the wait list. Anybody else want one? What do we have here? The Strokes. Paris LaVille Lumineer. The Strokes is on blue vinyl, limited to 500. And the Strokes is $33.99. And here's another Smith's, Meat is Murder. That one is $33.99. Smith's, Meat is Murder. So Strokes and Smith's. We sold out of one Smith's. There's another Smith's. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. Stephen Parton, Bauhaus Claim. It was recorded in San Francisco. There we go. Stephen Parton gets a Bauhaus. Let me get that and show it on camera. Let me purge the comments right quick and make sure I hadn't missed anything. Shout out to all of the regular Collectco viewers. Shout out to all the new Kiss people. Boy, there are 334 people on right now. That's typically like a metal night turnout, and that's because shout out to Bill. I think he's been sharing and telling everybody about Collectco having Kiss stuff on Monday nights. We'll have it other nights too, but holy moly, you know, thank you for everybody that's got the word out about this. Next thing over here, Stephen Parton gets Bauhaus. Thank you, Stephen. That is sold to you for $44.99. Faith Coon Simmons gets the other Smiths. That's sold to Faith for $33.99. Was Strokes a pre-order? Was it? I don't think so. Let me search it right quick in the group. I'll put it on hold for a second then. I don't think so. I think he's going to be tagging the pre-orders for me when they come in. Let me search Whole Lotta Records right quick. Strokes. Nope, that's their new album. Their new album's a pre-order, not this. And then Goofy Foot, once again, on the wait list for the Smiths. Now, Goofy Foot, you're on 2 waiting lists. Pass the Meat is Murder to Goofy Foot. No wait list for me. Okay, never mind. Change this to Goofy Foot. Goofy Foot, you're going to be getting the Smiths right now. You're going to be getting the Smiths right now. Thank you. I'm going to jump ahead and go ahead and do these Motley Crue boxes because they do not want to stand up. So let me just go ahead and get these Motley Crues out of the way. And I'm going to go ahead and sell Joe Gabriel the Shandy 1980 Mexico OG for $60. Thank you, Joe Gabriel. That is so to you. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. Should be a very fun night. I got this Motley Crue box. They're still bidding on A. David Tate, your bid didn't come in, it looks like. Stacy has Flaming Youth at 47. Red Eye still has A for 58. Let's go ahead and clear up slot number C for another Kiss auction. And that next Kiss auction is this. This is Gene Simmons Radioactive. This is not easy to get. Not easy to get at all. This is the Italian 78 OG of Radioactive. Boy, wouldn't it be cool if, man, you can get Gene, take that and get Gene to scribble his name right there. Boy, that would look sweet, wouldn't it? That is See You in Your Dreams and Radioactive. It's Italian. It's 78 Italian OG EX Plus condition, and this is a $50 start. $50 start. That's up for bid and C. Okay, this is a new release. This comes out Friday. This is Motley Crue. It is called Crucial Crew. They have released their classic albums as picture disc. This is a picture disc box set that comes out Friday. These are $189.99 pre-order. One sold to Mike Vandergist. Thank you, Mike. $189.99. Another one sold to David Campbell. $189.99. Tim Holloway, $189.99, sold on Motley Crue. Another one sold to Johnny Hancock, $189.99. I was supposed to have one extra, but actually Chris Smith slid in 4 weeks ago, and he went ahead and grabbed the last one. Sold to Chris Smith, $189. This is actually die cut and embossed, or die cut and foiled. It's all their classic albums as picture disc. I'm actually sold out. That one's also sold for $189.99. Does anybody want on that waiting list? If so, let me know. We'll go ahead and order. Johnny Hancock, your Motley Crue box set just came in. All right, we're at 65, 47, 52, and Plasmatics are at 43. So we got Jim Kleinback on Kiss, 65. Stacy at Flaming Youth, 47. She's had it for 2 minutes. That means it's at a final call. Red Eye has Gene Simmons 52, and Red Eye has the 2 Seal Plasmatics for 43. Red Eye has the 2 Seal Plasmatics for 43. That's where we're at on that, okay? All right, let's keep going through this crate now. Now I've got some space here to work on some stuff. Let me first do this right here. The Strokes is $33.99, and I just remembered. I got to make sure. Jerry, are you watching? I wonder if Jerry Stone's watching. I got to make sure we fix this Pretty Reckless for him, because they had some issues today, and I don't know if they even got around to all my notes about fixing. There's little stuff that happens throughout the week, like, Chad, I'm supposed to get this, this, and that, and I wrote down some stuff, and I don't know if they even got to it. Plus, I knew these were coming in. Jerry, did they fix that? Jerry, did they fix that on your invoice before I get confused here on what to do? So Jim Kleinback, 65, 50, 52, and 45 on the Plasmatics, okay? There we go. So back up at the top, let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. What's the info on Bauhaus? Okay, and so we passed the Meat is Murder. Fred, Bauhaus is a 2 LP live unofficial, live in Frisco. It's a double LP, $44.99. There's one left. And then we have a wait list for a live Susie and the Banshees. So this is Bauhaus Fear in Frisco. Bauhaus Fear in Frisco. And this is $44.99. There's one left if you want it. Let's basically go ahead and, yeah, Red Cave on Castle Rat. Red Cave on Castle Rat. We have the Strokes, Paris, a LaVille Lumineer. So that's what we started with this crate. The Strokes is $33.99. The Strokes is $33.99, okay? Johann JJ wants on the waiting list for the Motley Crue. Anybody else? Johann JJ on the wait list for Motley Crue, okay? I think I'm purged on comments. So we got that. And then Johann on the Motley Crue box set waiting list. Thank you, Brian Connors, for sharing. I know some of y'all have pretty big KISS groups with thousands of members. If you don't mind me infringing and you want to share it, let me know. I would greatly appreciate that, okay? Fred Carnell on Bauhaus, Fear in Frisco. This is sold to Fred Carnell for $44.99, okay? Now, next thing in here was Van Halen Live 1986, which should be an unofficial. It is an unofficial. It should be a waiting list is what I meant to say, but let's make sure. If not, then Live 86. Yep, right here. That's Live 86, and that's sold to Mark Gerster. I got one extra on these Van Halens. One extra on these Van Halens. This is $24.99. And there's one more extra. That's a Live unofficial, okay? All right, and then moving on, I've got the Smiths. This is a live unofficial. You'll Never Walk Alone from Dear Boss on yellow vinyl, $29.99. Sean Drake gets Van Halen. Thank you, Sean Drake. Todd Barrios, Rebel Sound. You do have the Flaming Youth, and that's at $50 to you, and that is a final call, okay? That is a final call to you. Next thing is Master Moss 666 on the Smiths. Thank you. That's owed to you for $29.99. And the Pretty Reckless. I'm going to go ahead and set one of these aside because what happened is Jerry Stone didn't end up with one on his invoice. Fred Carnell bought the extra copy, and I never did swap it around, or I don't know if word ever got to them. I know I left a note, but if it actually got done, that's a different question. So I'm going to set one aside for Jerry Stone, and then we got to make sure he gets it on this week's invoice, or he can lay it over. Jerry, if you want to lay it over till this week's, I'm good with that. I don't know if Jerry's even watching. So here it is. Plastic signed. Plasmatics are not signed. No, this is Metal Priestess and Beyond the Valley. These are both sealed. They're at $50. Gene Simmons is at $56. Flaming Youth about to sell. And Kiss Hotter Than Metal is this 82 Italian near mint, 67 on that one. Very, very nice. So I do have at least 2 extra copies here of the Pretty Reckless new album. This is their newest album, an indie store exclusive on Poltergeist colored vinyl for $39.99. This is the Smith self-titled. Another Smith, $33.99 on that one. And then Social Distortion. And this one's under the title of self-titled. Social Distortion, $38.99. Let's go ahead and pull this up. Social. And we have self-titled. And no. So this is still available, actually, $38.99. All right, we're good to go. Faith Coon Simmons got the Smiths. Thank you, Faith. That's OD for $33.99. All right, and then Todd Barrios, Rebel Sound. If you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer. If you're on Facebook, please make sure you send Colectco a DM right now. We need your email address and your mailing address. For anybody new watching, here's what we do around here. $8 limited shipping. We invoice on Monday. For example, people that are watching right now bought stuff on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That was last week, and then we sent them an invoice today. We rarely have live streams on Monday or on Sundays. All right, we rarely have live streams on Sundays. You get invoices on Monday, but we got to have your basic information. We got to have your email address. We got to have your mailing address, okay? Heading out, Jack. Thank you. Next thing over here is this. I'm cutting this starting bid in half. This was a no bid from Metal Knight. A 91 USOG Motorhead 1916. This is near mint for just a $75 start. It is beautiful. It's a 1991 USOG Motorhead 1916. It is near mint. It is a beautiful copy. I think that's from the Texas Metal Collection. $75 start on that one, okay? $75 start. Red Eye, you're going to get the 2 plasmatics. These are sold to Red Eye for $50. Make sure both of those on that. Still not on my invoice. Okay, do you want to add it this week or do you want to put it on this week's? You let me know, Jerry. I promise I left them a note, but I think what's happened because of the problem with whatever happened today with taxing and invoicing or whatever, I don't know if they've even got around to fixing all of my notes and invoices because I have little notes and I don't know if that even got to Ed's desk or not. It probably not. So let me know if you want it on the one that went out today or next week, since that was my goof, as usual. I take full blame. Listen, as CEO, founder, owner, and Colectco chairman of the board, if something screws up around here, I'll take care of it, and I'll take full responsibility. Ozzy Blizzard of Oz is a $20 start. Ozzy's a $20 start on that one. All right, final call on A and C. Next is the Ramones, and this is called Generating Steam Heat. The Ramones is on pink vinyl. That is $33.99 on Ramones. The Hammer CP got Social Distortion. That's sold for $38.99. And then the Smiths, this is another live unofficial. That's in Markenhell, Hamburg, 1984, $24.99 on that. Master Moss, 666 on the Ramones. Thank you, $33.99. We've got more, and Ozzy has a bid. Let's go ahead and sell Red Eye, the Gene Simmons Radioactive. That is sold to Red Eye for $57. Thank you on that one, and let's put that away righty there. All right, Motorhead, just a $75 start on that. Kiss over here is at 72 of Fred Carnell, and you know what time it is? What time is it, Chad? It's time for another Kiss auction. You're joking. I am not joking, my friends. This is a good one here. This is double platinum, the 2020 picture disc sealed. double platinum, the sealed 2020 picture disc, and this is unopened, perfectly sealed, $150 start. Next is Meat Puppets, Too High to Die. Meat Puppets is a Record Store Day essential. That was actually in an old Hatchet Ed putback bin, and someone's like, my God, Chad, I didn't know you could get that. Can you order me one? And I said, sure thing. And that was Sean Hibler. Thank you, Sean, SHAANHILBER. This is sold to him for $38.99. What was the Ramones? It was a new press live album. The Ramones is a new live unofficial. The show is from Muscaladen 78, Oh Grey Whistletail 78, and CBGB 76. It's pink vinyl, $33.99. Also add Goofy Foot to that waiting list. And then this Kiss album over here is sold to Fred Cardinale for $72. $72. And Jim Kleinback, oh no, your bid just came in late. Sorry. It's sold to Fred Cardinale for $72. Sorry, that is gone. Our next one's going to go up for bid right now. And somebody just said, Chad, can you put up another one of those amazing 45s? And I'm going to say one thing. You got it. You got it. Let's do this one right here. Ooh, this one looks interesting. Holy crap. Look at this. Paul Stanley, a 1978 Japanese of Hold Me, Touch Me, and Goodbye. This is near mint minus, beautiful. This is in immaculate condition. Immaculate condition. Superb. That's going to go up for a $65 start. $65 start. There we have it. Nobody bid on Motorhead. This has now been cut in half and it's still unclaimed for $75. Unclaimed for $75, okay? Over here, and we have this. And this is a $75 buy it now. $75 buy it now, okay? Let's go over here, and that's now up for bid in double platinum is $150 start, and Stacy's in on the Paul Stanley. Let's add another one, and that next one is going to go over here. And that one is, let's see what I got right here. Ooh, this looks interesting. This is a German-looking Peter Criss. This is a 1980 German Hanover press. This is near mint Peter Criss, and that's going to go up for a $35 star with the alternate German S's. Beautiful cover, $35 star. Double platinum is a double picture disc. Yes, double platinum is a double picture disc. It's sealed, $150, and Stephen Douglas has the sealed Aussie remaster at $24. All right, let's go back here. Goofy Foot on the Meat Puppets waiting list, please. Make sure we write down that title. Fred Cardinale got the Ramones. This is on pink vinyl, $33.99. Jerry Stone said, I've heard that before. Just forget it, Chad. Okay, so Jerry Stone doesn't want a Pretty Reckless on this week's invoice, and I don't think he wants a Pretty Reckless on next week's invoice. So I still got 3 copies left. If anybody wants one, Jerry says he's passing on it. Fred Cardinale, this is sold to Fred Cardinale for $70. Thank you, Fred Cardinale. That's sold to you for $70. And next thing over here is the Smiths, The Queen is Dead. The Smiths is $33.99. And we have Adam Lambert. Adam, this was a special request for Troy Robinson. Thank you, Troy. That's sold to you for $38.99. The Smiths is sold to Faith Coon Simmons for $33.99. And we have Social Distortion. Unfortunately, though, the cover has a little bit of a bend right here. So this is a really flimsy, thin cover to be housing 2 discs. They really should have made this a gatefold. I don't order this too often. You know why? Because this always happens to these. They always end up dinged. But that's $39.99 on that one. Okay? There was 2 different types of picture discs pressed in 2020. Is that the one standard edition or one limited to 500? I'm assuming the one, it says... Well, sorry, I don't do the research on these, but I probably can figure it out. This is a 2020. It just says Picture Disc Edition 2020, sold exclusively on Kiss Online. I can't say for sure, but I don't think it's a limited to 500. It is sealed though, okay? All right, and then let's go over here to this, and did I miss anything else? All right, here's what's left in here. I got the Strokes. That's a live unofficial. That's on blue vinyl, $33.99. And next is this, the Pretty Reckless Indie Store exclusive Poltergeist colored vinyl, $39.99 for Pretty Reckless. Another live Smiths, and this is $24.99. And Social Distortion, $39.99, okay? All righty. All right. Thanks, everybody, for welcome. So let me kind of give y'all how I want to welcome everybody to Coletco. I see a lot of new buyers. So, of course, I've been live streaming on Facebook since 2019. YouTube, Twitch has come later. Started with coins and collectibles and knives. And, of course, we've been known the last several years for vinyl. And we go out and buy great collections, just like this one. We bring them back here. I have a great staff. We got 15 people now here on board. If you count like people that travel with us sometime, about every week there's as many as 17 people working here at Coletco to make all this happen every night. My principal job as the owner, I show up and sell stuff. And I have a great staff that knows a lot about records, and they do all the research and tagging for us. And we do $8 limited shipping. Everything's guaranteed. You can buy with confidence. Thousands of transactions every week. And I know we have a lot of new people. I know a lot of people's already been sitting here and recommended and vouched for me. I appreciate that. But for anybody that's caught us new, this isn't any kind of scam. This isn't some kind of hoax. Everything's guaranteed. And as long as you're good to us and you pay your bills, we'll be good to you. The biggest problem we have is people not paying. But that's like 1%, okay? So I know there'll be some people get excited here tonight. We'll definitely have some people get very excited here tonight. So make sure one thing, you can pay your bills. That's like 1% of our sales we don't get paid for. Now, that's not much, but when you're doing the volume we are, that's quite a bit. And it's usually on KISS stuff. People get a little bit too competitive. They get a little bit too excited. So make sure before you press a button and you bid on something, you can pay for it come Monday, okay? You got to pay for it come Monday, okay? So that's it. Otherwise, you'll be well taken care of. We got an excellent staff here. They know how to pack. I mean, we got great boxes. You don't have to worry about stuff being dinged, scratched. We check everything. Everything's been cleaned. You're good to go, okay? That's what I've tried to build here the last several years. Chad Sauls got KISS Double Platinum for $150, and Stephen Douglas got Aussie for $24. All right, here we go. Let's start rolling on to the next one here. And the next one is going to be this right here. Let me see if this is the one I want to do first. Okay, so here we go. Okay. What have I got? Let's do another signed ace. Here we go. This is another opportunity, a signed ace. And over here, we're going to go ahead and sell these two. Let's get these off the board. Thank you, Stacy Metternich. 4 new auctions going up right now. 4 new auctions. Thank you, Stacy Metternich. I know she's a Paul Stanley fan. Stacy has been she buys from us every week for like, how many consecutive weeks, Stacy? Years. She has an invoice every week. Thank you, Stacy. That's so due for $90. And then Tracy McFadden. Oh, no, a Kentucky Wildcat. What's the odds? A Kentucky Wildcat buying a Peter Criss album, The Catman. That's sold to Tracy McFadden for $58. Thank you on that, Tracy. All right, let's go up in slot number C for ace. This is going to go up in C. This is a signed Fraley's comic. We just had it authenticated by JSA. Just had it authenticated by JSA. And this has the Rich Winter sleeve. It's an OG Fraley's comic. It's an OG Fraley's comic, and that's going to go up for a $175 start. $175 on that. That's up for bid in C. Next auction is going to go up for bid in A, and this is hot in the shade, the 35th anniversary. Tonight, I pulled a lot of the anniversary records. Why? Because they're highly sought after. They're easy to sell. A lot of people are looking for them, and most of them Bill still had were sealed. So a lot of the stuff tonight, we got rare imports, and we got a lot of the anniversary stuff, if you noticed. So this is hot in the shade. It is sealed, and it looks like it's got, oh, that's underneath it. Okay, so that comes with, it looks like a couple extras. And this is the picture disc, $250 start. $250 start. That's hot in the shade. And that is the picture disc premium jacket with the Sphinx stand texture and the double-sided poster, limited to 500. And that is sealed for a $250 start. All right, now let me go back to the top. Evidently, I missed some comments from Mike Massey. Let me go back up here. I did. I hadn't purged it yet. I hadn't purged yet. I got 2 auctions. I'm about to add 2 more. Mike Massey, make sure he's on the Ramones wait list. Jetstream on Pretty Reckless. Jetstream, Tanner's got a hold of you, right? Tanner has got a hold of you correctly. Jetstream gets a Pretty Reckless. That's sold to Jetstream for $39.99. And I want the white label promo. It has not went up yet. The white label promo has not went up yet, okay? And then over here, next is Jim. Okay, and then over here, Chad Ramone's waitlist. Mike, I got you. Mike Massey. How could I miss Mike Massey? Holy crap. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, and then Ace, make sure if you want to bid, for example, let me give everybody some buying instructions. To bid on Ace, you got to put an exclamation mark. Look at Joe Gabriel right here. Look over here where my finger's pointing. That is the correct format to place a bid. Okay, we're talking about just back here. We're going to have 4 auctions here in just a second. It's an exclamation mark, the letter C, because this is A, this is B, this is C, and this is D, and then your bid. Don't put a $sign, don't put any spaces. Boom, just like Joe Gabriel right there. Now, for the next person, you obviously have to bid more than $175. And listen, I'll even take dollar increments. It's not my favorite, but let's go on some of this higher stuff tonight because we got to keep it moving. Let's try to do some $5 bumps, okay? Maybe some $10 bumps, and you'll be able to see more KISS stuff because that will get people faster out on the auction. It will get you closer to winning it. Here is another really cool. I love these picture sleeves. When Bill was showing me these, I was like drooling. I was like, why couldn't all this be Led Zeppelin? I'm a Led Zeppelin collector. I'm a Yes collector, a Rush collector, a Beatles collector. And man, if I was into KISS, I would be in serious crap because these foreign picture sleeves are awesome. I love these. This is Tomorrow and Is That You? And of course, Tomorrow's the A-side. That's a 1980 German OG. That is near mint for a $25 start. Near mint for a $25 start. And then let's put up another sealed record for D. And that is going to be a sealed Metallica remastered Kill 'Em All. Sealed Metallica remastered Kill 'Em All. That's going to go over here in D for a $20 start. All right, and we're done with that crate. And we have 5 more crates of new vinyl to go through. And the next one's a big pre-order from who? Alice Cooper. Here we go. All right, I got some KISS collectibles to run tonight too. You know, I've got a... not too many because I wanted to really make sure the first night was heavy on vinyl, and the miscellaneous stuff and posters and stuff like that can really bog down the sales. So, you know, listen, we're going to be doing this throughout the week, and I'll be doing it definitely every Monday night. But we have so much KISS stuff and metal. It's going to be a big week for KISS and metal, okay? So you might want to check our hot pictures. Make sure you're following us on Facebook and you subscribed on YouTube. We post in the community section on YouTube. There's actually a way you can see posts and you can see, you know, like hot pictures and or sometimes I've been posting videos, okay? All right, because, I mean, this week, there could be a smattering of KISS and metal every night. And it's just because that's what is most of our inventory right now. We've bought some insane collections, and most of it's KISS and metal. So here we go. This is a new pre-order for Alice Cooper. And let's pull this up. Alice Cooper is Welcome to My Nightmare. And this had been long out of print, and this is a pretty big pre-order. And let's start tagging these suckers. They were pre-sold at $49.99. $49.99. So here we go. I've got Autumn Betts and Brad Waits. Thank you. Those are sold for $49.99 and $49.99. That fills up crate number 2. Let's start filling up crate number 3. And crate number 3 is also sold to Sarah Weiberdink for $49.99 and also sold to Jimmy Clark for $49.99. Final chance to get a bid on KISS Hot in the Shade for $250. This is at $40. The signed Ace Frehley. JSA 190, and Metallica's at 21 with Jason Lee. Next, Wayne Davis sold on Alice Cooper for $49.99. Darren Wallace sold on Alice Cooper for $49.99. Fred Cardinal sold on Alice Cooper for $49.99. Ron Duffield sold on Alice Cooper for $49.99. Scott Markheim sold on Alice Cooper for $49.99. Ken Crooker sold on Alice Cooper for $49.99. Clifford Umstead sold on Alice Cooper for $49.99. Tony Murphy sold on Alice Cooper for $49.99. Paul Conway sold on Alice Cooper for $49.99. Tony Riddle sold on Alice Cooper for $49.99. Susie Breedlove sold on Alice Cooper for $49.99. Red Cave Collection sold on Alice Cooper for $49.99. Susie Breedlove sold on Alice Cooper for $49.99. And I've got one more Alice Cooper, Welcome to My Nightmare. That's been out of print. $49.99. And just like that, A's a no bid for $250. There's a new bid on B, a new bid on C, and a new bid on D. We've already sold an Ace Kiss Alive 2 that was signed. We got some single sign stuff. We got multi-sign stuff. You know, I've got Kuliks, I got Singers, I got 8x10s. I don't know how much of that we're going to get to tonight. Big emphasis tonight on vinyl, okay? And Andrea A. Thank you, Andrea A. You get the other and final last Alice Cooper, and that's OD $49.99. So Hot in the Shade is a buy it now for $250. There's only 2 Kiss no bids over here right now. And let's go ahead and do this. So I went ahead and I said, let's do the nicest Kiss promo we have, okay? I was like, let's do the nicest Kiss for tonight. Let's do the nicest one we have, okay? And I'm going to find it. I know I had 3 different ones. Let me figure out which one they got ready. I don't know if they end up picking one. I've got to actually get my hands on one, okay? So, okay, yeah, let's do this one right here. Let's do this one right here. And this is probably one of the more expensive items, probably from the whole collection. Probably one of the most expensive items we'll have all week, okay? So there's some people waiting. It's 7:30. I consider this prime time. It's 5:30 on the West Coast. It's 8:30 on the East Coast. And this is one of the more incredible Kiss items I've had come through here. I know there's some people waiting on it. So let's get this going. Now, when I was with Bill, I got quite the education on Kiss debuts. I think this is his favorite record to collect, and boy, was I educated. And this right here, you could take a college course on understanding these suckers. Holy moly, but this is really cool. This is the debut Kiss OG promo NB9001, a white label promo with the promo sticker. And I think this is end up going to be the nicest one we have, okay? So let's look at it closely because this is a big money record. This one is a 74 USOG, okay? 74 USOG. White label promo, NB9001, okay? NB9001, which is a white label. Let me make sure there's not another crate of Alice Coopers over here. I don't think there are. I don't think there are. Let me see right over here. Okay. All right. Now, let me give you all the numbers here. Let's see. A/B900 with the kind of mark out. You know, they marked out the symbol or letter there. And then 1-6000, 1-1D. Bell sound, okay? Now, this one here, if you look at the disc, okay? The disc has this kind of almost like a sheen to it, which I typically associate with like heat damage. Okay, see how it kind of has this kind of wavy look to it? And of course, obviously, I knew we needed to test play this, and it test plays fine. But the vinyl just has kind of a weird sheen to it, okay? And I don't know if that was common with these or not, because the other one we have that actually is a little bit lesser grade, it has kind of that same look. And it could just, because it plays fine, it could be just the way the vinyl looks. I've only ever handled one of these before, so... But I know it's a pretty serious money record. And this does not have kissing time. This is no kissing time. This is the OG. This is the real first press white label promo NB9001, okay? So my grade, and I had Kyle look at it too, and John, and playback and visual, it's EX Plus. So it's solid, man. It's EX Plus with a pink promo sticker. I would grade the jacket VG Plus just because something happened up here to Paul's face. It's weird though. You can't feel anything. It looks like something happened, but you can't feel anything. Still has a little bit of gloss, and there's no splits or any other really damage. So there you have it. So vinyl EX Plus, cover VG Plus, and this is going to be a $950 start. $950 start. That's up for bid in slot number A. That's a grail for Kiss collectors. That's a grail for, I mean, I think it's pretty dang cool. That's the kind of stuff I like collecting. I love white label promo, especially debut albums from huge super groups. That's a pretty dang cool record. $950 on that. It's up for bid in slot number A. We're going to go ahead and sell Red Eye, the 45 tomorrow, for $45. He gets that for $45. Ace Frehley is with Fred Cardinal at $220. That is a final call. That is a final call. And then Brandon Jones 81 gets the sealed Kiss, or gets the sealed Kill 'Em All for $24. I got Kiss on my mind. So $950 on the Kiss promo. We're about to put up something else there. I'm about to sell Ace for $220. And let's go over here on this. So Lily McCurry on the Alice Cooper waiting list. Lily McCurry on the Alice Cooper waiting list, okay? All right, so, I mean, just for clarification, so you're talking about the first Kiss record, and I guess pretty much the first one that was off the stampers, the white label promo. That would be it right there. So that is up for bid, $950 start, EX Plus condition, and the cover's VG Plus, okay? I currently have mine out to be graded and slab. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about not only a Kiss record, you're talking about a Kiss collectible, you're talking about a piece of music. I mean, you're getting up there in rock and roll memorabilia category. The debut solo album, a white label promo. Ace Frehley's at $225 with Timmy Osborne. Fred, you've been outbid. Fred, you've been outbid. Sorry, it was a while before I updated those prices. You can blame Kiss debut for taking so long. I knew that was going to take a while to explain. Okay, here we go. Next thing is this. This is another rare Kiss picture sleeve. This is a 1980 UK of Talk to Me. 1980 Talk to Me, and She's So European. This is an 80 UK OG PRS press. This is EX Plus condition, a $25 start. $25 start on that one, okay? And then one more auction over here for D, and that next auction is going to be this. Let's do Master of Puppets. Sealed, remaster, sealed, remaster, Master of Puppets. And can I bid 30 on D? I'm on YouTube always refreshing. 30 on D. I'm not for sure what was just in D. Metallica is a $20 start. That is sealed, okay? Edward Boosie, your connection's very far behind. All right, let's keep going here. Next is Dead Kennedys, In God We Trust. Dead Kennedys is $39.99. So we still got 1, 2, 3, 4 more crates of new vinyl, and top loaders came in tonight. So $39.99 on Dead Kennedys. We got Pavement, Slanted and Enchanted. Pavement is $29.99. And who do we have here? Fugazi, The Argument. Fugazi is $24.99. And then MBV, that's My Bloody Valentine, $38.99 for that. My Bloody Valentine, MBV. Slint, Spiderland, $29.99 for Slint. And Dead Kennedys again, Bedtime for Democracy, $39.99. So A is a $950 start. That's Kiss debut, NB9001, EX Plus on the vinyl, VG Plus jacket, and that is $950. So here's how it works. If you for sure want it, you can lock in a bid. As soon as I end it, if somebody says, Chad, will you take $900? They've got the first dibs. I could say no, I could counter, but they'll have first dibs. And then if you're waiting to offer $850, not only will you be out offered, but you'll be out of line and you won't have dibs on it. So that's how no bids work. So I've always said, if you definitely want it, go ahead and bid. But I'm leaving this up for 10 minutes. It's already been up for 8.5 minutes. It took me a long time to explain it. It's been laying back there. It's been up for 8.5 minutes without a bid. So just a little bit more. Just a little bit more, and I'm going to make it a buy it now, okay? All right, $9.50 on that one. Next thing over here is this. We got John Farrell on Slanted. Hold on one second. Let me jump back over here. There's something before that. Stephen Parton on My Bloody Valentine. Stephen Parton on My Bloody Valentine. That's sold to Stephen Parton for $38.99. That's sold to Stephen Parton. John Farrell on Slant. That's Pavement. Sold to John Farrell for $29.99. C has a bid and B has a new bid. Metallica's at $25. Art Blakey, this is called Jazz Messengers. It's a Third Man Records pressing. Art Blakey's $29.99. And Dinosaur Jr. Bug. Dinosaur Jr. is $29.99. I've got two of those, actually. Let me make sure there's not a wait list, but I do have two of them. And then Cramps, A Date with Elvis. Cramps is $36.99. And Cannonball Adderley is actually an acoustic sound series, and that is only $29.99. Husker Du's in Arcade. Husker Du's a double LP, $39.99. All right. 9 minutes and 49 seconds, close enough. A is a no bid for $950, okay? That's going to go right over here, $950. It's available. You can purchase it. It's right over here in the no bids. B is at $39, Ace is at $245, and Metallica is about to be $245, okay? Next is Dead Kennedys. This is $39.99, fresh fruit for rotten vegetables. They're still bidding on the Ace autograph. B is still getting bids at $39, and Metallica's at $25 with Johnny Taylor, okay? With Johnny Taylor. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. All right, and that is going to be this, signed by Bruce Kulick. So I think this record itself is already kind of pricey. Let me get this out. I hadn't really got to look at it since it's been checked by JSA, but let me do this right over here. Chad, when does the Japanese Kiss run? I'm about to start sliding those in right now. There'll be at least 3 Kiss auctions running all night long. Holy heck, how did they get this in the sleeve? Here we go over here, and let's do this right over here. All right, let's put this, and let's do this. Okay, so here is the double. This is the double picture disc of Kiss Alive 3, and it's signed by Bruce Kulick. Let me do one thing over here before I do anything else. Let me get this in here. Okay, yeah, so this is the Kiss Alive 3. This is the anniversary edition, signed, or die-cut picture. It's limited to 500, and it's signed by Bruce, and it's been JSA authenticated, okay? Really cool there, and that is going to go up for a $250 start. That JSA card is it underneath the shrink? Where did they do that? Okay, it's been put underneath the shrink. Okay, so the JSA card's underneath the shrink. There's the nice signature from Bruce. There's the hop sticker. It's a double picture disc, and that is a $250 start on that. Signed Kiss Alive 3, $250 start. That is now up for bid, all right? There's that. Over here, Johnny Tudor, thank you. You get the Metallica for $25, thank you. What Kiss is in the no bid other than the promo? We had Psycho Circus sealed, $250, the picture disc, and we have Hot in the Shade sealed, and that's $250. Just those 3 no bids, all right? Let's go ahead and put up a new auction in D. Over here, I have going up in D. Somebody asked about a Japanese, and let's see what I have here. I have Rock and Roll Over, and this is going to go up in slot number D. This is VIP 6376, and this is a 1976 Kiss Rock and Roll Over. Japanese pressing, it's near mint, an $85 start. There's the Japanese inner sleeve. There's the Japanese insert gatefold jacket, which is unique to the Japanese pressings. And there's the Obi, $85 start on that. There you go. Look at that, 4 Kiss auctions up. Holy moly, $250 on that, $40 on this final call, $270 on the signed Ace final call. Moving on, we have Rock and Roll with the Modern Lovers. This is by the Modern Lovers. It's a music on vinyl pressing, $36.99, and Bikini Kill. Bikini Kill's a 20th anniversary, $24.99 on Bikini Kill. And we have Husker Du New Day Rising. Husker Du is $29.99. Rock and Roll Over already has a bid for $85, and there's another one for $29.99. 2 Husker Dus in stock. Bikini Kill is sold to Goofy Foot for $24.99. And there's actually, wow, 3 Husker Dus in stock, $29.99. And we have Dead Kennedys. This is called Frankenchrist. Dead Kennedys is $39.99. Dinosaur Jr. again, they're $29.99. That's self-titled. We got Alex Miller getting Husker Du New Day Rising. That sold him for $29. All right. So there was a new bid on Talk to Me for $41. Fred, I'm assuming Timmy, are you done? I'll leave it up to you. Signed Ace Frehley, JSA's at $270. Wow, $250 for a Live 3. That's what this sells for without Kulik's signature and without JSA authentication. So I'm going to need pretty close to that. So if you definitely want to lock it in, this is your last chance. And then Amenities is already at 86 on the Rock and Roll Over. Dinosaur Jr. is sold to Stephen Parton for $29.99. Thank you on that one. And the last 2 in here was another Dinosaur Jr. and Radiohead Kid A. And Kid A is $39.99. That was a great crate of random new stuff there that's recently come in. I'm assuming we're done on B and C, and I'm assuming nobody wants to lock in a bid over there on A, so that's going to be a final call. Excuse my Cannibal Corpse glare. I'm about to decorate the wall right quick. I'm trying to find our new sealed Kiss records. You know, we always keep the 2014 remasters in stock. I'm trying to figure out where those are at for 2 reasons. One, so I can decorate the back wall, and then I'm going to plug up a Kiss light, and I'm going to show you all the other Kiss lights, okay, that are in stock. And then over here, we got Cannonball Adderley, and Cannonball Adderley is sold to Vinyl Warped. Thank you, that's $29.99. All right. And then over here, we have Ralph Venturino getting Talk to Me. Thank you, Ralph. That's sold to you for $41. Let's put that away. And then we have Ace Frehley over here. This is sold to Fred Cardinale for $270. Thank you, Fred. That's sold to you for $270. All right. That is done and done. All these have the JSA card either stuck down in the jacket or they'll be behind this. They'll be behind this right here like such, okay? All right, thank you on that one. And now A's a no bid. $250 buy it now on that. $250 buy it now. So there's that. And now that's over there. And the only thing left standing is Rock and Roll Over. Okay, shipping. If you have a question about shipping, make sure you've messaged Ed. Make sure you've messaged Ed. He'll answer all your questions about shipping, okay? I have no control over that, nor do I know what's going on back there. If somebody walked in right now and said, Chad, I'll give you an extra $100 if you can go pack up my order and print out the label. My sister was back there last night trying to pack stuff up. She had an error, and I didn't even know how to help her. So that is completely all out of my realm. You got to make sure you get a hold of Ed and customer service, okay? All right. So first question is there's an offer on Kiss for $225, and then someone said, what was that Kiss that just didn't sell? And then one said Kiss Alive 3 picture disc. This is the Kiss Alive 3 picture disc. It is die-cut jacket and signed by Bruce Kulick. It is $250. Amenities is offered $250. Amenities has offered $250. So yes, I'm going to load Ace Frehley. We're about to get this place decorated with Kiss, man. I've put up Ace Frehley as the avatar. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. We're not done yet. Stand by. A lot of stuff happening. A lot of stuff moving on. A lot of stuff. Chad's getting out of breath. I'm going to have to get on an oxygen tank here in a second. I think we sold a lot of our Kiss. Yeah, here we go. Oh, this will look cool. Here we go. I'll decorate these back here on the back wall. All right, so first thing I got is Paul Stanley, new and sealed, 2014, $36.99. Gene Simmons, new and sealed, $36.99. And Peter Criss, new and sealed, $36.99. There you go. Paul, Gene, and Peter back there now, $36.99. We sold Ace over here. Okay, and then it was Megadeth. I was sweating bullets. And then what about Rock and Roll Over? Amenities has that right now for $91, okay? That's over here in the corner. That's this OG Rock and Roll Over. Amenities has it for $91, okay? Next thing over here is Jerry Stone says, Chad, I will take that Pretty Reckless free of charge. Do what now? And then over here, Kiss Alive 3, Kiss Alive 3 amenities. So let's go ahead and do this for let's do it for $240 amenities. $240 and I'll sell it to you, okay? I still think that's what that sells for without the Kulik signature on there and not JSA authenticated, okay? So there's that, and I'm about to read through this crate again, and we need 3 new auctions happening right now. 3 new KISS auctions. I got this crate over here from Patrick the Run of great new stuff that's not KISS. There's going to be other stuff than KISS tonight. I've been running some sealed stuff in D, but I do have other stuff as well, okay? And somebody said they will pay the $240. Amenities, you have dibs. $240 if you want it. If not, Hodgepodge Vintage says they'll take it. Let's plug up the KISS light over here. And these are $59.99. Oh, man. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Oh, man. Now this place is decorated. Holy moly. Okay. Over here. So let's go back to the top before I do anything else. We sold Cannonball. We have Bill and Ted requests coming soon. We have Tony put K25. I'm not for sure what that was for. And then next thing over here is this. Does Peter Criss have the poster? No. That one does not have the poster. The sealed one back there, okay? And then Amenities gets a live 3. This is sold to Amenities. And what I'm going to do to not put stress on this jacket, I'm going to put the disc and the inner sleeves in a sleeve separately. And I don't know if we just want to wrap that up because that jacket is so thick. And then these picture discs gets putting too much stress on it. So what I'm going to do, let's just try to maybe put some, you know, put that in a bigger bag, okay? So that is sold Amenities for $240. That is gone, $240. Hodgepodge, you were second. Next question is, I may have missed the KISS promo. Is it a buy it now? Can I offer $700 for white label, or is it a buy it now, your price? Point. I don't know much about this site new here. All right, and then over here, and then we're going, and we're going, and we're going. And then now Amenities gets rock and roll over. And this is sold to Amenities for $91, okay? So this is sold to Amenities for $91. This is sold to Amenities for $91, okay? Right over here, and let's put that away. Thank you. And let's open up a new auction slot for D. 4 new auctions going up right now, okay? 4 new auctions going up right now at this moment. Don't go anywhere. Don't blink. Heck, don't even breathe. If you're trying to breathe and watch this show, you're probably not going to be able to pay attention. Here's our next one. This is KISS Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. This is an 88 Euro OG compilation. This is near mint minus. It's a beautiful copy. Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. $35 start. That's up for bid in slot number A. That's up for bid in slot number A. Next is going to go up in slot number B. And this is happening right now. Let me grab these so I can figure out what's all in here. All right, so let's do this right here. All right, here we go. This is a 1979 Mexico OG EP. 1979, look at this. Holy moly. A 1979 Mexico OG EP EX Plus condition. A $40 start. I think that's an awesome one too. $40 start on Mexico. $40 start on that one, okay? All right, that's up for bid. Now in slot number C, I have another anniversary record, and this is Animalize, the picture disc, limited to 500. None for sale right now in the United States. KISS Animalize picture disc. This is sealed $325. $325. That's up for bid in C. And then let's go ahead and put up another auction in D over here. Let's do another sealed record. And this is the sealed remaster of Metallica's Ride the Lightning. And that's going to go over here in D for a $20 start. Okay. So let me figure out what's going on. Jerry, I said I would add the Pretty Reckless if you wanted it this week, or on the invoice that went out this week, or the one that goes out next Monday. And you said you would just pass, and I don't think that's worthy of a free record. I was just asking you what invoice that you wanted on. I don't think that's worthy of a free record. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And moving on is DDDA. And then thank you, Chad, for sending me. I was bidding on KISS Alive, only worthy of 25. So I had the Kiss for $250, and Tony McDaniel said he was offering $25 because that's all it's worth to him. I appreciate the offer, but I've already sold it for $240. Moving on to the next crate. Actually, I don't think I've read through these a second time. So here we go on this. I have Radiohead Kid A for $39, Dinosaur Jr. for $29. I have Dead Kennedys for $39, Husker Du for $29, the Modern Lovers for $36, Dead Kennedys for $39, Husker Du for $39, the Cramps is $36, Dinosaur Jr. is $29, Art Blakey was $29, Dead Kennedys $39, Slint Spiderland $29, the Fugazi. I was trying to remember without looking. Fugazi's $24 and Dead Kennedys again $39. I'll show you the 3 no bids right now. Let's bring over a new crate. Let's bring over a new crate. Here we go. And there's this and there's that. All right, moving on. Here we go. Awesome. Shout out to Hatchet Ed ordering all this great vinyl. Man, we got some killer stuff here. Holy moly. Here we go. Here we go. Metallica black vinyl. Metallica is on black vinyl. Yes. What do we got? What do we got here? This is one of 3 more crates we're about to do. Man, look at all these foreign picture sleeves we still have. Holy moly. What's that sound? Somebody's phone is ringing. There's nobody here in the building but me. How is that happening? Who's here? What does that say? I don't know what just happened, but somebody just got a call on a computer over here. They're over here. We got like 3 people working on computers over here, and they're not even in the building. So, all right, here we go. Here we go. This is A, B, D, and then A, and then B, and then D, and then B, 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 and then A, and then A. So Kiss is at 57. This is at 56. What was the Animalized starting bid? Animalized starting bid was $325. None for sale. It is sealed. And then Ride the Lightning's at 28 with Johnny Tudor, okay? Let's go back to the top. Goofy's claim. Did I get Dead Kennedys Frankenchrist? You're about to get it right now. Dead Kennedys Frankenchrist. So about every 30 seconds, I got to pause, scroll up to the top, and make sure I didn't miss any comments. Let's keep the pace fast tonight because we got all the new vintage stuff from John to go through too. Over here, we have this Dead Kennedys Frankenchrist, and that is sold to Goofyfoot for $39.99. Okay, Kiss Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. What number is this? This is a 1988 Euro 836759. Excuse me. 836759-1. That's an 86 Euro compilation, near mint with the original inner sleeve. The 4-track here, EP, that's really dang cool. Look at that. Ralph Venturino has that for 56, okay? Everything in this crate is new and sealed. Everything in this crate is new and sealed. Also, we have Black Flag, My War. Black Flag is $29.99, and Joe Walsh's Analog Productions. I ought to recall this one. That is $46.99. The smoker you drink, the player you get. Analog Productions, $46.99. Art Blakey was on black vinyl. Art Blakey was on black vinyl. And next over here is Bad Moon Rising by Sonic Youth. Bad Moon Rising is $34. And then the Cramps, Stay Sick. That's in very unique shrink wrap. That feels like the UK shrink wrap. $33.99. And then Bolt Thrower, Those Once Loyal. Bolt Thrower is on cream white vinyl, $38.99. And this is Kenny Burrell, Midnight Blue. Kenny Burrell, $29.99. All right, I'm going to go ahead and make Animalize a buy it now for $325. That's going over here, right here, $325 on Animalize. Next is Destroyer, the 50th anniversary, sealed. This is a $360 start. There's one for sale in the U.S. This is the 50th anniversary picture disc. This is a 50th anniversary picture disc, and this is sealed, a $360 start. That's up for bid in slot number C right now, okay? Next thing over here is this, Tim Floyd on Bolt Thrower. Bolt Thrower is sold to Tim Floyd for $38.99. Next thing is A, is sold to T-Mac J for $57. Thank you, T-Mac J. That is sold to you for $57. Ralph Venturino gets this. This is sold to Ralph Venturino for $56. This is sold to Ralph Venturino for $56, okay? Johnny Tudor is back in on Metallica 31. Let's go ahead and end A and B, or close out A and B, and let's put this up right here. As far as Kiss autographs, let's see what else I had here. Give me 1 second. I got to kind of flip through here and remind myself. Aha! Where are the picture discs for this, though? I was afraid those things would get separated. Let me go over here and see if I can find them. Hold on 1 second. All right, no, there's picture discs to this. I was worried they'd get separated because they don't fit in the jacket. Let me see if they're over here. This is the Greatest Kiss, which is a pretty cool piece. Oh, no. Where's the... They were loose when I bought it. They were loose when I had it authenticated. And I knew... Let me see if it's over here somewhere. I know I've got them. Like, I just had them. They're right over here somewhere. I'll go ahead and run it. We'll find them. So this is the double picture disc of Kiss Greatest Kiss. Let me scan that in, make sure that does match up with that, okay? Let me just double check before I start throwing down something crazy like this. Okay, and this is, yeah, so this is the double picture disc of Kiss Greatest Kiss. It's the double picture disc, okay? It's the double picture disc, 2022. And Paul Stanley has nicely signed it up here at the top. Now, this record, the last one sold earlier this year, sealed for $500, right? And there's only a couple active. Another one sealed and another one open with a ding cover. So this is a very, as y'all know, sought after Kiss record. The Greatest Kiss picture disc from 2022, signed by Paul Stanley, and it's been JSA authenticated. Now, when they tagged this, they didn't think we had the disc, but we do. They were, man, where are they? They're here, I promise. I'll probably find them before the end of the show. I'll probably find them before the end of the auction. So Bill can tell you, they were with it. They were right behind the jacket. They're here in this building. So signed by Paul Stanley, which, you know, most of his over here is, you know, what's he charging to sign now? It's not cheap. I mean, signed Paul Stanley, just jackets by himself are pretty dang good, right? So I'm thinking this should be ballpark $525 start. That will get it to an air horn, which I think it's very worthy of. It's near mint. I already looked at the picture disc. It's near mint. And this is $525 start, okay? $525 start. That is signed by Paul Stanley, Greatest Kiss picture disc. Johnny Tudor over here, thank you. You get to ride the lightning. That is sold to you for $31. That is sold to you for $31. Next is this. This is Kiss Reason to Live. This is 87 UK. This is Kiss Reason to Live. This is OG with the patch. And this is near mint. It includes the free Kiss patch sticker, and that patch is included. It is near mint, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. $525. The Kiss Destroyer over here. Kiss Destroyer over here is $360 start. $360 start on that one. And then I need another one over here in D. The other one over here in D was as follows. That is a sealed Judas Priest Defenders of the Faith. And that is in D for a $20 start, okay? Have I missed anything else? Have I missed anything else? Let's see what's going on over here. Give me 1 second. Let me close out all this. Let me send a text, see if I can track down those picture discs. Okay. All right, so we have next Radiohead, Pablo Honey. Radiohead is $38.99. Next is Patsy Cline is $29.99. This is on colored vinyl. Patsy Cline's Greatest Hits, that's $29.99. Kenny Burrell is sold divinely warped for $29.99. And we got two of these. These are, I believe, pink vinyl. Patsy Cline Greatest Hits, $29.99. And then Static X Wisconsin Death Trip, $39.99. And then also Blakey sold. So you want Blakey from the last crate too, right? Vinylly wrapped, vinylly warped, vinylly wrapped. I always mess up your handle. Vinylly warped. Let's go pull that Art Blakey from the last crate. Okay, here we go. This is sold for $29.99, okay? Radiohead Pablo Honey is $38.99. And then Mudvayne LD50. Mudvayne is the double music on vinyl, $49.99. $49.99. So there's Greatest Kiss, there's that, and there's that. A&C is about to be a buy now. Let me walk over here to where one of our researchers and taggers worked and see if I can track down those picture discs. I have a feeling they're easily over here in one of these crates. Probably. There's those loose discs for that other record. And that one's empty, that one's empty. See if they're over here. Now I'm going to check over here in Kyle's department in a second. See if Kyle's tracked them down any. See what we got over here in Kyle's department. Moving some merchandise around over here. They've got a lot of stuff. Yeah, okay, those have already been cleaned and tagged and ready to go. And then there's that. Should have a lot of cool foreign pressings kind of mixed in through the week as well. And dang, that bothers me. Okay, sorry, got to keep the pace rolling. We got a ton of stuff to go through. Such an expensive record. I'm sure y'all want to see them, but I know they're here in this building. Let's go back over here and jump and figure out what happened. Next is Stephen Parton on Mudvayne. This is sold to Stephen Parton for $49.99. This is sold to Stephen Parton for $49.99. Thank you on that one. Moving on, Are You Experienced? That's the Music on Vinyl remaster in mono. That is in mono, $39.99. Thank you, Stephen Parton on Mudvayne. Did I miss somebody else? Yeah. So Matt Marco got a Patsy Cline. Thank you, Matt Marco. That's sold to you for $29.99. And Chris Frazier, Radiohead Chris Frazier was $38.99, okay? Next is John Lee Hooker Burning. That's the Craft, $29.99 on that one. And we got two of those. That's 180 gram. That is $29.99. Okay, let's go ahead and sell Greatest Kiss. So this is the 2022 picture disc, and it's signed by Paul Stanley, $525. $525. The picture discs are in this building, I promise, and they're near mint, just like the jacket. We just had this JSA authenticated. It's good to go, and I wouldn't figure somebody would put a bad Paul signature anyways on such an expensive jacket. So that's $525, okay? Picture disc in this building, they're also near mint. If you want to wait till I find them, that's okay, but I promise you they're here. Obviously, we wouldn't ship it or charge you until we did find it. So, and then Destroyer is a buy it now for $360. Buy it now for $360 on Kiss Destroyer. Now, we got Reason to Live with the patch. This does have the patch with it. And it is a $45 bid. It just came through. Ralph Venturino, $45 on that one. And it looks like we're ready for two new auctions. I'm about to sell Judas Priest over there to Jeff Colgrove for $28. Okay, now let me put up two new auctions, and while I'm pulling those, let me explain what happened today on taxes. All right, so we're part of the Nexus. So, you know, when you're a retailer and you're a licensed business and you're doing retail sales, every state we're tracked by our CPA, and we have to charge sales tax in certain states if we hit a minimum threshold. Some of y'all are lucky and there's not sales tax applied in certain states. Almost every state, though, has sales tax. You know, we ship a lot to a certain state. So there's a few states that we still have not hit like a threshold where we have to charge taxes. Now, what's going on is today invoices went out and everybody was charged Tennessee sales tax. Everybody. Some people, their sales tax rate was lower. Some of it was not supposed to be taxed at all. They're currently working on fixing that, okay? They're currently working on fixing that. So that's what's going on with taxes. Some of y'all have been paying taxes for years. Some of y'all live in states where like every year we're just like right below that nexus threshold. And if you're into CPA, if you're an accountant, you know what I'm talking about. It's a very nasty thing the federal government makes us do. But obviously we have to charge taxes, otherwise I'd go to prison. And believe me, I don't want to go to prison. So that's what we have to do. This is the 45th anniversary. This is crazy. This is the Dress to Kill 45th anniversary colored vinyl, sealed on the red vinyl. This is a $400 start. That is the Dress to Kill on red vinyl, a $400 start. $400 start. Greatest Kiss. Greatest Kiss. I've got two offers, $455 and $500. $500, you're pretty much just buying the record with a free Paul Stanley signature. But I'm good with that. But Brent has first dibs. Brent, let me know if you want it for $500. If not, it's sold to Brad Waits, and we got our first air horn of the night. Jeff Colgrove gets Judas Priest. This is sold to Jeff Colgrove for $28. Okay, that's sold to Jeff Colgrove for $28. All right. And then what's next over here? We have, okay. And some states has it where, you know, I don't know, I'm pretty sure almost every state has sales tax, but some states don't have it. You know, y'all have a higher income tax. Like I think like in California, like Oso lives in California. He's like, that's why my invoice was higher. Probably because, you know, you got charged Tennessee tax, but they're fixing it, okay? Obviously, we got to fix that. That's a major headache for everybody. Us, our accountants. It's very, but man, QuickBooks is pros and cons, okay? A lot of pros and cons to QuickBooks. Okay, here we go. This is a 1991. This is a 1991 Euro, and this is a 1991 Euro of the God Gave You Rock and Roll from Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. And that's going to go up right now in C for a $10 start. $10 start on that one. $10 start on that one. So if you don't like paying taxes, think about that when you go to the polls next time, okay? There's only a couple ways you can change that. But let me tell you something. You're going to have a hard time. What does it say in life? You're guaranteed two things, death and taxes. Even though we just celebrated 250 years of British tyranny, and we're still here paying it. You know, sorry. I'm following the law. Like I said, I don't want to go to prison. Okay, here we go. King Diamond Abigail, 180 gram. This is going to go up for a $20 start. $20 start. $20 start on King Diamond Abigail. Let's go back to the top. Bob Riger, I'm fresh out of Street Survivors, but do you want to go on a wait? Do you want to go on a wait list this week? Okay. That Paul autograph came from a signing with Keith LaRoe. There you go. Okay, and then Brent Robley got Paul Stanley. We blow an air horn anytime we sell something for more than $500. Here's the first air horn of the night. Greatest Kiss signed by Paul Stanley. This is officially sold, and this is sold to Brent Robley for $500. $500. There you go. Thank you, Brent. First air horn of the night. Now, 2-3 people keep asking about the promo. I've got it right here. It's $950. Please make a note. Make Chad find those picture discs. Make Chad find those picture discs. I'm going to take a picture of this right now so I can ask Colin Henry about it. Brent, I'll snap the picture. I will find those picture discs, okay? I will find them. I know where they're at. They're somewhere over there in a crate. Now, the next question. Sorry, we got really off topic. I said earlier tonight, we can't talk about invoicing and shipping and taxes and customer complaints live, because if we do, we won't be able to sell anything. Message Ed. He'll take care of you, okay? If you got a compliment, if you got a complaint, if you got a correction, if you keep asking about something over and over, I'm probably going to ignore you like Kara Waco Nation. I'm probably not going to answer your question because there's people keep asking over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And if I got a Kiss Alive, if I get a Kiss Alive too, do I have a Paul Stanley autograph? Do I got a Peter Criss autograph? Do I have a Gene Simmons autograph? Do I got Gene Simmons' mother's autograph? A lot of questions. If I try to answer everybody, it's going to be rude. If I answer everybody, it's going to be rude. If I don't answer somebody, it's also rude. So what I do is I don't do anything. I just keep selling, okay? I just keep selling. So I'll try my best, okay? But I've seen like, man, there's a few people that are dying to buy a KISS poster. There's a good possibility there won't be any posters shown for hours. Like hours and hours, if not even any at all, okay? Just letting everybody know, because it's going to be rude me not answering you. It's going to be rude for me to answer you, okay? So here we go. Dress to Kill. Final chance, red vinyl. It's going to be rude either way. Me answering you, it's going to be rude to everybody else, and it's going to be rude me not answering you. So I would just bid and take a deep breath. We have 400 on Dress to Kill. Over here, this is a white label promo. This is a white label promo of KISS debut. It's $950. $950. I will read this matrix one more time. It is the OG white label promo. It is 1NB900. Then there's a symbol marked out. It is -6000-1-1B Bell Sound. Okay? $950. It's right over here in the no bids. Let's keep rolling. Vinylly Warped got John Lee Hooker. That is sold for $29.99. We have not sold any KISS belt buckles. J.J. Cale, Naturally. Music on Vinyl, J.J. Cale, $36.99. Paul Butterfield Blues Band, another Music on Vinyl pressing, $38.99. $38.99. The Allman Brothers Collected. The Allman Brothers Collected is a Music on Vinyl pressing, $54.99. First Base, Babe Ruth, $38.99. And a Love Supreme, John Coltrane, that is sealed on blue vinyl, $29.99. Dress to Kill. Dress to Kill is a $400 buy it now. $400 buy it now. So that is the 2020 red vinyl. These start at $400 right now on Discogs. That one's sealed. The promo is $950, EX Plus on that one. Destroyer was $360. Animalize, I think this is the sheet for Animalize. It is, Animalize is $325. And then we had Psycho Circus, it's $250. And then Hot in the Shade is $250, okay? There it is, and we are good to go. Oso Adventure gets B for $51. Reason to Live with the Patch, that is sold to Oso for $51. Freddie Richards still has Bill and Ted for $60, and Hoopy has King Diamond for $35. Let's keep rolling here. Next thing is John Farrell on J.J. Cale. John Farrell gets J.J. Cale. Stephen Douglas, you're first. You're next. I'll put you on a waiting list. Also, I got another John Coltrane on blue vinyl, and I've got Alice Coltrane on orange vinyl. Journey in the Sachamandanda. And that is $33.99. $33.99. Next is KISS Unmasked. 45th anniversary, yellow and red green splatter. This is sealed, $135 start in A. Do what, Chad? Sealed, $135 start in slot A. Next is Kiss Killers, a 1982 German. This is near mint, beautiful. It is $80 start. It's got a little bit of a sticker residue right there. $80 start. That's in slot number B. Stephen Douglas on the J.J. Cale waiting list. Next is Bad Brains Omega Sessions. That is on emerald haze colored vinyl. $29.99 on Bad Brains. Cannibal Corpse Vile gray with red streaks. Cannibal Corpse is $36.99. And over here we have Radiohead in Rainbows. This is $38.99. $38.99. Annihilator, Alice in Hell. Music on Vinyl, Annihilator is $38.99. Also, we have Animals. The Complete Animals is a 2 LP Music on Vinyl pressing, $49.99. Top loaders are in. I will be tagging top loaders after I get done going through all the new vinyl. We still got this crate, and there's 2 more after that. Then I've got top loaders. Then I've got all of John's new vintage arrivals. We have Miles Davis, the new Miles Davis Quintet, $29.99. We have Bush Loaded, their greatest hits. Bush is on clear vinyl. That's a double LP, $33. What's the starting bid on A? Starting bid on A is $135. What's the starting bid on B? $80. What's the high bid on C? $75. Hoopy gets King Diamond. This is sold to Hoopy for $35. Thank you on that one. Hoopy, thank you. That's sold to you. Let's put up another sealed record in D. I'm going to keep rolling these. Chad, what's next in D? I've got Judas Priest, British Steel, a classic album. We're talking about Living After Midnight. This is sealed. It is a 2001, but I think it's been pressed later than that. It's a new sealed copy. $20 start on that. Also, Caravan, Art Blakey. This is all analog Kevin Gray, RTI, $33.99. John Farrell gets Bush. Bush is sold to John Farrell for $33.99. Pixies, Bossa Nova. Pixies is $29.99. I've got 2 copies of the Pixies. I've got 2 copies of Bad Brains for $29. And I got Black Flag, slip it in. Black Flag is $29.99. No bid on A. This is sealed. I buy it now for $135. No bid on B. B is a buy it now for $80. Now, there's no bids over here. There's a lot of people very curious what's going up for tonight. Before the end of the night, on Kiss nights, there are very few no bids. It always happens. There's always going to be very few no bids. So you've got a couple options. You can wait and see what else pops up. Later tonight, there'll be somebody say, Chad, will you take $1,200 for this one, this one, this one, and this one? And I'll say, sold for $1,200, and then half of the no bids will be gone. This is really cool. Look at this foreign picture sleeve. Holy moly. I like this one a lot too. 1977 from Rock and Roll Over. This is an EP. Calling Dr. Love, Beth, and Hard Luck Woman. Look at that sleeve. That has got to be tough to find. Never seen that before in my life. Near Men, a $35 start. Near Men, a $35 start. C is officially sold to James Fike. Thank you, James Fike. That's sold to you for $75. Done. That was Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. The next one I have over here is this one. I think this one's cool too, from Creatures. Man, we still got some killer ones over here. Look at this. An 82 German of I Love It Loud, Hanover press with the picture sleeve. The flip side is killer, and that one's going to go up with the German S's, a $25 start. $25 start. What country is B? B is a, sorry, did I not say that? A UK. 1977 UK. That is a UK EP. UK EP, okay? There we go, there we go. Anybody else? Have I missed anything? Let's go ahead and put up some more stuff and this and that and this and that. And boy, I've got some autographs. Here we go. I know there's somebody waiting for this. I've been asked about it and asked about it and asked about it. And somebody's wanting to see it. Somebody wants to look at it. A couple of people said they want to lick it. They want to lick it up. And I was like, well, you can buy this, and after you get it in your house in the privacy of your own home, you can sit on the couch in your tidy whities and do whatever you want to these Kiss albums. That's up to you. Right now, you've got to bid on them to win them. This is an OG Peter Criss. There's the inner sleeve. There is the insert. I don't have a poster. I don't have a poster, but I do have this. It's signed, and we just got it JSA authenticated. So this is OG Peter Criss. I would say the cover's like VG. It's got a crease. It's got some shelf marks. It's an OG, but it's been signed with the green Peter Criss matching color, and that's going to go up for a $175 start. Peter Criss is $175. That's now for bid. OG, JSA'd, $175. B's at 65, C's at 45, and Judas Priest is a final call for 25, okay? Next thing is going to go up for bid right now. Here we go, here we go. First thing is this. Last thing is this. I've got some more claims. I got a few more questions. We got 45s to run for hours, man. Holy moly. Welcome to all of our first-time viewers. Crazy night here at Coletco. Monday nights are insane. We got Kiss. People know we got all this new Kiss stuff. It's also invoicing day. And I promise everything is, we got so many customers now. You know, we're growing at this rapid pace. And we got a great staff here, but probably some people see all this stuff going on. They're like, holy crap, what's going on? Well, the problem is we got so many customers now. We got so much changing stuff here. You know, we're trying to sell more and faster, et cetera, et cetera. People view me as a live chat bot, okay? People see me as a live chat bot. So they know they've sent Ed a message, and he hadn't got to it yet, but they know I'm on here, and people want to get an answer from me. but I don't know what's going on, okay? I'm just here selling stuff. That's why I've got great people handling customer service. So Mondays are insane. I mean, I'm usually exhausted come 2 a.m. This is like running a marathon because we got invoices going out. People need stuff fixed. There's questions about what came in. It's usually a big night for new vinyl. We got crazy KISS auctions, and plus people want answers now. And they come to me, and they use me as a live chat bot. They call me Chad GPT. And I keep getting asked about stuff that I can't answer. So I tell you right now, make sure you get a hold of Ed in customer service. He will take care of you. His plate's full too. Everybody is. There's already hundreds of people that's paid. They're going to start trying to get those invoices out tomorrow. We'll start shipping stuff first thing in the morning. People that paid today. There's some people wanting to get paid so they can get their stuff shipped out. But you got to, if there's an error, it's just the way it is. We'll get it fixed, I promise. But people come here and they're like, Chad, you're a live customer service representative. I need you to answer this question. I'm like, hold up, buddy. Do you see what's going on right here? This is KISS night. Goofy Foot on Bad Brains. Goofy Foot, did you want Bad Brains? This one right here. This is KISS night. Bad Brains. Let me know if that's the one you wanted, Goofy Foot. Next thing over here is this, Amenities on Caravan. Thank you, Amenities. He got Art Blakey. That's sold to Amenities for $33.99. Moving on. Here we go. There is bids coming in left and right. Look at all this. Holy crap. Vinylly Warped. I will have to put you on a wait list for Art Blakey. He got the last one. Do you have another Bad Brains? I've got this one right here, Pam. I've got this one, Pam Start. If you want that one, I've got it. I've got this one right over here. I've got this one over here. And this is also sold to Goofy Foot. That's sold to Goofy Foot for $29.99. Okay? And then Vinylly Warped on that Art Blakey Caravan. Stephen Douglas, I'm going to sell you Judas Priest. That's sold to Stephen Douglas for $28. I'm telling y'all, things are wild and hot and heavy here at Coletco. I mean, I'm just thankful for everybody tuning in and buying. I mean, we stay slammed around the clock. There is somebody here working 24/7 at this record store and collectibles empire, whatever you want to call it, collectibles, vinyl, whatever you want to call it. And then Pam Stark got the other Bad Brains for $29, okay? We're a record store. I like to consider myself a collectible store because we sell a lot more than vinyl for sure. So here we go. All right, let's do a vintage KISS item, okay? And give me 1 second and let me actually, let me not do that right now because I don't have the details on it, but I'll do it 1 second, okay? We got, okay, let me put that up and let me go over here to this and this. All right. Now, D, I'm trying to run something in D that's not KISS for all night, okay? And let me do that right now. $8 in limited shipping. $8 limited shipping. Let's go ahead and run an Iron Maiden, and this is Iron Maiden Power Slave. It's a sealed remaster going up in D, and that's a $20 start. $20 start on that, okay? And did I miss anything else? And run KISS and Jazz, and I'll be happy. Was the Miles Davis new vinyl in the crate? Yes. Let's go through these one more time quickly. Black Flag, $29.99. Pixies, Bossa Nova, $29. Miles Davis, the new Miles Davis Quintet. I actually think I have a waiting list for that one. I'm pretty sure I do. Amenities, you might be on it. Let me go see if I can find that right quick. But first, we got the Complete Animals. We have that. That's a double LP for $59. Annihilator's $38. In Rainbow is $38. Cannibal Corpse, $36. Here's another Bad Brains. Bad Brains Omega Sessions. That one's $29.99. Alice Coltrane's $33. Orange vinyl. John Coltrane Blue vinyl, $29. Babe Ruth is $38. Allman Brothers is $54. Paul Butterfield, $38. John Lee Hooker, $29. Radiohead, $38. Hendrix, $39. Static X, $39. Patsy Cline, $29. The Cramps, $33. Sonic Youth, $34. Joe Walsh, $46. And Black Flag, $29. Troy Robinson on Miles Davis. Okay, I knew it was somebody. Troy Robinson gets a Miles Davis for $29.99. And let me actually go get my computer. Here it is. And let me figure out who else officially was on that list. Yeah, Troy Robinson. You're right, sir. Thank you. I got you, Troy. Now you're off, and that way I don't accidentally tag somebody else. So there's a couple more Miles Davis. Now, which Black Flags, Goofy Foot? Do you want Slip It In? I know for sure you probably want that one. Yeah, so let's give Goofy Foot Slip It In for $29. Thank you. That sold him for $29.99. And then do you want My War? Let me know on that one as well. All right, so what's in jeopardy of being sold? Marion Corbetti has the OG Peter Criss at $201. This is at 90 with Michael Anderson. This is at 60 with Timmy Osborne. And Iron Maiden is sealed, and that's at 25. It's Cramsey UK. It certainly looks like it, Thomas, because it's in UK type shrink wrap. Yeah, I guess it is. It's in like UK type shrink wrap, $33.99. And Goofy Foot also wants the other Black Flag, sold for $29.99. Kiss, and Iron Maiden. That's what's up for bid. These Kiss light boxes over here that you see light up and changing colors, those are $59.99. I've got them right over here. Where's my switch at? I can change it. We can make it do all kinds of stuff. Okay. We'll get it on those colors there. That looks pretty cool, okay? Thomas Shepard wants the Cramps, $33.99. All righty, let's go through that next new crate. Here we go. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in tonight at Coletco. Got 2 more crates, but I think one of them's pretty short and sweet. And then there's another one over here. And boy, do I have a mess to clean up. I started working on it last night. We got so much new stuff. We got the other crate is the Michael Jackson cards, okay? The other crate is Michael Jackson cards, which is good. We needed those. We got some people was very nervous about those coming back in, but I was like, don't fear, Chad is here, okay? Don't fear, Chad is here. Stephen Parton also on Miles Davis. You got it. Marion has Peter Criss at 201. And folks, that is a final call. Miles Davis is sold. Let me get that over here on screen. And that is all analog Kevin Gray RTI. And there we have it. And that is sold to Stephen Parton for $29.99. Okay. All right. Wow. Look, new bid. And then final call on D. Wow. Look at that. New bids light up. I got to go get a refill of my Monster, but I'm going to keep rolling right here. Here we go. First thing in here is this Audio Slave. That is Out of Exile. Glad to see those back available. That's a double LP, $46.99. Puddle of Mud, Famous. Music on vinyl, $38.99. And Jen D. Pertrin, this is still Volume 1. We're needing some Volume 2s, I think. $29.99. Social Distortion. LA Prison Bound is $33. And then over here we got Van Halen. This is live in New Haven. A double LP, $44. And then Social Distortion, Hard Times and Nursery Rhymes, $34. Dropkick Murphys, New England Forever, that's $33. Social Distortion, Mama's Little Monsters, $34. And Puddle of Mud, Come Clean, $39.99. David Sosby was on a waiting list for Puddle of Mud, Come Clean. This is sold to David Sosby for $38.99. And his last name is spelled Soesbee. All right, and then Social Distortion, Born to Kill waiting list. I don't think that one came in. And then Greg Rogers was supposed to get a Pretty Reckless, Dear God. Is that their new album? Yeah, so we got a Pretty Reckless, Dear God, sold to Greg Rogers. This is sold to Greg Rogers. We have one left. That's on Poltergeist colored vinyl, $39.99 is the store open. Yeah, not only is the store open this weekend, listen to this. $1 sidewalk sale and in store. Start making plans. Coletco. $1 sale. Vinyl. Books. Anything. $1. We're going to have thousands. John's been purging. John's been cleaning. We're trying to clear out some old stuff in the store that we just need to get rid of. The ad will start tomorrow. $1 sale. Start making plans to get to Coletco. Start making sales to get to Coletco, okay? That is on its way. John Griffin, are you watching? John Griffin, are you watching? Because I just found that Pink Floyd medal. But yes, if you can get here, I'm telling you, some of y'all will be leaving with boxes full of stuff. I'm going to go through stuff myself because I'm a little bit more liberal on what goes out in the dollar sale than John. $1 books. Yeah, we're going to have books for $1. I've got like just stuff over here from Fred's. Just some stuff I don't think we'd be able to sell here that I just need to get rid of. Done. Here's that Miles Davis. This is Miles Davis, Kevin Gray RTI, $29.99. And then tomorrow, for auction, tomorrow's live stream, of course, we just had a bunch of stuff get back from JSA. Listen to this. Are you ready? Tomorrow, we're going to have mostly autographed albums. It could be metal, it could be rock, it could be country. I've got a collection of boxing gloves. I got a collection of baseball autographs. We're going to have auctions big time tomorrow for tomorrow. Tomorrow, big time tomorrow, okay? Here we go. We got Kiss Rock and Roll Over EP sold to Michael Anderson for $100. Thank you, Michael Anderson. That is awesome. That's sold to you for $100. Joseph McCormick gets Iron Maiden for $30. And then over here, Peter Criss is at $226. Timmy Osborne is at $65. That's where we're at, okay? Moving on. Next thing is this. Did I miss anything else? Fred Cardinale, there's the Miles Davis if you want it. John Griffin, I got Pink Floyd Metal in my hand. Ella Langley has not come in yet. No, not for today. Fred Cardinale wants that Miles Davis. This is sold to Fred Cardinale. This was not a pre-order. $29.99, okay? Anybody on this crate? We have Puddle of Mud, Social Distortion, Dropkick Murphys. Let me check waiting list on that one. Dropkick Murphys. Greg Rogers, I got him for that. And then Skinner, Nora Jones, Stevie Ray Kiss Socks, Top Loader, In This Moment. All right, Kiss, Michael Jackson. Okay, we're good to go. All those are still available. Here we go. We're going to open at 10 o'clock on Friday and Saturday. 10 o'clock on Friday and Saturday. I mean, it's one of our, we have these things 2 or 3, 4 times a year. They're called dollar sales. It's, you know, don't expect to see autographed Peter Criss albums. Don't expect to see rare German copies of I Love It Loud. By the way, this is sold to Timmy Osborne for $65. But if you're here, if you're okay with like VG minus classic rock, that's very playable for $1. If you're okay with country, and if you're okay with maybe, you know, a lot of the other kind of music that we don't sell a lot here, classical, adult contemporary from the 50s and 60s. Now, believe it or not, people come up and they scoop that stuff up in gobs. We got people showing up looking for just like Henry Mancini, okay? We got people showing up looking for just the Jackie Gleason Presents. We got people buying G+ copies of Bad Company because they don't care what they look like or what they sound like. They just want to be able to play it and hear that sound on vinyl. They don't really care about it being in shrink and near mint. We end up with thousands of records like that buying these collections. So show up, dollar records, dollar quality records, except, you know, some stuff will be mint, like country, and there could be rock albums, like obscure stuff. Like, we got so many John Denver and James Taylor records, we get tired of looking at them. We put them out for $1. They could be mint. Some of them could be sealed. I'm telling you, it's always worth your time, but don't expect like Kiss white label promos. That's not going to happen. All right, here we go. We had a war earlier for another Ace. Here's another signed album. Ace Frehley, Live +1. This is JSA. There's no disc, though. You'll have to pick up a disc elsewhere, just the jacket, okay? This is a $150 start in slot B, signed by Ace Frehley. That's a great starting price. Peter Criss is at $230. Brent, this is nicely signed in a green paint pen. The jacket itself is probably VG or less. It's got some wear and tear down the spine. It is an OG jacket. This isn't a new remastered like this one back here. This is actually a vintage OG pressing. There's no poster, but it does have the insert. Heck, I don't even think I looked at the disc. The disc is VG+. The disc is VG+, probably. Just a quick glance, okay? So VG or less cover, VG+, and the signature is beautiful. It's JSA. We just had that passed. And then Ace already has a bid for $150. Let's put up some more of these Kiss 45s. Man, there's some cool ones over here. Man, there's some cool ones over here. Check this one out right here. All right. Hey, let's do this. I think this one was cool. This was the first one I had on the thumbnail of the image. Look at this right here. This is Kiss, a 78 Mexico OG. 78 Mexico OG. And the 78 Mexico OG of this one is Presimundo. What song is that? Strutter 78? I guess it's Strutter 78. So what was this, like a, was this like an EP for double platinum maybe? Sorry, I'm not good with Spanish today. But either way, I've never had it before. Awesome. $50 start on that. $50 start. That's up for bid in slot number C. That's up for bid in slot number C, okay? Now, here's a KISS collectible, man. This is a $150 start. This is the 1978 KISS van. I don't have the remote. I don't have a box. This was laying on Bill KISS Home's a shelf up at the top. It was part of the deal. And it's a 1978 original, a coin era KISS van, which I think opens up like this. I already checked the battery compartment. Not corroded. How does this open? There we go. Whoops. Not corroded, which is a big thing for these old vintage toys. I don't know if it happened to the KISS van, but that's a $150 start, and that's over here in slot number D. Okay, the 78 van. And I don't know a lot about this, so if you need to see a certain part of it or need to see this or that, let me know. How does this go back on here? That was like laying on top of there like that. There we go. And then that little latch lays over the top. This is the 78. Now, I didn't see a remote. I didn't see a remote over here, and I really hadn't had a chance to dust it, but there we go. Okay, very cool. Too bad we can't bring that to life. I would drive that to Coletco every day. Could you imagine driving that down Lebanon? They'd be like, holy crap, that guy's cool. $150 start on that. All right, and then Ace is at $150 with Voodoo Lounger. Wow, great price on the signed Fraley. It's comic, live, +1. JSA'd $150, and then this is at $55 with Joe Gabriel. Okay, we're good to go. Brent's had that for about 2.5 minutes. I'm about to sell it. Oh, yeah. Oh. Sorry, that was my neck. Whew, that felt pretty good, though. What a relief. Okay. We're about to get into the new vintage stuff, and we're about to do the top loaders. But this is another new sensation here at Coletco. And here we go on this. Don't come around. Wow, one of those things new in the box, or mint in the box, sold for $1,000. That van, mint in box, sold for $1,000 recently on eBay. That's amazing. I didn't realize those were that expensive, but I mean, I don't see them. And I have bought major vintage toy collections. I have bought and sold major vintage toy collections over the years. I think this is the first time I've ever had one, so pretty amazing. Let me look up Michael Jackson. Okay. All right, though, these are pretty cool. These are Michael Jackson cards. It's got 8 packs. Each pack has 4, and you're on a chase for memorabilia hits. By the way, Brent, let me go ahead and get Ace. Wow, great price on that. Signed Ace, live +1, sold to Brent for $150. Thank you. And I'm sure you can find a disc for that, or if you just want to frame it up, there you go. That's sold to Voodoo Lounger for $150. So these are like one of those memorabilia hits. There's actually stated odds on pulling an MJ autograph. There's actually, there is a chase for the MJ auto. So that is, it tells the odds, 1 in 1, it's a lot, okay? It's like hitting the lottery, but pretty cool chase. It's got other Michael Jackson memorabilia hits, and these things were pretty dang popular. These are, in fact, $27.99 per box. So $27.99. $27.99. You're talking 8 packs and 4 cards per pack, and these are $27.99. $27.99. Let me go get the waiting list done, and then let's put up some more KISS memorabilia, okay? Sheldon Bergenhire is in on the van. They're still battling over Peter Criss. And here's the waiting list for the boxes, the MJ cards. Paul Brothers, Oso Adventure, and then Elizabeth Hawkins. So Paul Brothers, Oso Adventure, Elizabeth Hawkins, and Elizabeth Hawkins. So these four are sold. These are sold for $27.99. So $27.99 sold to Elizabeth Hawkins, sold to Elizabeth Hawkins, $27.99, sold to Oso Adventure for $27.99, and sold to Paul Brothers for $27.99. Thank y'all. Okay, and then I've got as many as you want here until we sell out. $27.99. Jimmy LaCroix sold for $27.99. Jimmy LaCroix sold for $27.99. Anybody else? Whoops. Anybody else? There's two more boxes sold for $27.99. Okay, so Marion Corbetti has Peter Criss at $240. Michael Anderson has the Mexico OG Strutter 78, which is, I think, something to do with the promotion for double platinum. And the Kiss van, Sheldon Bergenhire has it for $150. That's going once, going twice. Wayne Carr on the MJ, $27.99 sold. Wayne Carr on the MJ, $27.99 sold. Thank you, Wayne Carr. MC Hammer. How about the Hammer CP gets MJ $27.99. Anybody else? So we've sold 5 here live. Anybody else? That'll be a fun hunt. And let me tell you something. If you pull that auto, hit me up. You can cash in. Man, MJ's not cheap. He is not a cheap auto. I don't know if y'all know that or not, but he is not cheap at all. So there's that. And let's do this right here. Okay. And let's put up some new auctions. Brandon, I'm assuming you're done on A. Let's put up another auction for B then. Man, do we still got some cool Kiss stuff to sell. And then everything else tonight, just in general, like hotter than hell. This is the 50th anniversary picture disc with the premium jacket. And this is numbered to 500, and that is a $30, excuse me, whoa, $300 start. $300 start on B, okay? $300 start on B. And C, and we're good to go. And then A, Marion Corbetti's had it for 3 minutes, right? Now, so to Marion Corbetti, $240. All right, thank you, Marion, and that is gone. Okay. Now, Scott's already in. No. It's not a $30. Scott, add a 0 to that, okay? Add a 0 to that. Add a 0 to that. Sorry. Okay. I've deleted your bid. No, Fred. No. Everybody's getting way too excited. No. 300. Okay, sealed. 66 on that. Sheldon, you were outbid on the van. Sheldon's like, you've got to be kidding me. Next auction's going to go up right now. This is the 76 US Flamin' Youth. This is a 76 US Flamin' Youth. OG Pittman, EX Plus condition, a $30 start. $30 start. This should get a lot of bids. That's the US original picture sleeve. We don't get that one very often either in any kind of collection. $30 start, okay? All right. So anybody else on MJ cards? They're $27.99. $27.99 for MJ cards. I've got them. I've got them right here. Okay? I have them. Anybody else? There's 3 6 boxes, 7 boxes left, 8 boxes left, 9 boxes left, 10 boxes left, 11 boxes. Okay? There we go. They're back in on the Kiss van at 152. I'm going to leave metal over here for whenever John Griffin gets back on the sale. And moving on. Let's put this over here with the new stuff. All right. Why don't they make Led Zeppelin cards or Rush? Man, could you imagine how many Rush cards we could sell? I got to get with these companies and be like, what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? What are y'all trying to do here? Where's the Kiss cards at, right? Where's the Kiss hunt? Joe Gabriel. Thank you, Mr. Gabriel. And this is sold to him for $66. All right, that's sold to Joe Gabriel for $66. That's done. All right, here we go. And let's keep rolling. Move in, move out, get the hands up. Hey, hey, I found it, Brent. I found your picture disc. I found your picture disc. There it is. They had it tagged over here for a separate auction. Here, Brent, I'm going to make you bid on them. There's the greatest Kiss picture disc. That goes with his Paul Stanley autograph, okay? That goes with Brent's Paul Stanley autograph. Please make a note. Go put that right now. Whatever we need to do to keep that together. Here, I'm actually going to pull it out. I'm going to pull it out of the last crate. I'm going to go lay it on the shelf, Brent. I told you I got them. All that time I was looking, they were right here next to me. They were right here next to me. Also, let me go ahead and show y'all the other Kiss item that we have a waiting list going on. This is just like the Kiss Light. Our Kiss Light box manufacturer having these made. I've got Kiss individual light boxes I'm taking waiting list for. I've got Gene, Paul, and Peter. And I don't even have an ace to show you. But, you know, it looks just like the solo face. And these are $59.99 or a whole set for $225, okay? So let me know if you want a Gene, a Paul, a Peter, an ace, or if you want the whole set for $225, or they're $59.99 each. I have more on the way, and I'm going to try to get them to expedite them so we can have them here for this week because I have a ton of people on waiting list. A ton of people on a waiting list, okay? Ton of people on a waiting list. Let's jump over here and let's go ahead and make B a buy it now. We have Kiss, a buy it now for $300. Hotter than hell. Final call on the Kiss van for $55. And let's put up some more Kiss stuff. Next one is this right here. Paul Stanley. Take a look at this. Paul Stanley is a 1979 UK purple vinyl. 1979 UK OG purple vinyl, no mask, VG condition, a $25 star. How cool is that? Very, very cool. Purple vinyl, Paul Stanley. That's Hold Me, Touch Me, no mask, $25 start. Okay, let's go ahead and sell the van. This is sold to Michael Hamburger for $155. Van is gone for $155. Thank you, Michael. All right, now Flaming Youth is at $70. Paul Stanley's a $25 start. And then we have, we got Johan JJ wants on the wait list for the set. He wants all four. He wants all four for $225. And then Susie put Kiss Lightbot. Now, did you mean Kiss or did you mean Peter Chris, Susie? Let me know on that one, okay? All right, next over here. Let's do something kind of more standard, but also something kind of unique, okay? This is pretty dang cool in my opinion. This is a 1980 German. This is a 1980 German Dress to Kill. And the 1980 German is in VG Plus condition, and this is a $35 start. So German label, solid VG Plus, okay? And there is some writing on the back, but it has the really cool alternate S's for Germany. $35 start on that one. Susie wants on the wait list for just Peter, okay? Susie wants on the wait list for just Peter. You got it. 1 second, please. All right. Sorry, I had to send a message right quick. All right, Todd, Barrios Rebel Sound. Thank you. You get Flamin' You for $70. Paul Stanley's at 55 with Tracy McFadden. German Kiss is already at 50 with Jim Kleinbach. And I tell you what, let's put up another slot for A and then another slot for D, okay? Next thing over here is this. Do I have any more autographs back here? I do and I don't, sort of, okay? The rest are up front, which are like 8x10s and stuff. I'll go get those in just a second. First, I want to put up the Alive 3 colored vinyl. This is the Alive 3 limited yellow, orange, pyro colored vinyl, near mint, $95 start. Near mint and shrink, $95 start on that one. So up at the top, Johan on the wait list for all 4 light boxes at $225. Susie Breedlove on the Peter Criss waiting list. And we have another auction going up right now for D. And that next auction is going to come from this crate of Patrick stuff that I hadn't even touched tonight. And it's got some pretty dang cool stuff in it. And this is the other stuff I've been running in D that actually hadn't been, quote, Kiss stuff. And the first one I'm going to do is this Ozzy and Lemmy, or Ozzy and Motorhead. So this was a song, Hellraiser, which was recorded by Ozzy and recorded by Motorhead. And then it's also a mashup. So it's got the mashup and then their individual takes on it. That is sealed for a $30 start in D. Sealed for a $30 start in D. That is now up for bid, okay? All right, let's do that right there. And there's the top cam view. Now you know what we're cooking with, okay? Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring over the first crate of new vintage stuff from John. That's pre-owned records. We're going to do Buy It Now Best Offer. And I'm about to tag, I am about to tag the top loaders. I'm about to tag those. And that's always big. So let me figure that out right now. Okay, give me 1 second. I have got to move some stuff here. Okay, I have got to move some stuff. I'm going to move these right here. And I'm going to move these right here. Remove these MJ boxes. Man, what a night already. I mean, thanks everybody for tuning in. Incredible. I'm trying to get stuff restacked and packed over here. It's quite the challenge right now, but I'm working on it. Because I know later tonight we're going to be doing a lot of, quote, miscellaneous stuff. And when I start doing all that, we got to make sure a couple things happen. We have plenty of room to put all this stuff, because it's going to be a lot. Because I could get into posters and stuff tonight that I wasn't really expected on getting into, but I know there'll be Kiss people hanging around late, and I got y'all for one night of the week, so better use that time when I can, right? Yep. Okay. So what are we looking at? Final call on A for 95. Final call for A for 95. B is at 60. C's at 75. And D's already at 60 with Joshua Struthers. Okay. And I think I hadn't missed anything else. Any metal cassettes. Man, we've sold most of them. Where is John's crates at? I got all my desks cleaned off over here. John did find a whole crate of Kiss miscellaneous over here. I still got the giant Kiss comics signed by Paul and Gene from previous shows. Dang it, John. Where? Oh, here it is. Sorry, I've got more. Of course, I got more Kiss stuff laying on top of them. No wonder I couldn't find them. Okay. Here we go. So I've got... Yeah, let's do this crate here. Vintage LPs. Buy It Now Best Offer. Let's get started. And I'm starting to see some yellow. Tracy, 1 minute 44 seconds, 1 minute 50 seconds. And Joshua's had that for 1 minute and 58 seconds. So We're about to sell those. All of a sudden get new bids, okay? How does bidding work? You can bid and with in the chat, regardless of where you're watching. You can put exclamation mark A, exclamation mark B, exclamation mark C. It doesn't matter. It depends on the slot though, and that's your bid will be placed. Okay. For example, I'm going to go ahead and sell these 3 items here. Those are done. I'm going to go ahead and introduce 3 more. And if you want something in the crate, you comment what you want in the crate, just in the chat, and then we'll get you registered, okay? We will get you registered after that. First thing I'm going to do is step up here. I'm going to out. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Boom. Bam 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 bam. Da 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 da. Da da da. Oh. Da 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 da. Da 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 dun 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 dun. Sorry, I had to have a drink. I'm on Monster tonight. It's good though. It's the good healthy Monster, okay? You wanted the best. You got it. All right, thank you, Tracy McFadden. Tracy got Paul Stanley for $60. Thank you, Mr. Tracy. B is sold to Diesel 65 for $75. Dressed to Kill German. Thank you, Diesel. And then Ozzy and Motorhead Hellraiser sold to Joshua Struthers $450. Thank you on that one. All right. Now, don't need that anymore. I've got another Peter Criss auto. This actually came from another collection we just bought. This is a different collection. I think Bill had one that looked just like this, but this is from a different collection. We just had it JSA verified. He signed Peter in green and Chris in red. Very cool, right? I like that. And let's put up the signed 8x12 for a $125 start. Peter Criss is in B, $125 start. And then we're going to try another autograph, and let's try a Gene Simmons. Let's do a Gene Simmons. This is not an 8x10. What is that? That's like a 8x11, 12. That's like an 8x12. 8x12 Gene Simmons. And let's do that one for $175, okay? $175, $125, okay? $125, $175. There's those two, and then let me put up something else in D. And D is going to be this right here. David Bowie, 1966. It's a special 50th anniversary, and this is sealed for a $15 start, okay? Not going to leave these up long. Got tons of other vinyl to run, okay? Let's get started with the new vintage stuff. I have Nazareth, the full circle. Nazareth is $24.99. Now, everything in this crate, you can go ahead and buy, or you can make an offer. I can counter, I could say yes, or I could ignore you. If I ignore you, that's probably because I didn't see your offer, or it was really, really, really too low. I usually don't ignore anybody, though, on offers, because I'm ready to make a deal. Nazareth is $24.99. Here we go. Sladist. Slade is $29.99. This is on the Reprise label. Single tone, no condition notes. $29.99 on Slade. Spooky Tooth, Hell or High Water. Spooky Tooth is $19.99. The Cars, Heartbeat City. The Cars, Heartbeat City is $29.99. And then Kansas. This is Song for America. Kansas is $19.99. Song for America. Bob Welch, French Kiss, that has the hit song on it. Sentimental Lady. All right. A is sold to Jim Kleinback for $100. Peter Criss is a buy it now for $125, and Gene Simmons is a buy it now for $175. So Peter Criss is a buy it now for $125, and Gene Simmons is a buy it now for $175. Okay, let's put that right there, and let's put this right over here. Those are both available. $125, $175. If you took that photo to Gene, I don't think he would. He'd charge a little bit more than $175. I think right now to sign it, right? Right. Okay. There's that. Let's go ahead and put up something else. I have gone up for bid right now. This is kind of the companion piece to that Paul Stanley we just sold. This is the Peter Criss, the 1978 Peter Criss UK. You Matter to Me. That is on. And check this out. This is on green vinyl. Very cool green vinyl. No mask, but very solid, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. That's in slot number B. And here, let's do something from Elder. We hadn't done much Elder stuff tonight. This is an 81 German OG. This is this is Kiss, The Oath, and I. And that's in this really tough to get picture sleeve. Near mint, a $25 start on that. Okay, so $35, $25, and let's lay down an album for A. Let's lay down an album for A. And the next thing I have over here for A is going to be, yeah, I like these. Here we go. I like this a lot. We were talking about this when I was buying Bill's collection. These French dark red Casablanca labels. Look at this, 1980 French Polygram Industrie Messengers Press. I don't know if I'm reading all that correctly, but this is a 1980 French, beautiful, I mean near mint, pristine vinyl. Pristine. Absolutely pristine. Okay. Beautiful. Gatefold jacket. Gatefold jacket. $35 start. Okay. 1980 French, glossy and nice. It's got a little bit of something other right there. It's got a little bit of a tear up here. So a VG jacket just because of those small imperfections. The vinyl is near mint. $35 start. There's Peter, there's Kiss, and David Bowie's at $20. This is a buy it now or best offer vintage crate. Yes, Tormato. Yes is $19.99. And K-Tel alert. K-Tel alert. K-Tel Starburst is a double LP comp, $16.99. And K-Tel Danger High Voltage, that is $9.99. And Jerry Jeff Walker, It's a Good Night for Singing, $19.99 for Jerry Jeff Walker, okay? Let me give y'all some teases because we're pretty deep into Kiss Night. I would say we're 1/3 through for tonight as far as auctions and what could be sold. I want to give y'all some teasers on JSA authenticated autographs that we had to get letters for. And I think y'all know what letters mean. Letters mean high-end, typically fully signed or high-end Kiss autographs. Now, what I'm probably going to do is what I usually do with this stuff is I go ahead and sell it, not tonight, okay, because I hadn't done any research and we literally just got the stuff back. The letters will be in about 2 months, okay? But at some point, I'll be selling this. Like I got a boxing glove signed by Muhammad Ali. I'm probably going to run that maybe tomorrow, but I can't ship you the letter for a couple months, okay? So there's that. I've got a fully signed convention guide. I've got a fully signed Alive 35. I've got a Firehouse magazine signed by everybody, including Eric Carr. I've got a picture disc that's fully signed. I've got a Johnny Cash 45 signed by Johnny Cash. And then I got 3 photos signed by Harrison Ford, including a Indiana Jones. This is fully signed, Lick It Up. Fully signed, Lick It Up. And I got, check this out. And I may keep this and just have Bill Ward sign it, or somebody can buy it. But I got a Sabbath Bloody Sabbath signed by Ozzy. And of course, we're doing a Bill Ward autograph signing in October. Bill Ward, the drummer for Black Sabbath. So keep that in mind. We're going to be doing a private Bill Ward autograph signing in October. So some really cool Kiss memorabilia there, and sports memorabilia, and Hollywood memorabilia. So that's some of the best, most expensive autographs because they require full letters. You could see some of that stuff tomorrow because I go ahead and sell it, and then we ship the letters later. Okay, so could be tomorrow, could be a month, could be 2 months. I'm not making any promises on that stuff. None. I'm not making any promises on that stuff, but just to let you know. Kathy Hodges put keep. Now, Kathy Hodges, was that for K-Tail? You commented the word keep. I'm not for sure what that is. Okay, not for sure on that one. Over here we have, this is at 75 with Kiss Alive 2, Dustin Hensner. Peter Criss is at 45. The I and Oath is at 40, and Gerald has Bowie for 22. Next thing is this. I have Sammy Hagar. Sammy Hagar is $23.99. That's for Sammy Hagar self-titled. $23.99. Next is Brownsville Station, Motor City Connection. Brownsville Station's $14.99, and Brownsville Station self-titled $14.99. Over here, David Bowie is sold to Gerald Whitworth for $22. Thank you, Gerald Whitworth. That is sold to you. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now, and that is Dust. Take a look at this. Dust is sealed, The Roots of American Metal, Dust and Heart Attack. This is Kenny Arison, Mark Bell, a.k.a. Mark Ramone, and Richie Wise. This is sealed and numbered. It's a 2013 Record Store Day reissue. You get Dust, Heart Attack, and Dust self-titled. 2 albums in one. A $75 start. $75 start on that one. Kathy wants K-Tail. Okay, now, next question. Do you want High Voltage? Do you want Starburst? Or do you want both of them? There's 2 K-Tails in there. There's 2 K-Tails in there. It's all the complete Kiss. That is all the complete Kiss that I have. Yep, that's it. As far as fully signed, that's it. That's right. All right. A's at A2, B's at 48, C's at 45, and then D, $75 start. Let's go through here and do more buy now or best offer, okay? First thing I have is the Cars, door to door. The Cars is in shrink wrap. That is $34.99. Starburst is sold to Kathy Hodges for $16. High Voltage is sold to Kathy Hodges for $9.99. And Sammy Hagar, VOA, Sammy Hagar, $24.99. What label is this on? I don't really know. Kama Sutra? Kama Sutra, I guess, 2013. It's sealed Record Store Day, 2 albums in one. Heart Attack, by the way, that's a Frank Fazetta cover. $75 start. All right, and then over here we got Sammy Hagar. This is sold to T-Mac J for $20. And then Nazareth, which I think is back here, right, Gerald Whitworth? This Nazareth here, that's sold to Gerald Whitworth for $15. Next is HSAS, $24.99 on that one. Another Sammy Hagar in shrink, $24.99. Of course, that's Sammy Hagar as well and HSAS. Over here, final call on A. That is a French 1980. Peter Criss has a new bid for $50, and final call on Joe Gabriel on I and the Oath, okay? Next thing is Blondie, Eat to the Beat. Blondie is $24.99 and 38 special flashback. So caught up in you, little girl. $24.99 for 38 special, and the Kinks, Give the People What They Want. The Kinks is $14.99. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, sold. And that's Joe Gabriel. Whoops, I didn't mean to end B. Kathy, do you mind to bid again? I did not mean to end B. My finger too wide there. So Kathy has Peter Criss at 50. She's going to go ahead and bid again. Joe Gabriel does get this for $45. Thank you, Joe Gabriel. Go, Gabriel. That's so to you, okay? And then Dustin Hensner has the French 1980 Alive at A2. That's the next thing I'm going to be selling, okay? That's the next thing I'm going to be selling, just FYI. the Michael Jackson cards are $27.99, and Gerald Whitworth gets one for $27.99, and Gerald Whitworth also gets another one sold $27.99. Okay, let's open up C, and Kathy's going to get a bid again on B. Kathy, if you could do that, and then if you go ahead and bid, I'm assuming nobody else wants to bid, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you. And Dustin Hisner is getting Kiss Alive in slot A for $82. That 1980 French. All right, there we go. So caught up in you. Sorry, I love my singing. I know I sound nothing like, Robert Plant or Donnie Van Zant or all of my favorite songs to sing, but just let a man believe, okay? Let a man believe. What is Dustin D? Is it Heart Attack or both? It's both. So for Record Store Day in 2023, they put both albums in one gatefold package. It's both albums sealed, and it's numbered on the back. 75 on that. All right. Japanese requested, Japanese being laid down. Kiss Double Platinum. Kiss Double Platinum is a 78 Japanese VG Plus condition. It has OB and insert. We've already sold one earlier last week that was complete with poster. For Japanese, wow, why is this VG Plus? This looks beautiful to me. It must have a couple stray marks on it. Boy, this looks nice to me, though. This has no award, no poster. No award, no poster. Just the 4-page insert and a beautiful jacket with nice gloss. Okay? $75 start. Nice. Okay? Peter Chris sold to Kathy Hodges for $50. Thank you. Sold to Kathy Hodges for $50. Green vinyl. That's done. Let's put that away. Thank you, Kathy. All right? Next thing over here is what? Mike Lock's already in on Double Platinum. Let's clear out another slot for B. Folks, we got Kiss until you wake up in the morning and you got makeup on. You don't even know how it got there. Some of y'all are going to wake up in the morning, you're going to be like, holy crap, how did I get makeup on my face? And you're going to be having Gene Simmons make you're going to wake up and one of your faces are going to look like that in the mirror. And your wife's going to go, Bill, you're painted up like Gene Simmons again. Here we go. We got ESP. Wow, this is pretty cool. So this is signed. Let me get the lineup on this one correctly. That is Eric Singer, Bruce Kulick, John Corabi, Carl Cochran, and then signed by Ace Frehley. And he did a special appearance. Special thanks to Kiss and to Ace Frehley for the killer Foxy Lady solo. Okay? Wow. That's a really cool record to have fully signed. Singer, Kulick, Cochran, Corabi, and Frehley right there front and center. And, whoa. Let's see what they have here for us. Extremely rare, one of only 200 copies of the worldwide ESP Eric Singer project. Self-titled album on limited edition green vinyl with cover hand signed by the entire band plus Ace. Wow. Let me double check this right over here. I'm going to look this one up myself as well before I make any determinations on price, okay? So does this thing have a catalog number? It is. So this is ESP on Hard Rock Records. Okay. You see what I want to do on this one. And this is green. First time we're listing of limited edition green, 500. Okay, and then two other versions did for this clear 500 and signed green 500, 200. So green, okay, but 500 were clear and 200 were green. Okay, I got it. Okay, and then this is signed by Singer, Kulick, Corabi, Ace. Okay, let me check this right here. Sealed. All right. All right, we got ESP. Let me check this. Sorry, this one's going to take my thumb of approval before I lay it down. I just want to make sure we're right. I don't think we're going to be able to find this, though. Yeah, I don't think. Let me go back. Quick time out here. Let me go back a few years on eBay. I mean, there's only a couple. That means there's only a couple of these. And I don't know. I'm assuming the 200 also included Ace. I guess he signed it too. Okay, there they are sold, but no signatures. So if you kind of do the math, I mean, I know what we've been selling Ace and then Singer Coup, fully signed, virtually not many for sale. Oh man, this is tough. I think it's an air horn worthy record. I'm going to say somebody said 500, someone said 600, someone said $1. The 5 and 600 is pretty close. I'm going to say $525 start. Very cool to have that fully signed, and virtually there's no sold comps in the last 3 years. I mean, there's none on Discogs. There's none on eBay Terapeak, which goes back 3 years, that are signed, and we just had this JSA. So, I mean, you got Ace, and then you got it. I think it's really cool. It's fully signed, and they only had 200 green that were evidently signed. So, 525 on that. I'm laying down some heavy hitters now. 525 on that one. And then there's Dynasty. This is the anniversary picture disc, okay? The 45th anniversary record store bag sleeve, tip-on jacket, silver foil picture disc, limited to 500. That's a $300 start. $300 start. So, wow, some heavy hitters. Over here, we got double platinum at 83. We'll do ESP for 5 1/4. Dynasty over here is 300, and then Dust is a buy it now for $75. No bid on Dust, $75 buy it now. Over here on D, let me go ahead and put up another auction, and D is going to be this right here. This is Sabbath Bloody Sabbath on smoke-colored vinyl, and Sabbath Bloody Sabbath is sealed on smoke-colored vinyl, a $20 start on that. Let's go through this crate of new vintage. I'll show you the no bids, and then we got 4 more crates of new vintage stuff like this. We got a whole stack of 45s we hadn't ran yet, of rare picture sleeves and whatnot. This is the Kinks, one for the road. $24.99 on the Kinks, one for the road. Bachman Turner Overdrive 2. Bachman Turner Overdrive 2 is $14.99. Rush Grace Under Pressure. Rush Grace Under Pressure is no condition notes, $34.99. The Righteous Brothers sold out. The Righteous Brothers, $9.99. 38 special delivery, $24.99. And over here we have Spooky Tooth, the mirror. Spooky Tooth is $19.99. And Slade Alive. Slade is $29.99. Fred Carnell gets Dust for $60. Fred, thank you. That's so to you. So quick update. Double Platinum's now at 90. ESP is $525. Dynasty over here was $300 start. And Sabbath Bloody Sabbath has a bid for $20. Okay. Next thing over here is this. Sweet, and that's called Cut Above the Rest. Sweet is $29.99. And Bad Company Fame and Fortune is $24.99. Hold on, let me reply to this right quick. Next, Steely Dan Asia, $34.99 on that. Nazareth Hot Tracks, $24.99. Nazareth Hot Tracks. Also, we have $24.99 for the South's Greatest Hits. $24.99. That's a comp. Climax Blues Band is $19.99. And Alice Cooper School's Out, $34.99. $34.99. Okay, B's a buy it now, C's a buy it now, and they're still bidding on D. So now the ESP's a buy it now for $525. C's a buy now for 300. You can go ahead and grab them, or you can make an offer. Most of tonight's new bids are the anniversary pressings. So I'm going to put those over there. We're about to read through those again, just FYI. And there's 2 offers on ESP, 350 and 400. 350 and 400. 350 and 400. 350 and 400. Oh boy. What did I have it at? 5 1/4. Man, I was wanting another air horn tonight on something. Okay, I'm going to counter with 500. Okay? I'm going to counter with 500. And we got Sheldon with first dibs, and then Cindy. Okay, and then Ron's offered 250 for the Dynasty. Fred Cardinale's come up at 425. We're getting closer to 500. Let's go ahead and sell Mike Locke double platinum. Let's sell Mike Locke double platinum for 90. He's worried to death. Someone's going to slip in and keep it going. Don't worry. And I want to let y'all know, we got Amazing Kiss records all night tonight, all week probably. Not as much as tonight, obviously. Now we got 450 on ESP. Man, y'all are getting closer. Y'all are getting closer. We'll see what happens in the chat. We have basically a little bidding war going on right now. Sheldon's tapped out. Now it's between Cindy and Fred, but Cindy has dibs over Fred at any price, okay? Let's put this away, and let's keep rolling. Let's close out these 2 here, and then Ron. Let's take a look at Ron's offer on Dynasty. Ron, I got the Discog stats. Hold on one second, Ron. I got the Discog stats on this baby right here. Let me see what I can do on that. What do you got? What do you got, Ron? Last sold. What do you got, Ron? What did you throw out there, Ron? 250. What happened to that? Right there it is, 250. All right, this is sold to Ron Whitmore for $250. Fair. Thank you, Ron. That's sold to you for $250. Cindy, let's do a deal right now. By the way, double that Dynasty in the baggie here. This just sold to Ron Whitmore for $250. Just for clarification, Ron Whitmore. Okay. Cindy, let's do a deal right now. $475. That's me coming down $50 on the first night showing it. Just authenticated too. First night showing it. None are for sale anywhere. Okay. There you got it. That's a great price on that. I mean, one sealed, one hadn't sold in 2 years. Man, I mean, and some of these you're just not going to get it. I mean, you can look at what they sold for 2 years ago, but you got to ask yourself a lot of this stuff tonight. How bad do I want it right now? How bad do I want it right now is the question, okay? ESP, this is sold to Cindy Yarborough for $475. Bang. Thank you, Cindy Yarborough. That sold you for $475. They're still bidding on Sabbath. There was one more offer over here. Hotter Than Hell picture disc, $250. Hotter Than Hell picture disc, $250. $285 on this one. Who offered that? Chad Sauce, $285 on that one. I'm going to go through all the no bids here in just a second. Let's put up 3 new auctions. Okay? Let's pick up 3 new auctions. The first one, let's get back to some of the really cool 45s. I'm going to put 2 45s. Look at this. Argentina, Portugal, France, Netherlands, Australia, UK, Netherlands, France. Ooh, let's do that one. Ooh, let's do that one. Okay, let's do those 2 right there. Here we go. First in C, number C, letter C, a 77 French Vogue press. EX condition, Christine 16. Does have a little bit of writing on the back. EX on the vinyl. A little bit of writing on the label. $25 star. Shock me. Make me feel better. Bump. Da-da. Da. Da-da. Radioactive, Gene Simmons. See You in Your Dreams. 78 French OG. Near mint minus, $30 start. 25 and 30. Let's add one more for number A. Letter A. Let's do another anniversary pressing. Asylum. Asylum is a 40th anniversary colored vinyl. Asylum is sealed on multicolor splatter, $135 start. Asylum on multicolor splatter, $135 start. That's cool. That's cool. All right. Okay, and then let's go right into the no bids, all right? We'll go through vintage. We got plenty of vintage to go through. We just did some big selling out of the no bids because I think some people just hopped on. Whose collection was this? Shout out to Bill Kissholm. Shout out to Bill Kissholm. I think he's watching. Amazing guy. I think most of y'all know him. I mean, just thank you. Thank you to all of our regular KISS customers. Thank you that everybody that's been brought on tonight from other KISS groups. You know, this is going to be some fun selling over the next several weeks and months, okay? Plus, we got another couple of leads on some collections. Word's getting out, and I'm like, heck, man, we'll travel anywhere we need to buy this stuff. I mean, anywhere, okay? Anywhere, okay? Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath over here. This is sold to John Bergenstorm for $35. Sold to John Bergenstorm for $35, okay? Now, Bill will probably tell you, when I went out there to evaluate this collection, I had been awake for like 24 hours. A couple times, me and Bill talked pretty much the entire time, but a couple times, I was in there just looking through records, and I was so exhausted, I was nearly falling asleep because I had flew out there on basically no sleep to get a deal done because I knew it was important, and I knew I had to go out there to evaluate it. I'm probably the most knowledgeable in KISS stuff here at Coletco, and man, it was a heck of a trip. Then I flew to South Dakota and bought all that metal stuff. Man, I was exhausted, and I hadn't ate, I hadn't slept, and I was having to walk outside and gather my thoughts and talk to myself. And I mean, you're in front of all this stuff, and it's just amazing. It's overwhelming. It's all this incredible stuff, and you're just like, holy crap. And it's just like, whew, it's a lot to take in. So I had to take a couple breathers. There's just so much to learn and understand. And I mean, trying to get all this stuff, you know, it's just incredible. It's just absolutely, the KISS stuff is just incredible to try to master, and it's just all this knowledge you got to retain up in your head, you know. I mean, it's basically my job, you know. It's just like, I have to like get on Wikipedia and just read stuff just to keep up to date about the history, and watch stuff on YouTube, and not only just about vinyl, but, you know, just about the history of the band and this and that. Very complicated. All right, this is a rarity. Check out this. If you like unusual KISS, I'm your guy. I'm your guy. This is an 83 Colombian OG Phillips press. An 83 Colombian OG Phillips press. Okay? EX minus. Okay? EX minus. This is going to go up in slot number D, EX minus, slot number D. There is a stain on the back cover, but man, Columbia. And as y'all know, like these in mint just like don't exist. Some of these really bizarre foreign mint just doesn't happen. $55 start on Columbia, lick it up. Here so far are tonight's no bids. Here are tonight's no bids. These are auctions that went up. You can buy them for the minimum bid, or you can make an offer. The first thing we just sold out of here, Hotter Than Hell. This is sold to Chad Sauls for $275. Sold to Chad Sauls for $275. Okay? Next. Hot in the Shade. This is the 35th anniversary picture disc. Sealed for $250. Sealed for $250. Okay? That's up for grabs. Sealed, the anniversary, picture disc. Psycho Circus, sealed, the picture disc, 2023. None for sale on Discogs. Nada. Zip. Right here's a chance if you need it for your collection. $250. Sealed. $8 unlimited shipping. That's if you buy 145 or if you buy 500 items this week. It doesn't matter to me. If you buy 500 items this week, we're going to ship them for $8. Kiss Animalize, 40th anniversary picture disc. Sealed, $325. None for sale in the United States. None for sale, $325. Kiss Destroyer, 50th anniversary picture disc. Limited to 1,000. Sealed, $360. Sealed, $360. White label promo, $950. $950. It's got a weird look to the vinyl, but it's been test played. EX Plus or better, VG Plus jacket, $950. Dress to Kill, red vinyl 2020, $400. Unmasked, neon yellow, red swirl, green splatter, sealed, $135. Killers, 1982 German near mint, $80. And then 2 autographs. Gene Simmons, $175. Peter Criss, $125. Both are JSA'd. And then we got another one going in the no bids. That is Asylum, the 40th anniversary colored vinyl, $135. B and C are sold. Joe Gabriel gets Gene Simmons Radioactive. Thank you, Joe. That is sold to you for $50. Christine, $16. Is sold to Sean Bailey for $27. Thank you, Sean Bailey. Sold to you for $27. Okay? Let's take that off the board. Let's take that off the board. And okay. Gene Simmons, $145. That's a smoking deal, but I'm going to go ahead and do it. I actually got this from a different Kiss collection. I'm going to go ahead and do it. Smoking deal for a Gene signed photo at $145. But let's move that to Brent. And thank you. And then Killers is sold to Chris Gardner for $70. Okay? Chris Gardner for $70. Chatter, their Japanese presses of Lick It Up or Dress to Kill. Japanese I have left. Now, I think there's another crate over here they have cleaned, but I hadn't got to. I still got a Live 2 and I got a Love Gun. I got a ton of sealed anniversary presses, and I have another debut. It's a Scandinavian. Let's go ahead and put that up right now. This is a 1980 Scandinavian. Very unusual here of the debut, 1980. So it's not OG. Yes, it does have Kissin' Time. It would obviously been added by now. It's a 1980, and this is near mint. None for sale in the United States. Really cool copy here. NC, a near mint glossy jacket, Scandinavian, 1980. How unusual is that? $120 start. $120 start. You just can't get those, okay? The Peter Criss is signed. It's really cool. He signed Peter in green and did the Criss and the little thingy and the little dot there in green as well. $125 on Peter Criss. All right. Let's go back to the top. And the next thing was, did I miss something else over here? Dress to Kill, $375. 400, 370. Man, look at that. Some of those have sold for as much as $1,000. You're getting this below market. David Hesse, nice pickup. I mean, you can't buy them for that. $375. Sold to David Hesse. $375. Thank you. Peter Criss, $95. Brent, I'll do $105 since you've already bought Gene. $105. Okay. Well, that's a smoking deal for a signed Peter Criss 8x10 too. Holy moly. Great deal on that at $105. And let's go ahead and put up new auctions in A and B. Plus, I just paid to have this stuff authenticated. Goodness, let me check my head right quick. All right, let's do a couple more anniversaries. I love these anniversaries. I think they're cool. This is Dynasty. I bought them all. You have. That means you can do 105 on Peter. Plus, we're going to be striking a deal on that Stevie Ray Vaughan and Jimmy Buffett this week too, right? All right, none for sale. Zero, nada, zip, zilch. Dynasty is sealed, $150 start. None for sale. Transparent red and black swirl, $150. $150. All right, so let's do a top view there. And why not another signed photo? Uh-oh. Brent might be interested in this one too. Let's do another signed photo. This is Paul. Very cool. Signed Paul Stanley. JSA. Okay. JSA. That's pretty nice. 155. 155. That's up for bid in A. 155 in A. Peter and makeup. I've got plenty of other signed photos. Of course, this one, I think you're getting a deal because Peter is just kind of casually relaxed and not in, kiss attire. So I think that's hence the price on that one. I do have other 8x10s. Yes, I'm actually about to go up front and get a new fresh stack of stuff. We're about to go through a new vintage crate, and I'm about to get into level 2 of Kiss autographs. I'm about to get into level 2 of Kiss autographs, okay? Which is right here. Level 2 is coming up. Level 2 is coming up. So these are all 8x10s, or 8x10s, I guess. It could be Ace. It could be Paul. It could be Gene. It could be Vinny. They're all 8x12s. Or 8, what am I trying to think here? 8x10s. It's a ton of aces, though. So these are all JSA 8x10s. Okay. Now, of course, it kind of just depends on what they look like. Cool stage shot, makeup, prices tend to go up. Okay. All righty. Ralph, I'm going to go ahead and sell you the Lick It Up for $80. This is sold to Ralph Venturino for $80. And let's go over here on this. Top cam. And there's your lineup. 155, 150, and 120. And those have been up for a little while. Final call on those, okay? Let's go through another crate of new vintage stuff. So I was at 125 on Peter. Brent offered 95. I counted at 105. And then we still got Asylum, Unmasked, White Label Promo, Destroyer, Animalized, Cycle Circus, and Hot in the Shade. Okay. All right. Here we go. The solos in the back are all 2014 sealed. $36.99. Those are all 2014 sealed. I got somebody over here, I think Gene Simmons used to like. It's somebody, it's a Playboy model or something. I don't know. I forgot who it was. We got it authenticated, though. It's a kind of an oddity Kiss autograph. Who is this? Carrie Stevens? Who is this? Tongue Magazine? Carrie Stevens. Who is this? One of Gene's associates or something? I'll have to check on. I have no idea. I don't know if that's $10 or $150. All right, here we go. New vintage stuff. I'm going to go ahead and show about 5, and then we're going to put up 4 new auctions. So go ahead and bid, or go ahead and Eric Carr. There we go. Eric Carr's girlfriend. Sorry, Eric. Sorry. You probably took that very offensively. REO Speedwagon. You could tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. $19.99. REO Speedwagon. $19.99. REO Speedwagon. $19.99. We have Jerry Jeff, Contrary to Ordinary. Jerry Jeff, $19.99. And Status Quo, rocking all over the world. Status Quo, $19.99. Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill, $34.99. And Styx Crystal Ball, $19.99. Okay, I'm ending all four of these. Paul's 155, 150, and 120. Okay, those are all buy it nows. Eric Carr's no longer this. Yes, I said he took offense to that. He's not taking offense. Here we go. So this is. So man, it's got to be hard to find Mark St. John's autograph, right? I've never seen that. That's got to be tough. I was just looking where Eric Carr died at age 41, and Mark St. John, what was his age? That's got to be tough. I've never seen a Mark St. John anything. I'm sure some of y'all have. I'm sure some of y'all have it, but anyways, I have no idea. We'll just run this. I just had it JSA'd, okay? We'll do a $1 start on it, okay? And it's just a magazine print. It's just a photo. $1 start in D, okay? $1 start on that in D. $1 start on that one. Stephen Douglas gets who is this guy? Paul Stanley. Boy, I'm getting all my names mixed up. Paul Stanley is sold to Stephen Douglas for $145. Thank you. And where's the dang sleeve I had that in? $145. Thank you on that one. I'm going to lay it right there. We need to put that in a board and bag, whoever's tagging. Okay, now. Oh, there's the card for it. We don't want to lose that. Where's that sleeve that thing was just in? Did I put it down in here? Nope. What did I do with that? There's Peter. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's get that in a sleeve. Sorry, getting reset here for a new wave of auctions. Okay. There's that. Okay, and then Dynasty was sealed 150, and then Debut over here. So somebody offered 80, 80, T-Mac J, Paul 145. We already did that. Okay, so 80 on this. Oh boy. I'll do it for, let's meet in the middle at an even 100, T-Mac J. None for sale in the U.S. It is a beautiful near mint copy, though. Let's meet in the middle on that one for 100. Okay. All right. So we ran that for a $13 start. I don't know if I've got to my JSA authentication fee yet, but there's your chance for a bargain. And then let's see what else I got here. Let's run we already sold one of these signed by Kulik. Let's run this by itself. This is the picture disc, sealed, unopened, die-cut cover. The anniversary picture disc, $250 start. That's in C. $250 start. We got T-Mac J on the Kiss Debut Scandinavian for $90. Thank you, T-Mac J. That's so to you. New auction for B is happening right now, and that is Unmasked, another anniversary edition. Picture disc, premium jacket, silver foil, which is unopened, sealed, a $240 start. Okay, there you go. Michael Hamburger on Dynasty for $125. That's sold to Michael Hamburger for $125. Thank you. And then let's put up something else for A over here. What's up with this double platinum? What version is this? It's the 85. Okay, this is the one they didn't do as a gatefold. Yeah. Okay, so this is the one they didn't do the gloss or the foil, and they didn't do as a gatefold. So the jacket's like VG minus. It looks like this seam up here tore. Somebody put a piece of tape and a piece of tape. It is double platinum, which is an 85 pressed at Hot Pog, VG++ condition, just a $20 start on that one. $20 start on that one. Jeffrey Brenner has the Carrie Stevens Tongue autograph JSA at $19, okay? We started that at $1. It's at 19 bucks, okay? All right, there's that. And here we go. This is a vintage crate. Buy it now, best offer. Rush Power Windows, $29.99 for Rush Power Windows, $29.99. Also, Eddie Brickell and the New Bohemians. Eddie Brickell was $34.99. We have Whatever Julie Wants, Julie London, $19.99. Look at those $500 bills. Look at that. That's amazing. $19.99. Edie Brickell was behind that one. Dennis Coffee is called Evolution, $29.99. So here's what we're looking at. Double Platinum does not have a bid, $25 start. Big Unmasked Anniversary Edition here. That's $240. And then Kiss Alive 3, that's at $250, okay? Next thing over here is this. We have Jeffrey Brenner on the Carrie Stevens, which is at $23. $23 on that one that I can stream. I recently watched a Kiss documentary on Amazon, or what was that on? It was through A&M, or who? What? Man. But I think it's really just Paul and Gene's side of the story. What's that called? It's relatively new, but it's really just their side. I don't know if there is a comprehensive. Colin, to answer your question, Colin asked, what's the best Kiss documentary to watch? There's one that's pretty recent, but I think it's just kind of Paul and Chris's side of the story. Or, excuse me, Paul and Gene's side of the story. But I don't know. There's much more qualified people watching to answer that than me. We have Sweet 6. Sweet is $26.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. We have 10 Years After Stonehenge. 10 Years After is $19.99. And Ringo's Rotogravure. Ringo is $14.99. We have Power Windows for $25. That is sold to Cindy Yarborough for $25. And Chubby Checkers Greatest Hits. Chubby Checkers, a double LP, $26.99. Chuck Berry Back Home. Chuck Berry is $34.99. And the best of the Lovin' Spoonful, $19.99 for the best of Lovin' Spoonful. $19.99 on that one. Okay, B and C are going to go ahead and be buy it nows. So Kiss Alive 3 is $250. And Kiss Unmasked is $240. So that's going over there in the no bids. Double Platinum's at $30. And the Carrie Stevens is at $25 with Jeffrey Brenner. $25 with Jeffrey Brenner. Are y'all done bidding on that one? Final call on that at $25. Double Platinum's at $30. Eric Carr's girlfriend. Rest in peace, Mr. Carr. Next auction is going to be Asylum. And Asylum is this right here. This is a 2025 also picture disc, numbered to 500, sealed, $300 start on that one. $300 start on that one. And then what do I have here? I have Lick It Up, which is a Netherlands. This is an 83 OG Netherlands with the original inner sleeve. And this is EX condition, a $35 start with the original inner sleeve. $35 start on that one, okay? Back to the best offer, the Doobie Brothers. What a fool believes. The Doobie Brothers is $9.99. Oh, yeah, 45s. Where did I do with it? We still got a stack of picture sleeves, man. We still got a stack of them over here, okay? A stack of them. And I think I got some duplicates I could probably go pull if I can remember what the first one sold for, but I don't know where those are at right now. That's possibly later. Also, possibly when I start doing miscellaneous stuff. Bachman Turner Overdrive, that's $14.99. And Billy Squier, Emotions in Motion. Billy Squier, $19.99. Sly and the Family Stones, Greatest Hits, $19.99. That's on the blue and black Epic label. $19.99 on that one. Double Platinum. Kiss Double Platinum is an 85 USOG Hot Pog. VG++, VG minus cover. This seam down here has some splitting. It's just the way it was manufactured. It's really weak along this hinge. So VG minus cover because of that. The discs are okay. It is a 85 US, the non-foil and non-glossy edition. That just got a new bid for 40. Lick It Up's at 35. And the Red Eye has the Carrie Stevens at 27. I think we might be done on that. Next is the Smithereens, especially for you. The Smithereens is $29.99. $29. Also over here, we have this right here. We have Spooky Tooth Tobacco Road. Spooky Tooth, $19.99. Steve Miller Band, I want to fly like an eagle till I'm free. Fly like an eagle, let my fly like an eagle. Steve Miller Band, $19.99. Also, Grinder Switch, $19.99. All right, let's go ahead and make the Asylum a buy it now. You can pick this up for the minimum bid or make offer. It is $300, and Unmasked is $240. It is sealed. It is unopened. $240 on Unmasked. There is Double Platinum. Leak It Up's at $40, and we're about to sell D. Okay, any coral creatures of the night? Yes and no. I mean, what y'all got to understand, so we pulled, what do we have? 2 crates of vinyl tonight and a stack of 45. So Bill had nearly 1,500 albums. I think that's what me and him were guesstimating. I did a pretty good count and then, did some back math. I didn't count every one of them. So the answer a lot of people's questions on what this collection has, it's almost overwhelming. 1,500 albums. So when we have when we're rolling on a busy night, we'll do a couple hundred, 250 auctions. And that doesn't count 45s, which tonight's 45s has been a chunk. I mean, this is and I've already laid a few over there. So that's quite a bit of auctions right there. So yeah, there is all kinds of different countries and pressings for every Kiss album. Everything from Double Platinum to Leak It Up to Asylum. We got Japanese, U.S., sealed, autograph, Scandinavian, South Africa, New Zealand, and we'll mix them in throughout, the weeks we're doing this. All right, Carrie Stevens is sold to Red Eye for $27. Thank you, that's sold. So, yeah, just buckle up. Make sure you're following our page and you check our hot pictures because we'll put some of the rare Kiss stuff. If we don't do it here on Monday night, I'm live every night, and there's a chance a Kiss record could be sold at any second. Stephen Douglas got Grinder Switch for $15. Thank you on that one. All right, moving on. Next is Atlanta Rhythm Section Underdog. Atlanta Rhythm Section is $9.99, and the Righteous Brothers Standards, that's $9.99. Leak It Up is sold to John Bergenstorm for $40. Thank you, John Bergenstorm. Let me put that one away, and I'm going to put that right here. That's going right over there. That's going to go in here, and boom. And now we got 3 empty slots. Double Platinum's about to sell for $41. I have other non-Kiss auctions. I have the Kiss water fountain that we literally just found. It didn't come from Bill's, but it came from somewhere, and it's been laying over here looking at me. I need to go ahead and throw it up. I'm very curious what some of these other 8x10 autographs are. Of course, we just got stuff back from JSA. Over here, I have another chance at a Live 2, and this is a Canadian. Okay, this is a 77 Canadian OG VG Plus. So it has contains 2 discs, kind of spelt in French because it's Canadian. There's the back, marketed by Polydor with the Canadian maple leaf. It's a gatefold jacket. Somewhere or another, we do have the misprints for Kiss Alive 2. I don't know where they're at. They're back there in one of the mini boxes of records. This is a solid VG Plus, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start on Alive 2. T-Mac J, I'm going to go ahead and say the Double Platinum. This is sold to T-Mac J for $41. Thank you. Let's go ahead and put that away. I'm still trying to get through all the sealed anniversary stuff. But first, let's do another bizarre and unusual 45 here. I've got a 79 Portugal OG. A 79 Portugal OG. I Was Made for Loving You. And the flip is Hard Times. Very cool. And look at this. Beautiful. Near mint. Did y'all hear the grade? This is a $25 start. Very, very cool. Awesome picture on that one, too. $25 start on that. Next over here is an A. Let's close out A. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. And let's do another anniversary. Let's do the Alive anniversary. Ooh, 50th anniversary picture disc of Alive. And this is a 2025 sealed. Oh, gosh. Holy cow. Hold on. Everybody, hold on to your wigs and keys on this one. A $600 start. There's only one for sale for $775. Ours is sealed, unopened, a $600 start on the Alive 50th anniversary. Holy moly. Bring your children to the TV and say, little Sally, little Susie, pay close attention. You're witnessing history. You're witnessing history. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. In the misty morning. This is the first Ronnie James Dio album. This is remastered and expanded on 2 LPs. That is a $35 start. Let's keep going through this vintage crate. These are all buy it now best offer. Marvin Gaye, In Our Lifetime, is $29.99. Atlanta Rhythm Section is sold to Stephen Douglas. That is sold to Stephen Douglas for $9.99. Pablo Live with Tommy Flanagan. That's not Pablo Cruz. This is Tommy Flanagan 3. $19.99 on that one. And Don Gibson. Don Gibson is $9.99. And America, $9 in America. That one's Hideaway. Yeah, Hideaway on America. And Portrait of Sammy Davis Jr. $9.99 for Portrait of Sammy Davis Jr. So Alive is a $600 start. Alive 2 is a $35 start. The Portugal, I Was Made for Loving You's at $45, and Heaven and Hell is a $35 start. Next is Alice Cooper, Billion Dollar Babies. This does have the $billion bill poster. $billion bill posters in there, $36.99. REO Speedwagon, Wheels Are Turning. What's the hit one on this one? I Can't Fight This Feeling anymore. $19.99. John Wayne Ignition is $14.99. Also, Burt Bacharach Plays His Hits. $9.99. Ladies and gentlemen, Burt Bacharach, as featured on Austin Powers. Spooky Tooth, You Broke My Jaw, So I Busted Your Heart. You broke my heart, so I busted your jaw. Spooky Tooth is $24. K-Tel Alert, fantastic, 22 hits. K-Tel's $9.99. And Heavy Metal, 24 electrifying performances, $34.99. All right. A's a buy it now for $600. B's a buy it now for $35. Alive, $600. Alive 2, $35. That is the 77 Canadian OG. They're still bidding on the Portugal I Was Made for Loving You. And Final Chance on Sabbath over there for $35. Heaven and Hell. If I ordered one of those new, it would retail for about $50. Chris Gardner knows that. That's why he went ahead. He went ahead and bid $35, okay? Next thing over here is Dustin Hensler said, I'll do 30 on that Alive. Dustin Hensler, thank you. That's sold to you for $30. Susie Breedlove on the K-Tail. Thank you, Susie. That's sold to you for $9.99. Let's put up 2 more. Let's see what's up with Animalize. In Through the Fire, something. Hold on a minute. Sorry, Paul. This is, I love this label. This is the 84 French OG Kiss Animalize. French. Look at this label. Very, very cool. French Animalize here. VG Plus condition. Red Casablanca. They should have used that one. Boy, that's mean looking. That looks more like a Kiss label to me. A $25 star or the blue. I never was a fan of the tan. I like the blue Casablanca. I like that one there. This is a $25 start. Kiss Animalize. I've had enough. Into the Fire, not Through the Fire. $25 start. I had that playing this morning, cranking here at Coletco about 4:30 this morning when I was picking all this stuff out to auction. Y'all may have heard it in the background of the video when I was doing some previewing. $25 start on Animalize. And let's knock out another anniversary pressing, okay? How about an anniversary pressing of the debut, the Gold Nugget colored vinyl? 50th anniversary, Gold Nugget colored vinyl. They did $2,500. That's a sealed copy, foil jacket. Foil, boy, that'd be cool to have autographed. That'd be really shiny and cool. $140 start on that one. Okay. Next, what makes the Kiss Alive fetch $600? supply and demand, it looks like. So there's no record of one ever selling, and the only one in the U.S. is $775. The other ones are overseas. So this is worth whatever someone's willing to pay for it. Right now, you virtually can't get them, and it looks like a couple people are setting them around 600, but there's no actual sold comps on eBay or Discogs. So right now, I'm looking for an offer, but I do know if you try to get online right now to buy one, if you want one shipped here in the United States, you can't get one for under 700. But any of this kind of stuff here that there's limited and no comps, it's whatever someone's willing to get for it, and I'm trying to get as much as I can. So you're going to set the price, but it depends on how bad somebody wants it tonight. I Was Made for Loving You is sold to Red Eye for $47. Thank you, Red Eye. That is sold to you, and that is done. And then Chris Gardner got The Sabbath. That's sold to Chris Gardner for $35. Thank you on that one, Chris Gardner. And let's go right over here. But it is limited edition, anniversary, and they only made, I mean, it is a good point. These that are only 500 and 1,000 made, that's not enough for all the Kiss collectors. Probably off and on tonight, there's 347 people watching this right now. Most of them are Kiss fans. Think about the world. Think about the world, and think about how many don't even know about Colecco and what we're doing right now. That's not enough for everybody, so those tend to really get up there in price. Okay? Those anniversary pressings. It's just where they sell out. There's very limited supply. And for the completist, they're just, you just can't get them. Okay, here's our next single. Let's do another one from Elder. Let's do another one from Elder. Not a huge fan of the music on Elder, but I always thought the merchandising around Elder was cool, right? I always thought the merchandising involving Elder was really cool. The just everything involved with it. So this is an 81 Netherlands. 81 Netherlands OG, okay? And this is EX Plus condition. EX Plus condition. It is, now there's a note, WOFCBC, okay? And it has a name written here on the back. Some of these French and Netherlands pressings have had some names. This is an 81 Netherlands OG EX Plus condition, okay? EX Plus condition. And this is a $25 start. That is I and The Oath. And that is a $25 start on C. $25 start on C. Now, what just happened on Animalize over here? I think Facebook was hung up. I think a bunch of y'all's comments just got released, okay? So over here, we got 35, 25, 30, and then 40. And then over here, C's at 25. Sealed alive over here is 140. Okay, is the 59th anniversary colored vinyl. 50th night, are you talking about this one over here? Yes, this is gold vinyl, $140. Okay, gold vinyl, $140. Okay, and that already has a bid with Teamy. And then I'm going to put up another auction in D. What was Heaven and Hell? You just missed Heaven and Hell. You just missed Heaven and Hell. It was a sealed remaster, okay? Next, this is AC/DC 74 Jailbreak. AC/DC 74 Jailbreak is a 2003. This is sealed, a $25 start. $25 start. AC/DC 74 Jailbreak, $25 start. 50th Anniversary Live. 50th Anniversary Live is a double picture disc. Deluxe picture disc, foil wrap jacket, gold metallic ink, enhanced booklet, foil font, and back covers. New double-sided poster, side 1 foil poster of iconic fan banner, side 2 live alternative cover photo, limited to 1,000 and numbered. And this is a $600 buy it now or best offer, okay? $600 buy it now. Active stats on Discogs. From Discogs.com, active stats. Okay. Let's put that right there. Over here, we have final chance on this. Jason Herdren has this for $50. That one's at $28. And D's a $25 start. Okay. I think Facebook was hung up, yes, but we're good to go now. Okay. And if Facebook ever hangs up, I will have to put something back up, okay? Because that counts as a bid and we have to run it again. But I don't think anybody got screwed out there, did they? I don't think so. If it is, I got to run something again. Okay, let's go through another crate of pre-owned. Okay? Hope everybody's still with me. A lot of people think, oh, it's Kiss Night. They don't realize we're going through great crates of new vintage stuff. Okay, so that's bad for them, but good for you if you're still watching. If you're here for Kiss stuff, you're going to be getting an opportunity to bid on a lot. Okay? So I have an idea what we sell, so I I show up every day. I start selling stuff. I got a great staff here that does all the research and tags all this stuff. I show up and start selling it. People's been asking for certain Kiss stuff. I picked out most of tonight's stuff. They leave me notes. I go buy it. We put it up for auction, and that's what we do here. I still see people asking for stuff. I can tell you kind of what I still have over here, and then I can tell you after we get through all that and sometime past the 11 o'clock hour, past the 11 o'clock hour, we'll be going through stuff that wasn't advertised. That could be some of the toys and miscellaneous in the back. I got to bring it up here. It could be me going through some of the posters. People want to see that. It doesn't matter to me because I'm here. As long as y'all are on here and we're selling stuff, I'm usually here till 1 or 2 a.m. every night. And that's the story. That's how the cookie crumbles, okay? Here we go. And I think Jason meant to bid on B and not, let me delete his bid over there. I think he meant to bid on B and not D. This is a buy it now or best offer crate. Bad Company straight shooter, $24.99. Feel like making da-dump, da-dump. And then we have Eagles Greatest Hits. That's $34.99. And we have Johnny Winter and Live. Johnny Winter, $19.99. The Allman Brothers, Brothers and Sisters. The Allman Brothers is $34.99. Mark, Don, and Mail. I've never seen one with a gold stamp promo. Mark, Don, and Mail is $36.99. And then Heart is a double LP. That's Greatest Hits and Live, $34.99. All right, so A is a buy it now. A's a buy it now for $140. Let's put that right over here. C is sold to Timmy Osborne for $30. Sold to Timmy Osborne for $30. And I think Jason's about to bid $55 on Animalize. So make sure you put exclamation mark B, 55. Sorry it's so confusing, but it really helps me keep straight who has the bid. So that is about to be 55. So Hodgepodge, you're about to be outbid. And let's go ahead and make AC/DC a buy it now for $25, okay? AC/DC is a buy it now for $25. Let me go over here and put up new auctions in A, B, and D over here. Next thing is this. Let's see what's up with this Crazy Nights. This is an 87 UK. An 87 UK with the original inner sleeve. This is an EX Plus condition. So this is a Vertigo Crazy Nights, and this is in VG Plus condition, a $25 start. $25 start. Final call on Animalize. Jason's about to bid $55 on that one. And that means Hodgepodge Vintage, you're out. Billy Savage gets AC/DC for $20. Thank you, Billy Savage. That is sold to you. New auction for C going up right now. New auction for C. That is Kiss Killers. And Kiss Killers is going to go up in slot number C. And this is a $180 start. This is sealed. Let me clear off the cover a little bit. This is the 2021. That's the pink vinyl, $180 start on that. $180 start on that one, okay? So 3 Kiss auctions. Let me add something else over here for D. Let me add something else over here for D. And that one is going to be... Ooh, Patrick's got some cool stuff over here I didn't know about. Let's see what we got here. Hadn't finished going through this crate. Let's see what's going on with this New York Dolls. New York Dolls, 20th anniversary, the New York Dolls reunion album on clear vinyl. 2026 Record Store Day. That is sealed for a $25 start. New York Dolls. Okay, we have April Wine Power Play. April Wine is $19.99. That's April Wine Power Play. And we have The Streets I Have Walked, Harry Belafonte. Harry is $9.99. Chuck Berry's Golden Decade. Chuck Berry's $29.99. And Martin Denny, A Taste of Hits. Martin Denny is $9.99. Okay? The Hammer CP 35, Animalize 57, Kiss Killers Up for Bid, and New York Dolls is indeed 25. I gotta go get a drink refresher. Let me thank everybody for still tuning in tonight. I'll say this anytime I got to step up front right quick. We're doing new vintage. There's like 2 more crates after this. You can see the Kiss bids. My mic cut out because I got to walk up front right here right quick. So stay tuned for that. We got a lot of cool stuff to try to sell tonight. Let me figure out what I did with my sub from earlier. Do I have any more ice left in here? Just a little. Get what's left out of here. And I need to make some more here. Stand up. Bring this nice life water. Hope everybody can still hear me. I tell you, oh my gosh, we could turn into a disaster here, right? To an absolute disaster. Chad could go down, the whole operation would collapse. That wouldn't be good, all right? That wouldn't be good for anybody. Let me toss that. Let me go ahead and get a new can out over here. In this water, drinking this Monster. Monster. I've had enough. Into the fire. Here's this Paul Stanley. Let's do that. I can wait another day. For you to call me. All right, don't forget, me and Jake are finalizing the Collectco website for the Bill Ward autograph signing pre-order. That should be live this week, and we're already working on a couple more, or at least I am. I'm trying to get some pretty big names booked for private signings here at Collectco. I'm working on some big ones. But right now, we're focused on Bill Ward for October, and I want to let everybody know that because that's going to be pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Okay, here we go. I'm going to pour this in here. Quick timeout. So Hammer CP is back in on Crazy Nights at 40. Jason has Animalize at 60. And then we're about to sell C&D. And plus, when that website's active, you'll be able to watch on Collectco.com. And Collectco.com will be another way you can watch. Okay, and Jake says it may have almost no latency, like where there's a lag on Facebook. So we're working on that. He's down in Florida. He's on vacation, but I think he's still coding and building stuff for us. So a lot of cool stuff happening. You'll finally be able to get on there and buy merch. A lot of stuff. I never did think AI would be as powerful as it is for our business, but it's almost being used around the clock here to help us be better. So pretty amazing what's going on. Here we go. Kiss Killers. This is a buy it now. This is a buy it now for $180, okay? Buy it now for $180. Almost all the no bids over here are the anniversary pressings. I am taking offers on them. So this is $180. Somebody just asked the price, and then somebody just made an offer. And the New York Dolls is at $25. New York Dolls at $25. Sorry, I had to go get a refill. I have now got a refill. I'm starting to feel better. And we got a final call on A and B now. I usually take it to 2 minutes or sometimes 3 minutes if a lot of people's been bidding. They've had the high bid on these. That just got a new bid, and it was at 2 minutes. So Hammer CP, 2 minutes. I take these to 3 minutes. Make sure everybody's done, okay? All right, so $150 is the high offer on Kiss Killers right now. $150 is the high offer on Kiss Killers. I'll do it. I like this price. I'll do the 150 actually. T Mac J, it's yours. If not, Timmy Osborne's, okay? And then Billy Savage gets New York Dolls for 20. Thank you, Billy Savage. All right, well, new bids on everything, okay? New bids on everything. Let's keep rolling then. Next thing is this. Let's see what's up with this Dress to Kill. This is a 79 Canadian. 79 Canadian. 79 Canadian. Near mint minus. Okay. $35 start. Dress to Kill. It's a 79 Canadian. A little bit of cover stresses, but overall nice. $35 start. Kiss Killers is sold to T-Mac J for $150. And let's run something different for D. And something different for D is going to be Stevie Nicks Rarities. This is pretty cool. It was a record store day deal. And Stevie Nicks Rarities is 81 to 83, a record store day edition, sealed, $50 start. All right, back to the vintage. Not before I say that Hodgepodge has both of these auctions. Hodgepodge has A for 43 and B for 65. And they've had it for 1 minute and 40 seconds. Next, Spyro Gyra Catching the Sun. Spyro Gyra, $9.99. Glenn Campbell Basic. Glenn Campbell is $9.99. Jerry Jeff Walker, Viva Terralinga. Jerry Jeff Walker, $19.99. Jerry Jeff Walker Cal Jazz, a gold stamp promo, $19.99. And Charlie Rich, Once a Drifter. Charlie Rich is $9.99. This is Harping on It with Jerry McCain, Frank Frost, and Arthur Big Boy Crudup, 72 UK. That is $29.99. $29.99. Richard Pryor, Black Ben. Richard Pryor, $14.99. Hodgepodge, you've been outbid on B. And the Hammer CP, you've been outbid on A. Those are now going once, going twice. 2 bids on Dress to Kill. Conway Twitty, folks. There he is. Conway Twitty, $9.99. Cat Stevens Teaser and the Fire Cat. Cat Stevens, $14.99. And Mana by Bread. Bread. I love bread, especially from Publix. Wow. $9.99. Jerry Lee Lewis, The Killer Rocks On. Jerry Lee Lewis, okay? That's Jerry Lee Lewis, $9.99. And Genesis 3 Sides Live, a double LP, $34.99. We have 10 Years Too Soon by Sly, as in Sly and the Family Stone, $14.99. Let's go ahead and sell the Crazy Nights. It's hit 3 minutes. This is sold to Hodgepodge Vintage for $43. And Hodgepodge is still bidding on Animalize. Animalize is at $68. Dress to Kill is still getting bid. Stevie Nicks is a $50 start. Next is The Very Best of Poco, $16.99. And Dr. John plays Mac Ribbenack. Dr. John, $34.99. All right, our next anniversary pressing. Here's an open Psycho Circus, okay? So earlier, or actually still in the crate in the no bids, we had a sealed one. Here is an open Psycho Circus, okay? And this is a picture disc with a foil cover, and this is a $190 start. $190 start. Hammer CP, sorry your bid came in late on A. I've already sold it. He had it for over 3 minutes, actually. Now that's going in A for a $190 start. Here we go. Back to the Buy It Now Best Offer. I have Daz Band Keep It Up. Or what's it called? Keep It Live. Daz Band, $14.99. I guess Keep It Up, too. $14.99. Sarah Vaughan, The Lonely Hours. Sarah Vaughan, The Lonely Hours is $19.99. Also, we have Jimi Hendrix. This is The Cry of Love. This feels newer. What's up with this? $39.99. Sterling RL. I guess not. Mastered by Bob Lowe. Just a beautiful copy. It looks new. Amazing. $39.99 on that one. And Outlaw Country is $19.99. So Hodgepodge is leading still on B at $68. Michael McVeigh has Dress to Kill for $55. And let's go ahead and sell Stevie Nicks for $50. And that's a buy now. That's Stevie Nicks Rarity Record Store Day. $50 on that one, all right? Let's run a Ace Frehley for, actually, no, we need to get back into some of the 45s over here. So here is another pretty dang tough to get Kiss picture sleeve. This is I and the Oath. We've had this single about 3 different ways now. This is an 81 Australia. 81 Australia, mate. And this is I and the Oath. The vinyl is near mint minus. The sleeve is VG, you know, or less. I mean, I'll let you determine. You can see it pretty clearly, the ring wear, but that is a $50 start. $50 start on that one right over here. Travis Woods gets Stevie Nicks for $40. Thank you, Travis. And Manny Ray, you were second. All right, Spyro Gyra to Joshua Southers. That was back here, but I still got it, I think. Wait a minute. Where did you see that at? That's back here a little bit further back, right here. This is sold to Joshua Struthers for $9.99. Okay, and then let's go ahead and sell Hodgepodge. It's hit 3 minutes. They get the Animalize for $68, okay? That's sold to Hodgepodge for $68. Appreciate that. That is sold. Final Chance on A for $190. Michael McVeigh has the Kiss at $60. And over here, the Kiss Oath is a $50 start. Let's put up another auction for B. Let's do a little bit different. Let's do an Ace solo here. This is the solo album to Fraley's Comic, Live Plus One. And this is an 88 euro on Megaforce, near mint minus, a $25 start. $25 start on that one. $25 start. And Jason's bid of 70 just came in. Son of a gun. Son of a gun for both of us. Son of a gun for both of us. Okay, Michael McVeigh has Dressed to Kill for 60. Who was the other bidder on that one? That was Tom Kelly. You're out on that, just FYI. And what's going over here in A? That's about to be a bite now over here. I hate it for 2 reasons when bids come in late. That costs me money, and somebody else didn't get their bid in. I'm like, oh, no. We have Ray Charles' Greatest Hits, $19.99. Also, we have Emmylou Harris. That is $14.99. Glenn Campbell, Galveston. Ooh, Galveston. $9.99. The Allman Brothers and Latin Rogues, $19.99. And Nobody's Soulmates. That's a $2,029.99. Okay, so A's a buy now for $190. $190 on that one. Let's put that right over here. I've had enough. Into the fire. So whose guitar on that? That's a shredding guitar on that song. That's Saint. Who's actually? Is that a? So is that actually St. John on the guitar on that one? I like that one. I like that one a lot. All right, let's go ahead and sell Michael McVeigh the Dressed to Kill. This is sold to Michael McVeigh for $60. Okay. All right, that's sold to Michael McVeigh, 79 Canadian, and that is done. Okay. All right, that is done. Thank you on that one. All right, that's done. And then over here, Oso offered $150 on this. Oso, the cheapest these have ever sold for on Discogs is $175. I will do it for $175. That will match literally the lowest it's ever sold for on Discogs. $175, okay? $175. Next thing over here is Stephen Douglas got Allman Brothers. That sold to Stephen Douglas for $15. And 32 on that. And then Ralph Venturino and Glenn Campbell for $8. That's sold to Ralph Venturino for $8. Okay. And Red Eye has Ace at 32. Time for new stuff. There'll be stuff through our live streams every night. You'll see a couple things. You'll see us sell stuff for literally the lowest it's ever sold for, ever, in recorded history. You'll also see me sell stuff for new world record prices. It happens every night here, I promise. I have stuff literally sell the cheapest it's ever sold for in recorded history of man. And you'll also see some stuff sell for new world record prices. It happens every night here. This is Kiss Love Gun, a 77 Canadian. It has the original inner sleeve. It is EX Plus, and it's a 77 Canadian, a $35 start. $35 start for Kiss Love Gun. $35 start on that. Dressed to Kill was $60 to Michael McVeigh. Make sure that goes in for 60. Okay? All right. And then Red Eye gets Ace Frehley. This is sold to Red Eye for $32. Okay? All right, there's that. And then next, over here. Oh, and then the Oath is a no bid. Sorry, that's tucked back here in the corner. I forgot about it. I almost forgot about it. This is a no bid. The only 45 tonight that hadn't got a minimum bid. $50 on the Oath. Some of these have sold for as much as $115 on Discogs. So there's a prime example. This one's kind of middle of the road as far as the jacket, but the vinyl's beautiful. $50 on I and the Oath. I'm going to lay that one right over there, okay? I'm sure an offer's about to, boom, there it is. I was about to say, I know an offer's about to come in. Somebody might not be wanting to pay 50, but they might be wanting to pay 40. All right, and Ralph is in at 40. We'll see what happens in 1 second. First, let's do the 84 Netherlands with the alternate cover, because usually Heaven on Fire looks like a comet or something going through space or something. But this is the 84 Netherlands OG with the alternate cover. The flip is Lonely as the Hunter. Nice. It's near mint with a nice sleeve. $20 start on Heaven's on Fire. So over here we have Ralph Venturino getting I for $40. A 77 Love Gun EX condition, $35 start. Let's put up another record in A. And here is the Elder picture disc, okay? And this one is the limited edition 2022 sealed picture disc, a $65 start. $65 start on that. And then let's go ahead and put up Johnny Ramone for slot D. Johnny Ramone is a 2014. This is a US 12-inch 45 RPM single on blue vinyl, and that is a $20 start. Okay? $20 start. A is sealed, yes. A is sealed. Also want to remind everybody, as far as our KISS stuff here, I mean, we'll have some no bids probably by tomorrow, tomorrow's video. So I have a private group for Collectco, which is called Whole Lot of Records. Whole Lot of Records is where we post pre-orders for new releases. It's also where I post the previous night's leftovers. So whenever I wrap up these shows about 2 a.m., the first thing I do is I go up front, I take all the leftover new vinyl, and I take all the leftover no bids, and I do a video. Now, something to take note with our KISS stuff, if you're thinking about something in the no bids, all the KISS stuff that I have sold over the last, I don't know, year, let's just say this year, right? I've only got like 3 things left. All of the DVD sets, the Kisteria, all that stuff, all the really expensive stuff I've had come through here, it's all sold. Okay, it's all gone. I've sold everything. I've sold the Alive 35 box. I sold Kisteria. I've only got a few things that's left, and they're kind of expensive. I got a signed Gibson Les Paul Ace Frehley. I've got a set of Knuckle Bones, and I think I have a Japanese DVD set. A Kissology Japanese DVD set. Like, everything is gone. We move this stuff quick. If I don't get an offer and it don't get an offer in the group, I'll get it on Discogs or eBay, and this stuff is usually gone, okay? So I've got just a few really high-end items left in all of our KISS inventory. Now, I literally just bought a whole collection, but that just shows you how fast we turn this stuff over. I just got the guitar, Knuckle Bones, and I think like a DVD set. Everything's gone. Maybe a few toys, but they really hadn't been shown, you know. And then I got this new thing I just found. It looks like a Platinum Award of Kiss Alive, and it comes in a big guitar case. I don't know if y'all know what I'm talking about, but it's a big... It looks like a bass guitar case, and it's got a big Platinum Award. I just found one of those from that media collect. I didn't even know we had it. It was found about a month ago. So I have a complete set of Knuckle Bones, yes. A complete set. I think we're at $1,000 on them. Yep, complete set. Is Love Gun an original reprint? Anything with it? This is an OG Canadian. This is OG Canadian 77. EX condition. It's not a 2014. It's not a vintage reissue either. It's let me make sure I said OG Canadian. Yeah, 77 Canadian OG. Yeah. All right. So here we go. Let's go through another crate of pre-owned. Just want to let y'all know that, because, I mean, I have some people a couple of days later, and they're like, hey, do you still have Casteria? And I'm like, no, we sold it. Or do you still have? And I'm like, no, it's gone. And they're like, holy crap, why didn't I just buy it? That's me giving my best sales pitch. That's my job, but it's also just the truth. We don't keep this stuff long, okay? And if I have to mark down stuff till it sells, I'll mark down stuff till it sells. The knuckle bone, I'll bring them over here in 1 second. We'll give a fair chance to everybody. I'll tell you what, I'll go ahead and reduce the price, and we'll run them for auction. It is it's a live 2 knuckle bones. Yeah. I may have a couple VHS that hadn't been put up before over here. Yeah, I got a couple sealed VHS. Let's run some of those. I don't know if they've been shown or not officially, but whoops. Don't worry, that was just empty crates, okay? That wasn't KISS stuff. All right, here we go. New vintage check condition. Looks like the board is about clear, so we can put up fresh new stuff. Let me show 3 records and then 4 new auctions, okay? Kansas, that's their self-titled debut. This crate has been clean, checked, and inspected, and it's all best offer. Kansas is $14.99. JJ Cale is VG Plus $24.99. And Styx, the Grand Illusion, VG Plus $14.99. All right, A's and no bid, B, C, and D are sold. B is sold to Hodgepodge Vintage for $22. Thank you, Hodgepodge Vintage. That is sold to you for $22. Over here, Love Gun is sold to Tim Floyd for $35. Love Gun, Tim Floyd, $35. Appreciate that. And then Johnny Ramone over here sold to Andrew Smike for $21. Thank you on that. JJ Cale sold to Stephen Douglas for $20. All right. I feel some momentum. By the way, Elder is a buy it now. Elder's a buy it now for $65. Elder's a buy it now for $65. Mr. Anthony Resta, Love Gun's already sold. That was up for auction, and I apologize, but it is already gone. But here's your chance at a Japanese Love Gun. And let's do, actually, we're going to put up, no, let's not do that. Why is this silver vinyl? Oh, it is, okay. I didn't, well, so they made another color on Psycho Circus, okay. All right, so this is Psycho Circus on silver vinyl. Sealed for a $50 start. Sealed, silver vinyl. And that was a 25th anniversary. B is a 1980 Netherlands Alive. I love these foreign copies. I love them. I like all these different countries. That's what makes record collecting very unique. 1980 Netherlands, okay? Beautiful vinyl. Kyle has actually cleaned it and graded it near mint minus $35, or excuse me, near mint minus a $35 start. Not $35, a $35 start. And Alive, let's see what kind of contents. I think these just had generic sleeves. So there's one generic sleeve and there's another generic sleeve, okay? So that's the deal with Alive. And then let's run, I tell you what I need to do. Let me wait on Love Gun Japanese. Let me put up another 45 because we still got quite the stack here. Oh, man. Oh, man. Magic Touch. We hadn't ran this one yet. Magic Touch and Share Your Love. 1979 French OG. And this one's near mint. Near mint minus, the sleeve is, man, I don't like grading jackets near mint minus. It's got a little foo-foo there. Let's say EX on the sleeve. I mean, it's nice and white, no marks or anything. $20 start on Magic Touch. $20 start on Magic Touch. And then let me go over here and get these knuckle bones out. Yeah, these are pricey. As y'all know, knuckle bones, really pricey. Very limited edition. I think I got some Dynasty figures over here somewhere. All right, so yeah, this is not from Bill's collection. This came from that what we called the media collection. This was a guy who bought stuff for years, as y'all know, and just kept it sealed. He was here local, and I mean, he had, oh, it's just incredible if you're just now finding out about it. So yeah, there's the Alive 2. There's Peter Criss, and it's going to be hard for me to put them all on the table. There's not enough space, but we got all 4, and I promise you, this guy has them brand new in the box, okay? He had virtually nothing opened, okay? He bought stuff for decades and kept it sealed. He was the kind of guy, I know some of y'all, maybe including Bill, isn't a fan of some of the Spencer stuff, but this guy that bought this stuff, I mean, he would go in a Spencer's and he wouldn't buy one. He would buy a case. You know, I had a whole case of those Love Gun McFarlane's. He was that kind of guy. He was that kind of guy. So there's that, and there's that. So there is the Star Child, and there is the Demon, okay? Star Child and the Demon, all right? So there's that, and there's the Knucklebones, Rock Icons. Now, let me verify, because I think the last time I had these up at 1,000 start and go, and I think that's about right, but maybe here on Kiss Night, we can get these moved to a new home. Let's see over here. Let's see. Let's do Rock Icon. I just want to I want to make sure, because I don't have a tag on these tonight. So active, yeah, $5.95. Let's go. That doesn't matter though. Let's go to sold. Yeah, so just a Peter Criss sold for $425. I mean, look, I mean, that's real. That's just the Peter Criss. $425 for Peter, okay? And then active over here, $500, $500, $500, $595, but not moving, okay? And then let me go back 3 years over here on eBay and see what we got, okay? Okay. Ace 338. There's a set of 4 from back in September 3 years ago. Justin Ace sold for $1,000. Justin Ace 400. Peter Criss a set of 4. Yeah, these are kind of all over the dang place, man. I mean, $350 for one, $250 for another. And then you got a whole set selling $815, another set selling for $1,200. Well, I'll do what I usually do. I'm going to put them up for a starting bid of $1,000. And then if they don't sell, I'll take offers, okay? So you got a couple opportunities. You can go ahead and bid and guarantee it, or you can wait and try to be first to make an offer. And then maybe I can strike an offer with somebody, okay? So all 4 of them, there's not a co-set listed right now. Individually, if you went on there and bought them, you would spend $2,000 as far as active. That's a little high in my opinion, but that's what they're listed at. All right, this is at 55 final call. Final call on Alive. Heck, I've already forgot the minimum bid. The minimum bid on Alive was $35, 1980 Netherlands, but it is near mint. And then Magic Touch is at 26. All right, Magic Touch is at 26. Mike Locke says, be right back. He's going to go do some research. Think long and you'll think wrong. Okay, and the only cosmetic on the boxes, Peter Criss has 1 dent on the box, on the corner. That's it. Cosmetically, phew. All right, let's do some best offer. Sorry. These are check condition records. The Beatles' second album, that's a Scranton press, VG Plus $34.99. Yes, Fragile, I'll be the roundabout, VG Plus $14.99 for Yes, Fragile. And then Deep Purple, Burn, EX $27.99. Flip Wilson, The Devil, EX $12.99. And Ray Charles, The Genius Hits the Road, VG Plus $14.99. Supertramp, Famous Last Words, Supertramp is $12.99. And Jay and the Techniques, a white label promo, cool. That should be on the Smash label, white label promo, $12.99. All right, a bid did slip in on Alive, so let's go ahead and sell A and C. Psycho Circus is sold to Chad Sauls for $55, and Magic Touch is sold to Jeffrey Brenner for $26. Michael McVeigh did get a bid in on Alive, so we'll do a final call on that to him for $35. All right. All right, that means we need some new auctions. First, Deep Purple is sold to Red Cave Collections, EX, $27.99. Burn, great song, great album. All righty, I have Shandy here. This could not be easy to get. I've never seen it before. 1980 Scandinavian. VG Plus, it has some gassing. Okay, it has some gassing. That typically means it will play with a little bit of light noise. It virtually has no marks on it. There's a little bit of a scuff there, and there was one little scuff here. But gassing is typically a chemical reaction done with maybe a plastic it was stored in, or just an improper storage, a really odd chemical maybe in the sleeve. I don't know what they stored this in originally. I don't know if it just slid right down in there. But that's pretty cool. She's So European and Shandy. I like Shandy. That is a VG Plus copy. We're going to do it for a $20 start, and be aware of the gassing. But man, that sleeve itself has got to be tough to find. $20 start. There is a new bid on a live. Michael McVeigh, you've been outbid on a live, and let's put up another auction for A. And it's going to be obviously another Kiss. And this is, whoops, this is going to be Kiss Love Gun, the 45th gold vinyl. 45th gold vinyl, 45th anniversary, sealed, a $95 start. Okay, back to the check condition stuff. Ooh, a promo copy of the Stones. It's got a promo sticker, VG $14.99. The label's not promo, but it is a promo sticker jacket in shrink wrap, $14.99 on Between the Buttons. And Men at Work, business as usual. Men at Work, VG Plus, $17.99. Final call on the Kiss Knuckle Bones, $1,000. $1,000. If they don't get a bid, I will take offers immediately, okay? $1,000 on those. $1,000. Next is nice Hot Rocks with the Christmas special price tag and that original track listing sticker. Arguably the best of the Stones comps. VG $24.99 and AC/DC Let There Be Rock. Dun, 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 dun. VG $17.99 on AC/DC Let There Be Rock. And then we have Sniffin' the Tears, Fickle Heart. Sniffin' the Tears is VG Plus $9.99. Tom Kelly picking up the Stones, VG $24.99. Thank you, Tom Kelly. Also, Billy Squier, Don't Say No. Don't Say No. VG Plus, The Stroke. Everybody, have you heard? I'm not going to sing the rest of this song. JJ Cale, O'Key. JJ Cale is VG Plus, $24.99. And we have, what year is AC/DC? I don't have them actually researched on the price. With that label and rim text, it should be 77. And it's a Porky Prime cut. Yeah, that should be 77. It's Porky Prime cut, the right label, and the right rim text. Don't hold me to that, but it should. It should. Stones promo, not Hot Tracks. Gotcha. Let's swap out. Tom Kelly did not want Hot Rocks. He wanted the promo covered Stones at VG $14.99, okay? How much is Billy Squier? Is VG Plus $14.99. Roberto Lopez on AC/DC sold to Roberto for $17.99. JJ Kill sold for $20 to Stephen Douglas. And 38 Special with Hype sticker, shrink wrapped, rocking into the night, VG $12.99. All right, let's make the Knuckle Bones a buy it now. $1,000 on the Knuckle Bones. $1,000 on the Knuckle Bones, okay? Those are a buy it now. How tall are they? They're about 8 or 10 inches probably. They're probably about 8 or 10 inches. I don't know where to put them. Let me lay them down here right next to me. Oh, gosh. Okay, $1,000 on those. And I'm now officially taking offers. Final call on Alive and Love Gun, and Shandy is getting new bids as I speak, okay? Bailey Rice offered an Alexander Hamilton on the Billy Squier. Sell that to Bailey Rice for $10. 38 Special is sold to Stephen Douglas for $10. Thank y'all and thank y'all, okay? Here is a sealed Kiss Crazy Nights VHS tape. And this is from that, quote, media collection guy that I knew that we bought most of his collection. Most of it's the key word. Tower Records price tag. I mean, this guy would go in Tower Records, buy stuff, and never touch it again. Stuff was wrapped up in bags for decades. So literally, Jim Mint. This is sealed Crazy Nights VHS. I've honestly kind of forgot pricing on this, so I'm going to roll the dice, and I know I got some Kiss fans on. $10 start, that is sealed. $10 start on the Crazy Night VHS. That is now up for bid, okay? A's a no-bid buy it now for $95. A's a no-bid buy it now, $95. And Alive is sold to Michael McVeigh. Thank you, Michael. That's sold to you for $40, okay? Jeffrey Brenner in on Crazy Nights VHS for $10. Should be a pretty dang good item. Sealed. Man, this guy's got hundreds of sealed VHS. I'm about to have some of them graded. That's a hot market right now. All these old horror tapes, they're all sealed, though. See, a lot of people's been like, Chad, bring out those horror VHS, and then they're sealed, and I tell people they're $280, and they're like, whoa, 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 I just want something to put on my shelf for popping the VHS. And I'm like, no, this guy's VHS are insane. They're insane. I mean, every time I've went over here recently and looked through them, I'm like, man, there's no reason even showing these. They're all like 100, 150, 200. And I think if I get some graded by VMG or one of those companies, it's going to be crazy. So Kiss, Shandy is at $22. There's some people trying to bid 78 Trans Am. You have put a 1, an I. You need an exclamation mark, okay? You need an I. You need an I and an exclamation mark. The knuckle bones red eye are about 8.5 inches, okay? Knuckle bones are about 8.5 inches, okay? 8.5 inches. Next thing over here is Love Gun. Sold to Manny Ray for $85. Thank you, Manny Ray. That's sold to you. All right, moving on. Label on Hot Rocks. Label on Hot Rocks is Blue London 2PS 606, mastered by Lee Holko. Now, I know this has a weird deal, like side D has an alternate mix of a song or something. You know, something like that, okay? What LED lights do I have in stock? Kiss. In stock, I've got Kiss, Led Zeppelin, yes, Ozzy, Rolling Stones, Alice in Chains, Iron Maiden, Saxon, Pink Floyd, Elvis, Bowie, Coletco, Van Halen, Pantera, Boston, Cannibal Corpse, Def Leppard, Pearl Jam, Soundgarden, and Faith No More. There's about 30 that are being back ordered that we will have in over the next couple weeks. Okay? All righty. Let me do something over here. I will show Zeppelin, yes. Hold on, I'm trying to do some price matching on Funko. Okay, so I've got a signed Paul Stanley Funko. Awesome. I'll do the signed Paul Stanley Funko at $175 start. JSA authenticated, okay? $175 start. That's in B. Signed Paul Stanley. Shandy's at 25. Sealed Crazy Nights is at 14. And then, what was the next question? When am I doing posters? Whenever we're done with our crates of vinyl, it's going to be either another half hour or another 45 minutes probably. We got to do some recapping. We got to do a little bit of this. We got to do a little bit of that. Here is another Animalize light. I have Rat ready to post. I meant to do it today. I'm sorry. I woke up. I had text to send. I had missed calls. I talked on the phone all the way to when I pulled up to the store. I scarfed down a Jersey Mike's. I talked to Ed. I talked to John. Then I went live, and I've been going for 5 hours, 6 hours since then. So here we go. We have Kiss Animalize. This is an 84 Euro OG with the original inner sleeve. This is Euro OG on this label here. Made in Holland, okay? Made in Holland. VG condition, a $25 start. $25 start. Yes, Rats are coming this week, okay? I'll have a new one posted every day. Next thing is the Last Puff Spooky Tooth. Last Puff Spooky Tooth, VG $9.99. Do y'all want me to post it right now? Here, I'll post it right now. Let's do it. We have, let me download this, and let me download this, okay? I'll get it posted. This will encourage some people to join Whole Lot of Records right now, right? Let me search Lightbox. Okay, Lightbox. All right. And I still got to show Zeppelin for Bailey. All right, let me add this. Let me crop this rat a little bit better. Sorry, I'm pretty OCD. All right. And paste. And instead of Coletco, we're going to change that to rat. Is anybody on YouTube or Twitch that does not have a Facebook that wants to be put down for the rat pre-order? This will be out in 1 to 2 weeks. 1 to 2 weeks, okay? 1 to 2 weeks. It is about to be up for pre-order right. Stand by right now. Filter by new post. There it is. It's up for pre-order. Rat. That should be a big one. I've been asked about that forever. Okay. I just ended some auctions. First Angus Shandy has sold a 78 Trans Am for $25. Thank you, 78 Trans Am. Crazy Night Sealed was sold to Hodgepodge Vintage for $14. Hodgepodge Vintage sold to you for $14. Paul Stanley, sure. So Paul Stanley looks a lot better when you take it out of this acrylic case. Okay, let me take it out. See, the acrylic case had some smudging on it. Signed in purple Sharpie. Okay. JSA. $175. Pretty cool to get a set of those signed. That would be really cool. Hodgepodge has Animalized for $27. Now, the next thing I have is we're doing new vintage here. And make sure if you're on Facebook and you want first come, first serve, you go comment on that pre-order. Here's our next 45. This one I have never seen before. It's pretty scarce. It is Kiss All Night and Trial by Fire. €85, not easy to get, near mint, a $35 start. $35 start. How do you pre-order? Are you in our private group, Whole Lot of Records? If not, you need to go join Whole Lot of Records. Let me see how many people I need to approve that's joined just tonight. 6 people have asked to join tonight. And I'm approving everybody. Okay? Boom. You need to go join Whole Lot of Records and comment on that post. Let's finish up this check, or let's keep going. Sorry, a lot of stuff going on all of a sudden. Slade, keep your hands off my power supply. Slade is VG Plus, $14.99. Magic Christian Music by Badfinger, VG $14.99. Steely Dan, Katie Lied, EX $32.99. And Nazareth Snaz. Nazareth is VG Plus, $24.99. VG Plus, $24.99. Next auction is going over here in D, and this is the Kiss Music from the Elder. Here we go. We're going to have some fun with this one. All right, here we go. Everybody paying attention? This is what I call the fully loaded one. So this is the alternate German S's, embossed, half-speed master, numbered, and clear vinyl. German, half-speed master, foil, clear vinyl, numbered, embossed, sealed. Are we listening? $1 start. $1 start on Kiss Music from the Elder. I still got to show Bailey the Led Zeppelin. Bailey here is Led Zeppelin. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood. Let me just hold it instead of trying to prop it up and it fall. Okay. How can I get an LED? Are you talking about Rat or are you talking about LED for Led Zeppelin? Okay. Oh, yes. Okay, just go on Facebook and search Whole Lot of Records. Johan, I just approved you. Johan, I just approved you. You're good to go now. And Wrap has already 3 pre-orders. All lot boxes are $59.99. $59.99. Okay, here we go. Next, Vintage Rock. That's a K-Tail comp. K-Tail alert, VG Plus $9.99. Roberto, are you in Whole Lot of Records? If not, go join our private group, Whole Lot of Records. Okay? If not, go join our group, Whole Lot of Records. Just search that on Facebook. You'll find it pretty easily. It has our CollectCo logo, and it's about 11,000 members. 11,000 members. Paul Stanley is about to be a buy it now for $175. Paul's about to be a buy it now for $175. Signed and JSC authenticated. Other auctions. A's at 30, C's at 40, and Elders at 50. Now Elders at 55. Vintage Rock is sold to J-Rod, Ohio. VG Plus, $9.99 sold. Kansas Mask. Kansas is EX $17.99. Paul Stanley does have a bid for $175. We're now cooking with gas, folks. Animalize is at 30, final call. This has a new bid, that has a new bid, and that has a new bid. We've been cooking for gas for a while, it seems like. Climax Blues Band, VG Plus $9.99. Also, Bluestical Extraterrestrial Live, VG Plus $24.99. And ELO Out of the Blue, VG Plus $14.99. Bailey, I will say that is my last Led Zeppelin. Now, I plan on ordering more, but just FYI, that is my last Led Zeppelin, sir. Okay, so if that one gets grabbed and you decide later you want one, well, they might be gone. How do I make this thing full screen? There we go. I'm trying to see my timer. There we go. We're at 5 hours. Okay, there we go. We're rolling. Next thing on this is Alice Cooper, Welcome to My Nightmare. VG Plus $9.99. Does Climax have I Love You on it? Climax Blues Band. I don't think that one's on here. VG Plus $9.99. Not on that one. Next is the Cars, Shake It Up. The Cars is VG Plus $19.99. Montrose is VG $9.99 on Montrose. And Brownsville Station, School Punks, VG Plus $9.99. Details on BOC, that's called Extraterrestrial Live. It's VG Plus, it's a double LP, it's $24.99. Roy Buchanan, A Street Called Straight. Roy Buchanan's VG Plus $14.99. And Roy Buchanan self-titled is VG $9.99. All right, Bailey Rice, you get Animalize. Thank you. That is sold to you for $30. Thank you. That is sold to you for $30. Paul was up for a long time. He got a bid, and I'm selling them. The Gerald Whitworth. Thank you, Gerald. This is sold to you for $175. Let's get that back in the case. Thank you, Gerald. You get Paul for $175. That is done. The Kiss single there is at 47 with Hodgepodge, and the Sealed Elder is at 65. Let me go lay this right over here. Here we go. This is it. This is it. Okay, moving some merchandise tonight, folks. Here we go. This is it. Okay. Over here we have John Farrell put Buchanan something. Is that an offer and you left off a digit maybe, or are you trying to say Roy Buchanan's first? And then Climax over here is sold to Rich T. Duke for $9. Thank you on that. All right, new auctions in A and B. Still got a Japanese love gun in here. Let's take a look at that. And let's take a look at this Japanese Kiss Alive. So this has, wow, this might be complete and fully loaded, folks. So let's see what we got here. Alive 2 is a 77 Japanese, and I think it's complete. I think this has everything. Wow, it does. Look. Wow, that sticker sheet is a higher quality than the US, isn't it? It's like on thicker paper. Wow, cool. All right, so this is near mint, a complete Kiss Alive 2. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. My favorite words. Beautiful. Okay? There's the Japanese insert. There's the book. There's both inner sleeves. And there's the coveted sticker sheet. Or tattoos, excuse me. Tattoos, not stickers. They're tattoos. So very cool. The Obi has a little, let's look at that. The Obi has a little bit of a tear, okay? And it's a little sun bleached at the top. All this is beautiful. All that's beautiful. And of course, it's complete. An Alive 2 Japanese, $125 start. Hodgepodge Vintage gets Kiss All Night for $47. Thank you, Hodgepodge Vintage. John Farrell gets Roy Buchanan, VG $9.99. Thank you. And Elder is at 68 with Oso. Next is this very bizarre 1976 Argentina. We could only ever find where this thing has sold like a couple times ever. This is rare. Peter Criss has already sold both of them, the autographed and the German censored. So this is Kiss, Rock and Roll All Night, and Rock and Roll All Night. Okay, so that's the studio and, of course, the live cut. 1976 Argentina. It is VG minus, which y'all know is always low grade. I mean, stuff from the South American countries that are always destroyed. No feelable marks, plays well. Not easy to get. A $100 start on that one. $100 start on that. I mean, it's only ever sold a few times ever. $100 start on that. They're still bidding on Elder. Alive 2, $125. Any more anniversaries? I have put up every anniversary pressing that was tagged for tonight. I have. Yes, I have. But I do have other stuff that I hadn't mentioned or was advertised or have I put up yet. And let's go ahead and put up another single. This is going to go up in slot A. This is the 84 UK. The 84 UK OG. This is Heaven's on Fire. And that's with the cover I was talking about earlier. Yeah. And Lonely is the Hunter. That's the 84 UK. Near mint. A $15 start. Good to go. Start on B. $125. $125. Elder is still getting bids at $70. Now $75. I need an OG Hotter Than Hell. I don't have one tonight. I'll go ahead and just let you know right now. Don't have one tonight. I do have other stuff over here. Okay. Let me get resituated. It's that time of the night. It's 11 o'clock. Let me read what's left in the check condition bin. If you need a price, let me know. These are all buy it now, best offer. I got Roy Buchanan. Blue Oyster Cult got an offer, didn't it? I forgot Andrew Smike. I'm going to go ahead and sell him Blue Oyster Cult for $16. Thank you. We just filled up crate number 4 for tonight. Crate number 4 just got filled up. Thank you on that. Selling some big high quality stuff. I'm about to go through the no bids again. It's 11 o'clock, so let me give you an update on time and scheduling for tonight. We have gone through all the new vintage stuff. I've gone through all of tonight's new vinyl. And so what's left to do, you may ask? Chad, what's left then, Chad? Well, the first thing I've got to do is I'm going to clean up and condense. I'm going to get all of the vintage stuff that I've shown tonight in one spot. Definitely going to do that. I'm going to show you probably some of the newest new vinyl that came in, as in new from distribution. New from distribution. And then we're probably going to do maybe like one half off crate. And because I know I got Kiss people on, I'm probably just going to go to the back and start grabbing some random Kisso stuff, and we're either going to auction it or straight price it. It could be toys, it could be posters, It could be a water fountain, okay? It could be a water fountain. Billy Strings pre-order. Have you contacted Ed? Ed does all the pre-orders, my friend Ron Dennard. I will make a note. You got to request a pre-order. You got to contact Coletco either via email or you got to via DM message, direct message, okay? Can I go over Lot D one more time? Sure. This is Kiss, Music from the Elder, the 2022 Euro. Euro being the alternate German S. It's embossed. It's foil cover. It's limited and numbered. It's a half-speed master. It is sealed. It is numbered 4315 of 7,000. It's at $76. Diesel has locked in a bid on Kiss Alive. The Argentinian Rock and Roll All Night is a $100 start, VG minus. Heaven's on Fire is a final call for 15. Any more Emic prints? I'm sure I do over here on our poster racks. I'm sure I do on our poster racks. I just don't know where. Speaking of Kiss Buy It Nows, here's some right here, right now. These are Japanese Kiss CDs. They're Buy It Now. Straight price. No more, no less on these. Kiss 40, Japanese sealed, $29.99. Paul Stanley, $24.99. Peter Criss, $24.99. Rock and Roll Over, $24.99. And Unmasked is $24.99. Those are brand new sealed Japanese CDs on that. Also, make sure you put an exclamation mark. Okay. Any more Emic? Yeah, I'll have to look for them. And those are Buy It Nows. Okay. Michael Anderson. I'm going to go ahead and sell you Heaven's on Fire. This is sold to Michael Anderson for $15. So I wouldn't go anywhere, especially if you're looking for Kiss stuff. This will be the night you want to stay late. Other nights this week, of course, we're going to have Kiss stuff mixed in. But, you know, we always do other stuff, cassettes, CDs, et cetera, et cetera. Jim Kleinback got Peter Criss. That's sold to Jim Kleinback for $24.99, okay? I'm going to leave those right there. And he did bid on a live too. That's a final call. Let's get all my new, top loaders. Yes, I definitely need to tag these for tonight. I've got top loaders. I forgot about those. So let me grab this empty crate, that empty crate, and this empty crate. There was some of the new vinyl for tonight, right? Right here. Yep. Nope, that's a leftover new vinyl from last week. That's new vinyl and that's new vinyl, right? Yep, and that's leftover flip crate stuff. There are the Michael Jackson cards. I got to show those again. I have not tagged the top loaders, and I better do that ASAP, okay? I better do that ASAP. Here we go. I got a pack of top loaders. I don't know if I have any in stock. Hold that comment, okay? I don't know if I have any in stock because there's so many people waiting for them to come in. So it's our newest sensation here at Coletco, okay? I mean, talk about the light boxes are a sensation typically. Man, top loaders have been, I knew they would be because I like storage supplies. I try to keep all my collectibles mint and pristine. I'm extremely picky, and I love really good holders. I love really good sleeves. I love really good framing and stuff like that for posters and, you know, UV protection and all that goody stuff for sure. Okay, so let me grab all this over here. I am making a list. I'm checking it twice, and I'm going to find out who's the Kiss fans tonight. Gene Simmons is coming to town. Gene Simmons sees you when you're sleeping. Gene Simmons sees you when you're awake. Gene Simmons knows when you have... Okay, we'll stop there because my creative brain has ran out. Simply just expired right then. Oh, Gene Simmons this, Gene Simmons that, Gene Simmons tonight. Oh. Okay. Sorry, I'm still cleaning and organizing. All right. Diesel, you get a live 2 for $125. Thank you, sir. That is so to Diesel. Done. All right. We love Kiss Japanese, don't we? Done. Argentinian. Argentinian over here. Argentinian, $100 buy it now. Okay, rarity. Real rarity here. 76 Argentinian, $100 buy it now. Okay, we've got the stats here from Discogs. Some of them have sold for as much as $200 before. And Elder is sold to Timmy Osborne. Thank you, Timmy. That's sold to you for $81. Thank you, Timmy. That's sold to you for $81. Put that away. All right, we need more Kiss stuff, eh? All right, and we're going to show the no bids too. Here we go. Going up in slot number A, Japanese Love Gun, missing insert. This is the 77 regular Oli. Not to be confused with Love Gun, has the same catalog number, but different small OB, different labels, and extra insert and poster. Okay, so this is gatefold sleeve with one OB and one insert. No insert. It is EX Plus, nearly near mint minus. The OB has a little bit of a crease, but man, sorry, y'all can't see what I'm selling, can you? Sorry, let me go back to this camera. Okay, here we go. So Love Gun, same thing, has a little bit of damage up here on top of the OB. A little bit of a crease on the OB. The venal, golly boy. Blah, 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 Chad. The venal. Vienna sausages. This is EX Plus condition. Gatefold jacket, Love Gun, $85 start. Sorry for me sounding like a buffoon. Okay, I'm really good at that. All right, check this out. This is Kiss. It's an 82 Italian, near mint, none for sale in the United States. $60 start. $60 start. Gatefold jacket has the insert here with it, okay? Has the book that's attached. $60 start on that. Very cool release. C is going to be a 45. And this is I Was Made for Loving You. A 79 French OG Vogue press. Textured sleeve variation. EX Plus condition, a $20 start. How cool is that? So, see how that one says Disco Rock? I think the other one we had did not say Disco Rock. This is a different variation. Pay attention to that one. $20 start. We sold one earlier tonight. I think if you look through that video, I did. There's two different ones. One of them says Disco Rock, one of them doesn't. $20 start on I Was Made for Loving You. That's up for bid in C. Folks, it's Kiss night. I'm trying to clean up and organize over here next to me. We are getting through some Kiss stuff tonight. Here is a whole stack of Kiss autographs. I'm going to run some tonight, okay? I'm going to lay those right there for right now. That's a whole stack over there, okay? We'll get through some of those. I still got this Ace Frehley box here to do. It's a 45 box. Let me set this thing right there. I'm playing cleanup and getting organized because I've been going nonstop for over 5 hours now pretty much. And I've got to kind of get reset so we can interface to, especially if I'm going to be bringing random crap from the back and taking trips and stacking stuff around me. And we got to get organized here. Anybody interested in some Dynasty figures? They are Dynasty figures. I've shown them before. They're one of our few no-bid Kiss items left in this building. They're Dynasty figures, okay? I can bring them over if somebody wants to see them. Let me first get started with, let me see here, this right here. Okay, I'm going to do a quick read through here very quickly. All right. Is B vinyl, is B a vinyl or just a promo cover? So this is Kiss, which is essentially a compilation, okay? It's called Kiss, but it's essentially a compilation. It's got Deuce, Strutter, Got to Choose, Hotter Than Hell, Firehouse, Nothing to Lose, Come On and Love Me, Parasite, and She. Now, obviously, none of those songs have Eric Carr playing on them. So just kind of a different kind of cover they used. It has this book. By the way, the pages are detached inside of it. It's got, does it have any pictures of Peter Criss in here? Yeah, okay, so there is some pictures of Peter Criss. And the booklet's detached in the centerfold. The vinyl is near mint, and it's at $66 right now. Okay, I Was Made for Loving You is at $25. And here's a quick and easy auction for, whoops, it's alive. Oh, okay, it's alive. It's alive. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. There you go. There's your answer. All right. And what just fell down in here? That was our Japanese Kiss. And this thing here. I'll show that stuff in just another second. All right. I was about to put up these. Yeah, what should I do? Kiss cars, or let's just do this quick little lot of cars. Just a quick little auction here. Here's a few loose Kiss cars, okay? I've got, let's see, Paul Stanley. Is that one of those Lightnings? Yeah, that's a Johnny Lightning, Paul Stanley. Paul Stanley, I think those are racing champions, yeah. Paul Stanley Racing Champions. Ace Frehley Racing Champions. Peter Criss, that's not Racing Champions. Yeah, it is. Peter Criss Racing Champions. Gene Simmons, he needs to go through the car wash a little bit, but there's Gene Simmons. And here's Paul, that's a Hot Wheel. Surely, yeah, that's a Hot Wheel. That's pretty cool. All right. So there are 2, 4, 6 Kiss cars back there. A $5 start. $5 start. Okay. Chad, I received an invoice, but I never claimed that item. Now, what are you referring to? You've lost me. And plus, if you have a question about an invoice, you definitely need to email Ed at shopcollectco.com through our website, or reach out via Facebook Messenger. Okay? Otherwise, I'm going to be lost as last year's whatever. Okay? All right. I'm going to speed run through some of tonight's new vinyl. A speed run. Literally a speed run. And then we're going to do no bids, and I'm going to start tagging these top loaders, okay? Here we go. So first thing is this. This is some of the newest vinyl that came in today. I have David Bowie. This is a live unofficial from the Parachute label. It's a 2 LP live in Astoria, $44.99. David Bowie live in Phoenix, a double LP. That's $44.99. And then the Strokes. This is a live unofficial from a label called Dear Boss. That's on blue vinyl, $33.99. Then we have The Pretty Reckless. That's their newest album, Dear God, Poltergeist colored vinyl, $39.99. The Smiths, Hamburg 1984. The Smiths is $24.99. Social Distortion has some cover damage, $39.99. JCB gets The Pretty Reckless. That's sold to JCB for $39.99. Dead Kennedys, In God We Trust. Dead Kennedys is $39.99. And then over here, Fugazi, The Argument. Fugazi is $24.99. Slint Spiderland was $29.99. And we have Dead Kennedys, Bedtime for Democracy, $39.99. Quick update. This is your final chance to bid on Love Gun at how much? $85 on that one. Kiss, which is essentially audio from side 1 and 2 of Alive. That's side 1 and 2 of Alive. And then I Was Made for Loving You's at $30. That has the disco rock variant. And the Cars are at $17 with Oh So Adventure. Moving on. I've got Dinosaur Jr. Bug. That's $29.99. Dinosaur Jr. Bug, an additional copy. Cramps, A Date with Elvis is $36. Husker Du, Zen Arcade. That's a double LP at $39. Dead Kennedys, that's Fresh Fruit for Rotten Vegetables. Dead Kennedys is $39. The Modern Lovers, Rock and Roll with the Modern Lovers, that's $36. Husker Du again, and this one's called New Day Rising. That one's $29. Dinosaur Jr. again at $29. And Radiohead Kid A, $39.99. Okay. A's a no bid for $85 or best offer. Chad Sauls, thank you. You get Kiss here, this Italian repackaging of half of Alive. That's so due for $70. Very interesting. I know I've had that before. I always forget that, though. I always forget about that. That's sold to Chad Sauls for $70. And then Chad Sauls also gets I Was Made for Loving You for $30. Let's put that away. So Love Gun, you can make an offer on that if you want to. That's going to go over here in the no bids, which we are momentarily about to recap. Larry Gonzalez is offered 60. Larry, I'll go ahead and do it for 75, and we'll call it a deal. Up to you, though. And then the cars are still getting bids at 26. Can I show the Dynasty figures? I sure can. I'll put them up right now. They're a $275 start. They're going to go up for bid in slot number A. Let me get these over here. One of the few things left over of KISS from the, quote, media collection we got from a local customer and collector. He bought all this stuff new, had it stockpiled, an incredible collection. And this is KISS Dynasty. They're from Figures Toys, Inc. We sold the big ones. We had some, like, huge ones. I did a trade on those. Those are gone. Here are the smaller, what is that, 8-inch? You know, they kind of look like Mego-looking things. There's Gene, there's Ace. They're brand new. They're perfect. And there's Peter wrapped in seaweed. And then there's Paul. So $275 start. Those are going to go up in slot A. $275 start. That's the Dynasties from Figures Toy, Inc. All right, Larry Gonzalez does get the Love Gun for $70. Thank you, Larry Gonzalez. That's so do you. All right, next is slot number B, KISS Magic Touch. We've already had one of these tonight, but man, I feel like there's something different about this one. What does it say right here? Discotheque Death. What does that say? Discotheque Death. Discotheque Death is what's stamped. That's what it looks like it says. Some kind of stamp right there. A little bit of writing on the O and touch. And this is a 79 French OG EX Plus condition. EX Plus, another one, really cool. So it's Magic Touch and Save Your Love, which are which is a 1979 French Dynasty singles from Dynasty. That is a $15 start in B. A payment plan on Dynasty figures. Can't do that. Sometimes I'll split up payments on something over a few invoices, but we usually do that on really high-end, like autographs, like $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $10,000 plus items. I can't do it on the Dynasties. We would need payment within 7 days on Monday. Ace Frehley, this is a 2023 box set, the 21st Century Singles Collection. And Ace is sealed, unopened, $125 start. Sealed unopened, $125 start. And just FYI, I'm getting pretty dang low on our KISS singles over here if I don't know where I've done with the rest of those. All right, so that was all new vinyl. Was there any takers on anything in there? We did sell a couple. And anybody else, that was Radiohead, Dinosaur Jr., Husker Du, Modern Lovers, Dead Kennedys, Husker Du, Cramps, Dinosaur Jr., Dead Kennedys, Slint, Fugazi, Dead Kennedys, Social Distortion, Smith, Strokes, Bowie, and Bowie, okay? All right. Yeah, anything you're buying tonight, we'll need payment in 1 week on Monday. We're going to invoice you on Monday. That will be in 1 week, and that's when we will expect payment, and we'll give you about 7 days to pay. After that, you start getting into the red zone with Hatchet Ed. And if you don't start paying after a week, he'll start sending you reminders, and it'll get eventually to the point where we're begging you so we don't have to block you. And if you don't pay, we'll have to block you, or unless you give us a really good reason why you couldn't pay us, like photo evidence that, you know, you're like in the hospital, and or photo evidence that a video of your boss literally firing you. Now, that would be bad for everybody, but still, I've had some pretty wicked excuses from people. Like Chad, I was building a rocket ship, anticipating selling it to SpaceX, and they didn't buy it, and now I don't have any money. I dumped my life fortune into building a rocket, so now I can't pay for my KISS records. Okay, here we go. Next thing is Joe Walsh. This is Analog Productions. The Smoker You Drink, $46.99. Sonic Youth Bad Moon Rising gets $34. Patsy Cline Greatest Hits Pink Vinyl, $29. Static X is Music on Vinyl, $39. Are You Experienced with the UK jacket, the UK track listing, and it's in mono. That is $39.99. Also, Radiohead Pablo Honey is $38.99. And we have John Lee Hooker Burning, $29.99. Paul Butterfield's $38.99. Allman Brothers Collected, $54. Babe Ruth Third Base is $38. John Coltrane's on blue vinyl for $29. Alice Coltrane's on orange vinyl for $33. Bad Brains Omega Sessions is $29. Cannibal Corpse is $36. Radiohead in Rainbow's $38. Annihilator's $38. The Animals is $59. Pixies Bossa Nova is $29. Audio Slave $46. Puddle of Mud $38. And GND per Trend $29. Social Distortion $33, Van Halen $44, Social Distortion $34, Social Distortion $34, Puddle of Mud $39, and Dropkick Murphys $33. All right, final call on the Kiss Cars for $35. Wow, final call on Magic Touch. No one bid on that for $15, and the Dynasty figures. And Red Eye has the Ace Frehley box at $126. All right, and I told you that was going to be a speed run through new vinyl. Now I can officially say we've gone through all that twice, right? Yes, I can. Okay, which Van Halen? This is a new live deal that came out recently, live in New Haven, 5150. It was a record store day deal, and then they repressed it normally, and this is $44.99. And GND per Trend is sold to Kristen Starrett for $29.99. Jim Kleinbach's in on Magic Touch. And we're about to sell C&D, like I said. If you change your mind on anything else back here, these are right here. All right, let's go through tonight's no bids and take offers, okay? Tonight's no bids. Let's do it. Tonight's no bids, all right? This is probably pretty good stuff. A lot of the anniversary pressings. Now, if you want to make an offer, I'll listen. If you want me to double check and say, Chad, can you verify your best price on that? Like check out the outlets, and I want you to tell me what's it going to take to buy that because I want it and I need it. Tell me what's it going to take if you don't want to make an offer. I'll do that. It'll take me a little bit longer. I usually only check Discogs, okay? Some stuff I'll go ahead and check eBay too if it's not many for sale. I'll do whatever. We'll find out a right price. You never know. There might be something $800 that I might end up taking $500 after kind of reevaluating what is active and knowing I have money in hand tonight. You just never know, so it doesn't hurt to ask. We mark down stuff till it sells. That's what I do here. Ace Frehley is sold to Red Eye for $126. Thank you, Red Eye. That's sold to you for $126. I appreciate that. See ya, Ace Frehley. That's sold to Red Eye. Red Eye says his hot water heater exploded, and he's currently not taking baths, and he's drinking rusty water just so he can buy Kiss stuff. Oso Adventure got the car lot. He bought a whole car lot of Kiss over here. Literally, entire car lot, no pun intended, sold to Oso Adventure for $35. Let's get those kind of wrapped up. Maybe some paper between them and put them in a baggie. And those are all sold to Oso. Thank you on that. Let's park those over here. Those look pretty cool. Too bad you couldn't have a machine and turn those life size. Imagine cruising down Main Street and you got a big old Paul Stanley station wagon painted up purple. And then Jim Kleinbach gets Magic Touch. Thank you, Jim Kleinbach. This is sold to you for $15. Thank you, Jim Kleinbach. That's sold to you for $15. The Dynasty figures are a buy it now for $275, okay? $275 on the Dynasty figures. All right, we're good to go. All right. Boom, ba, da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. Ba, da, ding, 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 ding. All right, this is the point where I literally have to go to the back, okay, and bring up some new merch. And, I mean, literally for any kind of next auction. So let me go do that right now. Do, 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 do. Da, 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 da. I've had enough. Into the fire. All right, this little thing here keep us busy for a while. Into. And then John found some stuff. Probably going to be doing a lot of miscellaneous, okay? Like a lot of just, you know, who knows? I know how deep some of y'all go in that. And we hadn't done the half off. I'm going to do Well, after I do the half off crate, we'll essentially be where I can just do, you know, posters. Because that basically, if I do posters, we virtually have to stop with vinyl. So it basically stops the show. So I'm going to try to get through that. Next, I'm about to pick out the half off crate, because if I start doing KISS posters, it basically stops the show. So let me get some auctions. Let's do a half off crate, and then, yeah, we'll be nothing but miscellaneous for the rest of the night, because it's already past 11:30. And here we go. So, all right, let's see what's going on with these. And there's some stuff I got to check, okay? I'll be obviously very fair, but with some of this miscellaneous and posters, definitely. All right. Trying to figure out what this thing here is called. I know it's a piece of the KISS pinball machine. What is this thing called? I don't know. Let's put it up for a $10 start. What is this called? A topper? I know it's from the KISS pinball machine, but it's, I don't know what you call it. But it's Gene. It's part of the KISS pinball machine. $10 start. Slot number A. Slot letter A. Okay, I have a Paul Stanley Funko, this is Peter Criss. I have a Peter Criss Funko, no box. Bumper, thank you. I should know that since I literally collect and have pinball machines. I should know that, right? A bumper, thank you. Is Peter gonna stand up? I have to fix his head. There we go. Nope. I think he's off balance. There we go. Peter Criss Funko, no box, $5 start. Peter Criss Funko, no box, $5 start. Here is Ace bumper cap, $10 start. And D is going to be, what do we got? We got KISS Red Lines, Hot Wheels, $5 start. All right, so bumper, Peter, bumper, Hot Wheel. Here's tonight's no bids. Whoops. Peter might not stand up. His boots are a little too tall for him. Come on, Peter. Come on, Peter. Come on, buddy. Is this an actual Funko? We have some that are like unauthorized Funkos, he showed me. They're kind of like boots. No, this is licensed. Okay, yeah, that's real. There's some over here that are like bootleg Funkos I'd never seen before. Okay, I'm not going to deal with that. There he is, okay. KISS Dynasty figures, $250. Sold! Oso Adventure, great price. Thank you. Dynasty figures are sold to Oso Adventure for $250. All right, thank you. Those are done. Sold to Oso, $250. They're gone. See you later. I'm going to lay those right there. All righty. Thank you on that. Boom. Still got the knuckle bones. There's some cool misc. All right, here's tonight's no bids. Now, J-Rod already eyeballed the Elder, so let me show that. This is the Elder 40th Anniversary Picture Disc. Now, these are the only records that didn't sell tonight. We had like 3 crates full of KISS, counting 45s. These are the only albums that didn't sell. Most of them are those anniversary pressings that are just really scarce. You know, they're 500 made or whatever. You know, they're all mostly sealed. KISS Elder, 40th Anniversary, 2022, sealed, $65. That's the picture disc. And I'm pretty sure it's like one side's white and it has the hand. I think I just seen somebody post that the other day. Hot in the Shade, 35th Anniversary, 2024. It is sealed, $250. That comes with the picture disc, the Fink sand texture, double-sided poster. 500 were made. KISS, Psycho Circus. I'm going to be saying the word KISS a lot. Psycho Circus. This is the picture disc sealed, $250. $250. And I'll go ahead and jump ahead. I have an open one, $60 cheaper at $190. $60 cheaper at $190. Quick update. The Gene bumper caps at $20. Peter Criss no boxes at $10. Ace bumpers at $25. Hot Wheels is at $5. Just some small auctions there to keep us busy for a few seconds. Hot in the Shade, $225. $200. Let's do $225. They start at $243 on Discogs, and the lowest they've ever sold is $240. Let's do $225, and we will set a new world record for the cheapest one ever sold. What do those cost new? I don't know. What did those cost new when they're on the website? I wouldn't imagine they would. I still imagine they're kind of pricey. I know they're not like $40, are they? They're probably like, I'm going to guess those are like $125 new. Is that right? Because I clicked on recently the other stuff that just got announced, and man, I was like, wow, so this stuff isn't really cheap when it comes out, is it? It's kind of pricey when it comes out. This is sold a Hodgepodge Vintage for $225. Ira Paso, make sure if you want to bet on Ace, you got to put an exclamation mark, the letter C, and then your price, okay? Just like this. You got to put an exclamation mark, a C, and then at least 27, which is what you just bid. Okay. Next over here, Animalize. Animalize is sealed. $325. This is also the numbered picture disc. Numbered picture disc. Mark Fallon. Chad Williams. I'm in the center of Boston. Shout out to the colonies. Shout out to Mark Fallon, all the way from Florida. Now he's up in Boston in the middle of American history. And guess what he's doing? He's watching Coletco. Thank you, and thanks for shouting us out. I'm thankful for shouting you out. Shout it out loud, okay? Let's go ahead and sell James Hicks to Peter Criss for $10, and let's sell Jeffrey Brenner the Hot Wheels for $5. Thank you on that. Shout out Mark Fallon. Sorry, Mark. I'm busier than a one-armed man trying to hang drywall, okay? What do we have here? Let me do a quick search on this. This actually looks pretty cool. This is Paul Stanley. I'm not going to say it out loud. I don't want anybody to get a head start on me. It looks vintage. I'm pretty sure it is because it says made in the USA. That automatically makes it vintage, right? No results. This is the kind of stuff that stares me. It's like you put it up there like, Chad, that's worth $8,000. And then there's a lot of KISS people right now like, dude, just show it. What do you got? It's probably only worth $5. It might be worth $500. What do you got, dude? Show it to us. Golly, dude. I'm pretty sure this is 2 words. I may not be using right keywords on search results here. Okay, that's... Ooh. Okay. Yeah, vintage. Okay, that sounds about right. All right, this is going to go up. I'm going to say a $30 start. This is a vintage, and most of the listings have it as 80s. It's got to be like around more like 77, 77, 80. It's a Paul Stanley fire helmet. $30 start in B. $30 start in B. Paul Stanley vintage, and it's embossed right here. It is dusty. I hadn't cleaned it or anything. It's made in the USA. $30 start. Pretty cool little novelty item there. That's something vintage and original. And I've got 2. No. I've got a matchbook of KISS Killers. Casablanca KISS Killers matches. Wow. $5 start. I hadn't checked those. I'm just $5 start. Are these actually from 1980? Are these actually from when Killers came out, or is this something new? I don't know. It looks like kind of vintage to me. I don't know, though. We're about to find out, okay? That is a $5 start in D. Have fun bidding. Okay, let's finish these no bids. Destroyer, the 50th anniversary picture disc, $360 sealed. Foil cover picture disc, $360. Now this thing gets complicated. I'll keep it simple. This is a white label promo of Kiss debut. White label promo of Kiss debut. Now, the vinyl has a weird look to it, commonly known as what I say heat damage. However, it's nothing that affects playback, and visually it looks really clean. So this is an EX on the vinyl. It's been test played. However, it does have that weird look to the vinyl. So I'm kind of caught in a dilemma. It's like, it looks weird, but also it looks clean. The plus is it plays fine. Okay? White label promo, $950 or best offer. So if you're just caring about the look and the playback, this is a nice copy. It does have that kind of weird, what I call like, almost like heat damage. However, I have another one of these that is even like, it's really bad, okay? And I hadn't ran that one tonight. I probably won't, because I didn't want to get like 3 different promo copies laid out tonight and really try to confuse everybody. So anyways, over here, we have this over here is at 40 with J-Rod. The helmet is at 36 with James Hicks. This is at 40 with J-Rod, and the matches are at 5 with Jeff Brenner, okay? And I think we're caught up, and the matches are fan-made, and the helmet. Neither one of those are official items. Thank you for the info. Kiss Unmasked, 45th anniversary, neon yellow and red swirl. This is sealed, $135. Kiss Asylum, 40th anniversary, limited 2,500, sealed, $135. Peter Criss, signed photo, $125. JSA, $125. Peter Criss. I need to lay that back there before it gets lost in the crate. All right, and then Alive 3, sealed, $250. Unmasked, sealed, $240. Asylum, sealed, $300. Alive, $600. Self-titled, gold vinyl, $140. A, B, C, and D are all sold. Kiss bumper, sold to J-Rod Ohio for $40. Gene Simmons. Ace Frehley bumper, sold to J-Rod Ohio for $40. James Hicks on the helmet for $36. And the match is sold to Jeffrey Brenner. I got one more pack if anybody wants them for $5. One more pack of matches. If anybody wants them, just say matches or matches sold. Matches or matches sold, okay? And I don't think I have the other 2 bumper caps, so you might have to get on the old, eBay to find those, okay? I don't think I have those handy. All right. And let's move this right over here. That's all the 45s we sold tonight. I'm officially going to put those on the rack over here. Those are officially the 45s for tonight. All right, we're making progress, and that's all the no bids, mostly the sealed anniversaries. Okay? Mostly the sealed anniversaries. Okay? Which is Kiss, Alive, Asylum, Unmasked, Alive 3, Asylum, Unmasked, and then the promo. That's the only vintage anything Kiss tonight that didn't sell, the promo. And I think people are worried about the way the vinyl looks, probably also the price, but as y'all know, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. So, but I'm up for offers. I mean, far as playback, if that matters to you, it's going to play fine. It's weird how those look sometimes. Then there's Destroyer, Animalize, Cycle Circus, and Elder. Okay? That's the anniversary prep. If you're trying to get all those, I know they're kind of pricey. I might have some for a while. They might be gone. Okay? Okay, let's throw up some. So, yeah, there's another pack of matches. If anybody wants any, $5. Let's put those there. Now, I promised one more thing, and that would be a vintage half-off crate. And then we're going to be rolling with just me bringing up more KISS stuff like this for the rest of the night, okay? All right. First thing I have is this. Let me see what else is in here. Not for sure. That's all of our signed 8x10s. I need to put a couple more of those up tonight if I can. Let's pull some more stuff out of here. This is a rando KISS hat. Let's see, purple KISS logo, adjustable. On the back, it says "Shout It Out Loud," 100% cotton, baseball style hat, baseball cap, and nice. A little dusty where it was sitting on Mr. Bill's shelf. That is a $10 start on the hat. $10 start on the hat. Yeah, I think on the Alive, what's happened is they were using Discogs, and I think there are some active on eBay for cheaper. So if y'all want me to double check that, I will. I think they were using Discogs prices on that one, and it looks like there might be some. I mean, on Discogs right now, there's only one for sale for $775, but there could be for some sale on eBay. So if that's true, you know, we can talk about it. Let me see what's going on. If you scan the barcode, nothing shows up on eBay. Let me try it again. Nothing. What about sold? Let me just do a manual search. Nothing sold. Let me just type in KISS Alive 50th anniversary. 50th anniversary. This is the picture disc. Okay. This is the picture disc. Yeah, not the vinyl. This is the picture disc. All right, let me hit sold over here. I hate eBay now. They're putting this sold and they're not putting it in green. It's really throwing me off. But, you know, I'll leave it up. If someone wants to make an offer, I'll spend more time on it if somebody actually throws an offer out there. Okay, then I'll really look into it. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep moving, okay? Oh, and then this was a no bid. The only 45 was this anniversary rock and roll over. Okay? Or excuse me, rock and roll all night. Argentinian, $100, VG minus. That was also the lowest grade. Also the lowest grade. Now, this is the 50th anniversary picture disc. This is the picture disc, foil wrap jacket with gold metallic ink. Okay? And it's sealed, 1,000. Self-titled is gold vinyl. Self-titled is 50th anniversary gold vinyl, 140. $10 start on that hat. That was the only other no bid, that 45 there. And then I showed these Japanese CDs. These are straight priced. Unmasked 24, Rock and Roll Over 24, Paul Stanley 24, and KISS 40 is a double CD. It's 29. Those are brand new and sealed from distribution. Okay. Now what's going on here? Let's see here. Bear with me. We got to find that vintage crate. All right. Ace Frehley. Actually, that needs to say Spaceman. Spaceman Funko. And this is number 1, 2. I think the original series on these Funkos a little bit more. I'm not for sure, though. Okay. So there's Ace for a $15 start in C. There's Funko number 1, 2, 3 Ace. $15 start on that. Is this a belt? What do we got here? KISS belt. Trying to clear out the rest of this tub. Navali Creations, KISS Catalog 2001, Live Nation. under license to Live Nation. Kiss small belt, like a small belt buckle here. Interesting. $10 start on that. $10 start on that. And there's a couple more of Funkos, but I think these are the bootleg ones, maybe. I'm not for sure. I'll have to check them here in a second. And then literally the last thing in this tub is, what happened to my trash can? There it is. Some Hello Kitty. Okay, what is this, candy? We got Kiss Mints, of course. There's Paul, Ace, Peter, and Gene. Okay, $10 start. Hello Kitty mints, they're all sealed. $10, $10, $20, and then the hat over here was also $10. And that's a whole tub finally emptied. And we got plenty more where that came from. He did have quite a bit, just like random miscellaneous stuff like this. Of course, the beef and the spotlight of Bill's collection was the vinyl for sure. The vinyl, and he had quite a bit of autographs. So, if I was going to sit down and make a life effort to collect Kiss, it'd probably be the same thing. However, I could see where you could really get overwhelmed and just want to collect everything. You know, just like, golly, it's got Kiss on it, I'll take it. All right, let's pick out that half-off crate. Let me go over here. Let's do what we call a nonsense half-off crate. This will be the last vinyl. I told everybody we'd be doing vinyl up until 11 or midnight. And when that clock strikes that time to end, we'll stop and we'll just go right into Kiss stuff for the rest of the night. That way people that have no interest can go to sleep. But you never know what I end up finding over here, right? You just never know. You just never know, okay? So that's what we're looking at right now, those 4 auctions. And here we go. Let's go over here, and we have Kiss self-titled. This is sold to Michael Hamburger for $120. Thank you, Michael Hamburger. That's sold to you for $120. What's the deal with the main and Kiss promo? Kiss promo has kind of a condition issue. It plays back fine, but visually it has some weird heat damage. It's a white label promo. The playback is EX Plus or better, which means a really nice, clean sounding record. $950, nice jacket. Okay? Just saying. All right. This is a quick half-off crate. Everything in here is no more, no less. I'm going to tell you the price. You can claim it. You can pass. But if you try to offer less, no. If you try to even offer me more, no. Steve Miller Band's Greatest Hits, $17.50. $17.50. Thin Lizzy Renegade, $17.50. We're off to a great start. 2 great ones. Status Quo Hello. It does have some cover damage, $9. I'm going to try to be fast on this one. HSAS. HSAS is $12.50. Jefferson Starship Earth, $7.50. Nice. AC/DC, $20. Fly on the Wall. Wishbone Ash, Nouveau Calls. Wishbone Ash is $10. And Pat Benatar, Precious Time, $7.50. Foreigner Agent Provocateur is $10. And ZZ Top Deguelo, $17.50 on ZZ Top Deguelo. So 16 on A. This Kiss belt is a final chance for 10. The Funko's at 34 and the hat's at 13. That's the high bid on that stuff there. Next is Yes Shows, and this is $17.50. By the way, these were last shown July 3rd, which was buy it now, best offer. And now they're half off, no more, no less. That's what we call a nonsense crate. Buy them before I put them in the morning flip video. They'll definitely get grabbed there. AC/DC Fly on the Wall, $20 on AC/DC. Sold to Mike Kennedy. Another Thin Lizzy, Thunder and Lightning. That's $17.50. And Atlanta Rhythm Section, Quinella. Atlanta Rhythm Section is $5. We also have Concerts for the People of Campuchia. That one's $15. 78 Trans Am is in on the Kiss belt at $10. We got Pat Benatar Live from Earth. Benatar is $7.50. And Status Quo, Golden Hour presents Down the Dust Pipe. Status Quo, $10. The Kinks, second time around. The Kinks is $10. And Pat Travers Radioactive, $10 on that one. All right, final calls. They've had the high bid for 1:18, 26 seconds, 2 minutes, and 1 minute. So there we go. Stephen Douglas on Atlanta Rhythm Section. That is sold to Stephen Douglas for $5. Genesis, and then there were 3. Now we're into check condition stuff. Genesis is only VG Plus. $7.50. Over here, we have Green River CCR, Green River's VG for $5, and we have Orpheus, and Orpheus is VG $5 on Orpheus. Hold on one second. All right, so next is J. Rod Ohio on Orpheus. Thank you. That sold to him for $5. Pure Prairie League, 2-lane highway. Pure Prairie League is VG plus 5. Bailey Rice, CCR, this is sold to you for $5. Thank you, Bailey Rice. And then New Riders of the Purple Sage, VG plus $7.50. Deep Purple, the very best of Deep Purple, VG $7.50. All right, all these auctions are closed. James Hicks gets the Hello Kitty mints for $16. Thank you. The Kiss Belt is sold to 78 Trans Am for $10, and the Spaceman Funko was sold to Red Eye for $34. Let me lay these items right in here, okay? Which is going to be right there, right there. I need to move this signed Kiss Aussie, or excuse me, signed Aussie. I don't know why it's still in this room. There's that, and then there's that, and there's that. Bear with me. Got to move all this stuff in here to the miscellaneous department. And Kiss hat was sold to T-Mac J for $13 bucks. Almost said $13 ballers. $13. Bucks and dollars. All right, appreciate that. Got that on the shelf there. Nice. All righty. All right, all right, all right. I need to go get another tub, but let me, yeah, I need to go do that. Otherwise, we're not going to have any auctions. So Deep Purple is sold to Stephen Douglas for $7.50. Joshua, you were second on Credence. Having a rave up with the Yardbirds, that's VG $12.50. Jethro Tull, Minstrel in the Gallery, $5 on Jethro Tull. And Kansas Mask, VG plus $7.50. And yes, Close to the Edge, yes, is VG plus $5. Close to the edge, round down the corner, so far away. So far away, close to the edge, down by the river. So far away, so far away. All right, what do we got? What do we got? Ooh, yeah. Aha. I like tubs that look like this. If anybody out there ever wants to sell a Kiss collection, give us a call. We'll buy the new stuff. We'll buy the 90s stuff. I'll buy the original stuff. I'll buy stage-worn outfits. Might have to bring in a few friends to check out some stuff if you got crap like that. Crap meaning good stuff, but here's like a whole tub, okay? Wow, a whole tub of Kiss stuff. Who knows? This probably came right off the shelving in Mr. Bill Kissholm's Kiss room, so I don't know. There's a lot of random stuff here. How about a Peter Criss bobblehead? That looks pretty cool. Very nice, Peter Criss bobblehead. He's got a little bit of, he took one on the chin there, but overall, I don't see any major damage. Couple maybe little flakes off the back of his head. Pretty solid there. The Catman, $20 start on Peter Criss. That's in D, $20 start on that. What else do we got here? What else do we got here? Is this Kiss vinyl? What is this? Is this vinyl? What do we have here? Let's see here. That's a Peter Criss 2014. Okay, and this one's actually going to have the poster. See how it doesn't have the parentheses next to the catalog number? That's actually going to have the poster with it. So that, let me get this off the back here. A little dusty. I think some of the stuff he had propped up, and it might be just a tad dusty. I hadn't got to process it. That's sealed. I'll put that up for a $20 start. And what else is in here? Let's see. These calendars. Aha, Kiss calendars. Maybe. What is this? That's a Kiss calendar. The collector's edition, Kiss. Kiss calendars. And then 5 more calendars, I think. Let me see here. As soon as I get this piece of tape off the back. Yikes. There we go. All right, so we got Kiss calendar, Kiss calendar, Kiss calendar, Kiss calendar, Kiss calendar, Kiss calendar. $20 start, $20 start. Kiss calendars, $15 start. $15 start. And what else do I got here? I've got a Kiss Gene Simmons light switch. So you put the light switch on, and then you put that over the switch, and it looks like his red tongue. $5 start. $5 start on the Gene Simmons light switch. All right, Armsarilla, you were second on Deep Purple. Steve Miller, that is an OG No Condition Notes greatest hits. $17.50 on that one. Both Quo and Yes 15. Jeff, these are half off, no more, no less. Yes is $5. Status Quo is $9. So actually, you're offering more, I'm pretty sure. These are half off, no more, no less. Next is the early Beatles. The early Beatles is VG $10. VG $10. Rich T. Duke said sold on Steve Miller Band. This is sold to Rich T. Duke for $17.50. Thank you on that. Next, over here, we have Bill Evans, the Village Vanguard Sessions. Bill Evans is VG plus $20 on that. Next is the 1910 Fruit Gum Company, VG $5, and Santana Moonflower. Santana VG plus $12.50. So quick update, Peter Criss is sealed 2014. That one, that's the edition that does have the poster. The Peter Criss bobblehead there, $20 start. The lot of Kiss calendars, $15. And James Hicks has the Gene Simmons light switch at $13. Next thing over here is this. We have Styx, the Grand Illusion. Styx is VG plus $7.50. And Foreigner is EX $9. Over here, I also have Pat Benatar in the Heat of the Night. Benatar is VG plus $5. Almost done with this crate. Blood Rock 2. Blood Rock 2 is VG $5. VG $5. Cheap Trick Dream Police, VG plus $7.50. Journey Frontiers is VG plus $7.50. The Best of Rod Stewart's VG plus $10. Foreigner Head Games is VG plus $7.50. Supertramp is VG $5. James Young Third's EX $9. Status Quo VG plus $7.50. And so, Jeff, I'm assuming you do, Jeff Colgrove, I'm assuming you'll want Yes and Status Quo, because I think you literally try to offer me more than what they're marked. Both of those together only equal 14. Bob Turner Overdrive is $5. By the way, these are half off, no more, no less. The Beatles is VG plus $17.50. Kansas Monolith is VG plus $7.50. And Jethro Tull was VG $7.50. Wow, a lot still left in there. That tells me a couple things. That tells me thing number one, most people still watching right now is only interested in Kiss. Number two, all the other buyers for normal other vintage LPs are asleep. They are in la-la land snoozing. They are in la-la land snoozing. So, all right, let's go ahead and make the bobblehead a no bid for 20 and the Kiss calendars 15. So bobblehead no bid 20 and the Kiss calendars no bid 15. Rich T. Duke got both Benatars. So this sold to Rich T. Duke, and that sold for VG plus $5. And the other Pat Benatar was Live from Earth, and that is sold right over here, I think. Yes, and that sold $7.50, okay? No bids. All Kiss stuff. All Kiss anniversary stuff. Alive, Asylum, Unmasked, Alive 3, Asylum, Unmasked, Destroyer, Animalize, Sonic Boom, not Sonic Boom, Psycho Circus, Elder, and the White Label promo debut, which is $950. Stephen Douglas on Styx, and Stephen Douglas, hold on, a lot of comments just came in from Facebook. Stephen Douglas got Styx. Stephen Douglas got Styx Grand Illusion. That's VG plus $7.50. That's sold to Stephen Douglas. Next thing is Roger Tagavilla on Cheap Trick. Cheap Trick is sold to Roger Tagavilla. VG plus $7.50 sold. Roger Tagavilla also got Journey. Journey is sold to Roger Tagavilla. VG plus $7.50 sold. And then Janelle Laffey on the bobblehead and the calendars. Janelle, if you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer. This is sold to Janelle Laffey for $20. The Kiss calendars are sold to Janelle for $15. She may be a first-time buyer. I don't think I've read or ever said that name before. So if you are, thank you and welcome. I'm going to put her purchases down here, last item on this last shelf, and appreciate that. That's done and that's done. Let me move some of this around. I was made for loving you, babe. Okay, over here. And vintage and price on First Alive in there. This is not vintage. This is the 50th anniversary edition, which is sealed, and it's $600. And I have some people, I think, trying to make an offer maybe because they might be a little bit cheaper on eBay. No one's officially like made an offer though, but if you do, I'll go check and take time and we'll work something out because obviously Discogs has them a lot higher, probably because there's just no supply on there. All the Pat Bentars. I think they've already been sold. And then, can I add the unsold Cure Wish from the other night to my current order with an offer of 20? Cure Wish. Oh boy, is that a new LP? Is that a new LP? I'm kind of confused on what, or I don't really remember what that is. Jersey Devil got Peter Criss for $26. Make sure that goes in a new sleeve. Thank you. And then Red Eye gets the Gene Simmons light switch for $25. All right, thank you on that, Red Eye. And we're going to use that to start a new row of sold Kiss stuff here, okay? And let's do that right here. That's sold to Red Eye. All right, we got a whole tub over here full of stuff. I'm going to just read the titles left in this crate one more time. Final chance for vinyl here, okay? Janelle, thank you. And fill out the form. Thank you. And here we go. So here's what's left. If you need a price, let me know. Quick look, okay? These are half off, no more, no less. Jethro Tull, Kansas. Beatles, Not Fragile. Status Quo, James Gang. Supertramp, Foreigner. Rod Stewart, Blood Rock. Foreigner, Santana. 1910 Fruit Gum. Bill Evans, Beatles. Status Quo, Yes. Jeff Colgrove still didn't say he wanted those. Kansas, Jethro Tull, Yardbirds. New Riders, Pure Prairie League, Genesis. Pat Travers, Kinks. Status Quo, Concert for the People of Campuchia. Thin Lizzy, Yes. ZZ Top, Foreigner. Pat Benatar sold to the Hammer CP for $7.50. Wishbone Ash, Jefferson Starship, HSAS, and Thin Lizzy. Okay? All right, final chance. And then if not, I'm just going to keep bringing stuff out from Bill's collection. We're going to auction it. We're going to look up posters. We're going to figure out what we got, okay? There's a little something another. There's a little something another. These look pretty cool. These are Kiss plush. Let's go ahead and sell these. I got Kiss plush. I've got a whole set sealed. And these are from Funko. I got Peter. Let's put these in A. I got all of them, the original. Peter, Paul, Gene, and Ace. And those are Funko official. They're called plushies. 2000, got to be 2000 something. I don't see a year on them. But yeah, they're pretty modern, obviously. With it, their instruments. I don't know, $35 start. $35 start, those are up. And I have not tagged top loaders. No, I got to do that. Thank you. ZZ Top, that was for El Loco, right? ZZ Top El Loco, $17.50 for El Loco, okay? $17.50 for El Loco. And then Supertramp Breakfast, So Logical, Magical, VG, $5. VG, $5, okay? VG, $5. Jason said, please on poster for people. Yeah, I know. I'm going to start losing people here in a minute. I know. It's getting that time of the night. I'm trying. If anybody else wants anything in there, if not, you might see those even further discounted in the 9 a.m. or, the 9 a.m. vintage flip crate. The Cure Wish. That was, let me see if I can find that for him. I've got the Cure Disintegration. I don't know if I have the Cure Wish anymore. I have most of the leftover new vinyl right here next to me. I don't see it in this crate. You said the Wish, right? It was marked down for $34.99. I think that album was, the new Cure stuff, double LPs are not cheap. Whoever asked, I think that was $49 and I marked it down to $35, okay? And those offers were supposed to expire. Those offers were supposed to expire on 4th of July, but I'll listen. Oh gosh, what do we got here? We got a 2007 Gene Simmons Rubber Ducky. There we go. Now we're talking, folks. Gene Simmons Rubber Ducky. We'll say $10 start. Gene Simmons Rubber Ducky, $10 start. What is this? Oh, I think that's part of a Mr. Potato Head. Okay. Here's a Who voiced trivia? Who voiced Mr. Potato Head in Toy Story? I got Peter Criss, Mr. Potato Head, and Gene Simmons, Mr. Potato Head. Okay, you can see them better from the top view. There we go. $15 start. $15 start. Who voiced Mr. Potato Head in Toy Story? Da 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 da. What da 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 da. Dee 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 dee. Do, oh my gosh, what a pull out of here. Kiss Happy New Year. Sioux City, Rockford, 1982. Golly, this can't be cheap, right? What is this, a live unofficial box set? Holy moly. Look at this. Kiss Happy New Year, Sioux City, Rockford. Oh man, I know how. Where's the person that always asks for Vinnie Vincent? They're like, I will buy anything that has Vinnie Vincent. This is a live 10th anniversary box set. I don't think this is cheap whatsoever. $150 start in D. $150 start. Don Rickles, congratulations. Supertramp sold. What was Foreigner? Foreigner was their debut album, self-titled. I'll give you the price right now. So Supertramp is sold. And The Foreigner was their debut album. No, it was Head Games. Head Games, VG Plus 750, and debut is EX9. So I had two Foreigners in there. Supertramp is sold to Stephen Douglas for $5. Okay. All right. All right. Here we go. Whew, excuse me. I choked on ice. Status quo pile driver. All right. Status quo pile driver. I'm trying to work as fast as I can. I got people. Pile driver. There is no record in here called status quo pile driver. There's one called On the Level. There's one called Hello. Let me see if there's a third one in here. I don't think there is. There is. There's this one right here. Down the Dust Pipe. Which one was you referring to? There's this one called Down the Dust Pipe. Both Foreigners for $15. Bailey, that was a half off crate, no more, no less. Half off crate, no more, no less. So these Kiss plushies are at $45. The Rubber Ducks at $20. $15 start on the Mr. Potato Heads. This is Peter. It's all there too. There's Peter's feet. Okay, there's Peter's feet, and I think this is his shield or something. What is this? I think that's part of his outfit. Yeah. Peter snaps together. Let's see here. Somehow. Peter snaps together, quote, somehow. And, or this might be Peter's shoes. Those kind of look like jeans. I don't know. Gene still has the base, or Mr. Potato Head Gene, whatever you want to call him. And then Jeff Colgrove wanted a hello. Mr. Potato Head, $15 start. That's in slot C. Final chance to place a bid. He's trying to buy this right here. Hello. Status quo hello, sold to Jeff Colgrove. $9 sold. We're still selling out of that half off crate. People still checking their collection. They're still checking their accounts. They're still checking their sanity. They're trying their best to figure out what they do and do not want to buy. Okay. Okay, so top loaders. These are packs of 5 from BCW Products, okay? How much were both foreigners? One was $9, one was $7.50. So these are top loaders. They're amazing. Let me give you an idea of what they look like. Here's what I use them for to ship stuff, and here's what we use them for protection of personal records. Like this. You put really high-end, pricey, expensive records in them, like signed or sentimental stuff that means a lot to you. And when you drop them, unless you get dust on them like I did, they're good to go, okay? We have pretty much sold out every time I've ever shown these. I don't think I've ever shown them at midnight. These are $29.99. And I've had 2 or 3 people say, Chad, please tag them right now so I know if I'm getting them on my invoice before you do anything else. So these are $29.99. Let me start reading off who gets one, okay? I'm going to start doing that right now. I'm going to put them back in the box. And these are $29.99. All part of your unlimited shipping. First person is Wayne Carr. This is sold to Wayne Carr for $29.99. Thank you, Wayne Carr. That's sold to you for $29.99. Next is Rob Fordham with 1, 2, 3, 4 packs for Rob Fordham. 1 pack sold to Rob Fordham for $29.99. Another pack sold to Rob Fordham for $29.99. Another pack sold to Rob Fordham for $29.99. And another pack sold to Rob Fordham for $29.99. Okay? His 4 packs are complete. Next is Sonny Crockett. Sonny Crockett gets the next pack, $29.99. This is the widest opening they make. $29.99. If anybody wants to go ahead and say, Chad, I'll take a pack, whether they're in stock or not, I'll go ahead and do it. Sonny Crockett was next. Thank you. All right, now the rest are kind of here and there and everywhere. So let me grab stand by. Okay, stand by. And shortage of top loaders. Oh gosh, I have been like fighting just to keep these in. We can't even add them to the buttons up top for inventory because we never have had them in stock really. One second, please. 1 second, please. Okay. 1 second. All right. Hoopy 31 is next. A pack sold to Hoopy 31. Thank you, Hoopy. Top loader sold to Hoopy 31 for $29.99. Thank you, Hoopy. All right. And then the next pack, stand by. Let's see. 1 second. I think I'm good there. And then I need to go ahead and sell a couple of these. The next one should be right here. And that is these three people. That next pack is sold to Tommy Ralph. That's TSO Houston. Tommy, I got you down for a pack. Then Jason Lee for a pack. And then Ron Dennard for a pack. Okay? So these are sold to Tommy Ralph for $29.99, Jason Lee for $29.99, and Ron Dennard. Now, did I make a note tonight? Somebody wanted some. If so, I didn't have them. Okay? So I've got extras in stock right now. If I've missed somebody, I don't have you down on a sticky note anywhere. Okay? So those are sold for $29.99. Thank y'all. And if anybody else needs any, I have some in stock right now. Now, a couple questions, I'm sure. The first thing is, how much was both Foreigner albums? I answered that. Are those 11 millimeter? Yes. Is Lot D complete? Yes. I mean, I just opened it out of the baggie and I see buttons and pins and prints laying on top. So I'm gonna say yes. Okay. And then over here, which is the Beach Boys. Give me 1 second. I'll show it again. D has a new bid. C has a new bid. And then Chad Saul says he wants a pack of top loaders. TSO Houston wants 2 more packs. So 3 more packs of top loaders sold. One to Chad Sauls for $29.99. Another one to TSO Houston for $29.99. And that leaves me opening up another box for $29.99. Okay, so I've got like 3 or 4 packs left. Yes, these were whole double LPs. Yes, these will hold double LPs. These are done. $29.99. Those are also sold. Thank you. I'm going to stack those right over here. That is done. Okay. So if you need some right now, I've got them. Finally. Whew. Next, this is sold to Janelle Laffey. These plushies sold to Janelle Laffey for $56. B is sold to the Hammer CP, which is the Gene Simmons Ducky, for $20. Okay. Thank you on that. Let's get those stacked up right over here. Top loaders, packs of 5. They're packs of 5 for $29.99. Packs of 5 for $29.99. All right. Timmy Osborne says he'll take a pack. Sold to Timmy Osborne, $29.99. I've got 3 left in stock. Okay. 3 left in stock, $29.99. Sold to Timmy Osborne. All right. The potato heads are at $17. James Hicks says he'll take a pack for $29.99. Mega Blast says he'll take a pack for $29.99. There's 1 pack left for $29.99. Okay. Pack of 5. They're 11 millimeter opening. And it looks like we're going to be sold out again, and I'll be on the horn trying to get more in. I need a lot of stuff from BCW. I need 11 by 14 top loaders and 45 top loaders and just about anything sleeve-wise. Okay. What do we got? Okay. Number A. Slot A, Kiss Panda, Peter Criss. Kiss Panda, Peter Criss. New still on the kind of box or board. That's going to go up in A for a $35 start, mostly because of the size and what I know it's going to cost to ship it extra. $35 on that, okay? Janelle Lofty gets the Mr. Potato Heads for $17. Thank you on that. And they're at the Sioux City Rockford is at $250 right now. Let's move those over here. Thank you, Janelle. Those are done. Whoa, top loaders. I need to put those back in a box. Okay. All right. There's the Kiss Panda, $35 start. Let's see. Are these the Kiss Alive cards? Kiss Alive cards and what's left of the box that they're in. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Kiss Alive cards and what's left of the box they're in. I'll try to show them a little bit better in just a second. I was getting worried. I was like, what is this? It's a bottle of wine. I heard something sloshing. I was like, what is sloshing in here? It's a Kiss bottle of wine. Okay. All right, let me get a crate here so I can go get a crate of posters. All right. So yeah, here's a good look at what the top loaders look like. So somebody wanted to see that Beach Boys again. Here's what they look like. And this one might even be a smaller opening. This one I've had for a while. But, you know, it's like a big baseball card holder, right? By the way, this is certified by Beckett and JSA. It's signed by Brian Wilson, Mike Love, Aldar Jean, and Bruce Johnson. It's $1,750. $1,750, okay? Metallica is 12K. 12K on Metallica. And Paul is 7,500. 7,500 on Paul. Kiss Panda 35. Kiss cards are at 5. Still need to kind of thumb through them and show you what they look like, but that's up for bid. Let me flip this over here. They're battling, man, over there on that other Kiss thingy. Battle is breaking out. What do we have here? This is a Kiss Solo Face Tapestry. Is that what this is? Looks like it's a Kiss Solo Face Tapestry. Cloth. Material. 2020 Kissed. Okay. Material, tapestry, solo faces. $10 start. All right, let me go get that first crate of posters of his. I'll look for ones that look kind of vintage. Of course, there's a ton of stuff. Who knows what I'm going to pull? Could be good, bad, and ugly. You just never know, right? Let's see here. Let's grab this first. This looks some could be vintage, some look kind of new. This is where it gets complicated because, I mean, if I unroll them and say ask for price, then I'll have to look them up. If I show one at a time and then look it up, it'll be kind of slow. So it's always kind of hard to show this stuff that hadn't been researched. And so let's look at these cards, which do have a bid for $5. Kiss Alive, 2001. And they're kind of They're very glossy. You know how these glossy cards get. They're not really stuck together, but they get almost pretty close to it. And then there's some of the empty packs. And I think this box will fold up a lot better than the way it looks. That's like the retail hobby box that, you know, would sit on a counter or something like that. So, but just whatever's in there and whatever you see, new bid is $6. How big is this fabric? It is, let's see. I'll give you an idea. Here's a pretty big table, right? These crates are 12, 13 inches wide, and this almost covers this whole table. So if I stretch it from one crate to another, it almost goes across. So that's probably at least like 36 inches, and it's pretty much a square. So I'm going to say pretty close to 36 by 36. Okay. Final chance on the Panda. All right, we'll probably be on Top Cam a lot to be able to show the posters. We have one pack of top loaders left, and then we'll be sold out until I can get more in. So let's see what we got here. This looks like the Dynasty poster, right? This is a Dynasty poster that originally came folded, but it's been rolled. So it's folded and then rolled. Okay. So let's go over here. This would have been like the insert to the poster. Or the insert to the record, of course. Let's see. $45. Now, here's how posters work. Sorry, my mic died. What I was saying, I don't know the last thing I said, but this is, so we'll start, let me give a pricing scenario. This is $45, right? And we got to ship this separately in a tube. So we do $8 limit shipping. That's even for like something big like the Panda or something weird like the cards. But posters, I know for sure, because they might be able to get all that in one big box for you, but I know for sure like a poster, we'll have to put this in tube. So you consider tube and postage, you're looking at $15. So if you're picking up locally, let me know. I'll give you a better price. Or if you already buy one poster, say, Chad, I've already bought one and I got a tube going, I'll probably can take less. I'll be willing to take less because I know you've already got a tube built, okay? All right, so the Kiss Panda is a no bid, $35 buy now. Final call on the cards, final call on the material, and the Kiss box set is at $305, which is with Stephen Metal. Okay, so 45 on that. Let's see what we got here. This is Kiss Farewell to Providence, Monday, September 18th, 2000, Providence Civic Center. I guess we can go through them a lot faster. You got to ask for the price. So if you see one, you'll be like, price on such and such. They'll give you dibs. Otherwise, you know, we'll have to we'll be here all night, me trying to check some of these. Okay. Kiss Army, Kiss Super Pack. It's poster size. This looks interesting. It's got a stamp on it that says Bruce Minor Company, 39 Kingston Street, Boston, Mass. 02110, phone 617-423-4494. Up there next to that. What was this? Is this like a store order form or something? Or I don't know if I've ever seen that. Is that new, old? Looks different. And then what do we have here? Is this the Kiss family tree? This looks like the Kiss family tree. Yeah. So Johann JJ gets the Dynasty poster for $45, okay? That's sold to Johann JJ for $45. Let's go ahead and clear off the board too. So the Happy New Year is sold to Stephen Metal for $305, okay? Thank you, Stephen Metal. That's sold to you. And then Janelle Laffey on the Kiss cards for $7. The fabric is also a $10 buy it now. Okay? $10 buy it now on the fabric. That's officially closed. Let's take some time and try to focus on some of these posters before I try to put up any more auctions. Got some other random miscellaneous stuff like that, but bear with me, okay? All right, so now Sheldon, so are you inquiring on the price, Sheldon, and then SL Sports? And then, so this is the Super Pack poster. Let me put in the word Kiss. That would be helpful, right? Might go get my laptop right quick. I might can find out some of this stuff better. Kiss Super Pack poster. All right. Lay this here. Let me toss that right there. What did I do with it? Not that one. All right, so SL Sports, are you also inquiring on price? Are those new ones there? I wish you could click on these that are ended. They all have that stamp next to them. I can't really see too well. There we go, yeah. They all kind of have that stamp next to them. Yeah. All right, that's what I got here. Does it have a date up at the top right? Yeah, 78. Okay. No rips or tears. It has a little bit of like a ding over there on the left. I'm going to say on this, I mean, I'm looking at sold as long as that's the same thing and those aren't reprints. It's kind of hard to tell. I'm going to assume they're not. Okay, and I'm looking at this one that's active as well. Okay, I'm going to say $125. $125. SL Sports has first dibs. Jason Hertrin, Red Eye, John Poranaris. Okay. That's the first 4 people. 125, okay? And then he asked about size. I'm going to say it's like 18 by I don't know, 18 by 14 maybe. Okay. So that's going to be the order. Jason says he'll take it. First in line is SL Sports. Okay. It'll be a sold or pass for SL Sports. If he passes, automatically sold to Jason. Chad said he'd do 5 on the fabric. Let's do it for 7. Somebody make an offer on Kiss Panda. So we know that's going to be sold to somebody. No interest in these. Okay. And let's unroll something else. Man, what else is in here? I wish I knew, but I don't. This one looks like something kind of modern. Let's see this right over here. It looks like something from Phantom. Kiss meets the Phantom of the Park. Rock Steady. Obviously something new. Okay. There's that. And then this. This looks like a really good print. It's on new material. Just a really glossy, what is that, a 16 by 20? Just a really nice glossy, like poster print. Okay. Bruce Kulick. Yeah, these are all from Bill's collection. Bruce Kulick. I think this is a guitar string poster. Yeah, Bruce Kulick of Kiss. It's a guitar string poster. So still waiting for word for SL on the poster pack. Oh yeah, TSO Houston wants the last pack of top loaders. Okay. These are sold to TSO Houston. Thank you. This is sold to TSO Houston for $29.99. Top loaders are sold. Top loaders are sold. Okay. If you want a price, let me know. I'll have to, if you want to make an offer, that's okay, but I'll have to obviously verify something. Phantom poster 25. I'll have to check on it right quick. I'm hoping some of this stuff will be signed and I didn't realize it, but Gene Simmons Band, Riviera Theater, SL Sports Passes. Okay, Jason Herdron. It's now, the word is in. This is now confirmed sold to Jason Herdron, $125. All right, thank you, Jason. That's going right over here. That is yours. It was worth staying up late, wasn't it? I've had one of these before. This is the nice. Look, I told you some of these would be signed. Hold on, top cam. This is signed by Bruce Kulick and without a doubt authentic. This is the MTV Unplugged poster signed by Bruce Kulick, and this is a double-sided poster. This is a double-sided poster signed by Bruce Kulick. Now, I literally just got stuff JSA'd, so, you know, we know that's all real. I'm going to say, I've had one of these recently. I'm going to say on this, signed, 125. Let me look up the Phantom poster right quick for Johan. Let's see. Kiss meets the Phantom poster. I'm using voice to text over here. Couldn't be that much, but I've been surprised by some of these modern limited edition. There they are right there. But the problem is shipping. So, Johan, I would do it for $35. I would do it for $35, okay? We're going to have to put it in a tube. I think it's like a $20, $25 poster, but we got to put it in a tube. So $35 and it's yours. $35 shipped. Any vinyl. We've been selling Kiss vinyl for the last 6 hours and 45 minutes. The Kiss solo albums are all sealed 2014s, 36, 36, 36. We've been auctioning Kiss vinyl for the last 6 hours and 45 minutes. We are now doing posters. About time for me to clear off the table because it's getting full already. What do we got here? Ooh. Kiss. I love how I start everything with the word kiss, like we don't know what it is. Kiss. It looks like a foreign Czech Republic. Is this authentic? That's the first question. Is this an actual Czech Republic poster? I've never seen such. Interesting. So we live stream here every night, John. Sold on MTV Unplugged. Jason Herdron. Jason wants Unplugged for $125, right, Jason? Kiss Unplugged sold to Jason for $125. Did I miss anything? Gene Simmons. Is Gene Simmons banned from a canceled show? Gene Simmons banned from a canceled show. I don't know off the top of my head. That I would have to be that'd be an amazing feat for me to know that. But I'll tell you what, Mr. Red Eye, I'll give you the date. It was Monday, August 19th, 2024, Riviera. That could be, I know he did cancel some at some point. I know what you're up to there, but I don't know if that is one of those. Well, I got the Dynasty one, so can you just put on TV? Oh, you already bought Dynasty. You did. Oh, I forgot about that. Thank you. See, thank you for the reminder. Sure. So the Phantom. What happened to you, Phantom? Yeah, this is so to Johan. Johan. JJ. Johan JJ for $25. Thank you. Yes. Thank you for the reminder on the tube. Okay. Speaking of tube. All right, let me get another one out. Golly, we have so many Kiss posters. This looks interesting here. Let me get some stuff off the table here. Chad Sauls, you want the fabric, right? I know you do. And let me get the Kiss Panda. Nobody on the Kiss Panda for $35. We'll put the Kiss Panda out in the store then. Let me get an empty crate to put the unsold ones in so I can keep them separate. Let me get this gray crate right here. We'll put the unsold ones right here. Yes, Super Pack is original. There we go. Oh, good. Bill's still watching. Bill's still watching. Great. I can promise you, most of the stuff he can tell us more about it than I can. Don't hesitate to ask the price. Don't hesitate to ask the price because you're under a no commitment here, okay? Does anybody want a 2026 Silver Eagles? 1 ounce of pure silver. Silver Eagles, American government, $85 a piece. Okay, here we go. Let's go to the top cam. Bill, you're up late. Everybody's up late. It's 2 a.m. East Coast. Kiss Reunion 96. Special guest, Die Arise. What's that say? Sorry, I can't. Oh, it looks better from the top view. Arzy? I don't know them. Die Arzy. I've never heard of them in my life. And I sell music for a living. This looks like another German, definitely some kind of Euro poster. Okay. Definitely some kind of Euro poster there. All right. The Bruce Kulick. What was the name of those guitar strings? I can probably find it a lot faster if I can. Those are SIT. All right, let me check on that. So we need to do Bruce Kulick. SIT poster. I know what my gut's telling me, but I just want to make sure, okay? I just have a gut feeling about something like this. $35. $35. That will come shipped rolled in a tube. 1990 original. 1990 original. I'll lay that over there in pending. All right. This one looks very big and heavy. Kiss End of the Road. Okay. Gene Simmons Band. Bruce Kulick is sold to Hodgepodge Vintage for $35. Probably a smoking price on that. But thank you. Gene Simmons Band. I'm just going to type in poster. All right, let's go over here to sold. How do I find that? You type in Gene Simmons Band, it shows Kiss stuff. Let me see, what happened to that thing? It's right, it was a little tiny one. Is this it? Gene Simmons Band. How could you narrow this thing down? I hate guessing at this stuff without knowing, but a lot of this might be just me guessing. I don't know if I see too many. I mean, there's a lot of vintage stuff. I don't see anything like too modern like this listed. Couldn't be too many. Nowadays, there's not a... hey, there's a... Look, right here, Chad. You should buy that fabric. That fabric is listed right there. $25. I only had it for $10. Man, I'm practically giving this stuff away. I don't know. I'm going to say... I'm going to say $75 because I don't see anything active at all like that. $75 on Gene Simmons. Kiss End of the Road. This should be pretty easy to find, but I bet there's a lot of different ones and stuff. This is very heavy. It feels like something that would have been bought at a concert. You know, it's that heavy stock. Kiss End of the Road poster. But who knows? I don't know. Is there a way to confirm it was sold like actually at a merch tent? Let's see what it looks like. There's one. End of the Road, Hanover. That's an actual show. This has all the dates. There's no writing. There's nothing at the bottom or anything. Sorry, I'm not on top cam. Yeah, there's no writing. You know, it's just kind of... just kind of scrolling over here, seeing stuff. I'll say 75 on that too, okay? End of the Road, 75. Gene Simmons, 75. Fabric sold for $7 to Chad Sauls. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. I thought 10 was a smoking deal. All right, thank you on that. All right, let's go to another one. Is Cleveland on there? Is Cleveland on End of the Road? Oh boy. No, I don't see it. Do you have a Paul Panda Bear? I don't, to my knowledge. I didn't see Cleveland on there. Okay, moving on. What is this thingy? What is this? Okay. Let me get this off the table. Let me get this and this off the table. All right, there's that. There's that. Okay. Kiss Dynamite number 5, Amy Chu and Nuber Ball. Who is Amy Chu and Nuber Ball? I think I can kick my camera up a little. Can I kick my camera? Yeah, there we go. That might help. There we go. End of the road. It's Milwaukee or Peoria. Let's see here. Manchester, Allentown, Buffalo, Charlottesville, Greensboro, Columbia, Lexington, Peoria. Peoria's on there. Fort Wayne, Springfield, Wichita, Sioux City, Grand Forks, St. Paul, Lincoln, Laughlin, Bakersfield, Los Angeles, Oakland, Paso, Lubbock, Tulsa, Lafayette, Biloxi, San Salvador, San Jose, Bogota. Now we're getting into the foreign countries. Peru, Colombia, I think, Argentina, yada, 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 yada. And then back to the states in Pennsylvania, Atlantic City, New York, Mansfield, Hartford, Atlanta, Raleigh, Clarkston, Tinley, Dayton, Milwaukee, George, Richfield, Boise, Salt Lake, San Diego, Phoenix, Austin, Fort Worth. So yeah, Peoria's on there. I didn't see Milwaukee, and I didn't see Cleveland. This looks like a print, July 16th, 2022, Bucharest, Romania, Keith LaRue Photography. I've heard that name before. And then we have December 2nd, 2023, New York, New York. Who was there? Can I spot some of y'all there? I guarantee somebody watching right now was at this show. December 2nd, 2023. That's Madison Square Garden, right? See if I recognize any of y'all. It's a pretty cool shot. Boy, it's pretty clear. You can see people's faces all the way up in here. Wow. I knew some of y'all was there. I knew it. All right, there's that. Okay. Let's see here. This one's in a tube. That must mean it's important. Kind of like when a name's capitalized. It's in a tube, so that must mean it's important. This is another End of the Road, Madison Square Garden. Nice. That's pretty cool. Okay. End of the Road, Madison Square Garden. We saw that one. We seen that one. We seen that one. Okay. And then, let's see. This looks like it has a little bit of age on it, maybe. Let's see here. Go top cam. I don't know. I don't see any print on it. Kind of looks, I don't know. It may be more so 90s, I bet. At first, it kind of looked like it's got a price tag up here. Kia $699. So sounds more like something a little bit newer than like an, because they would probably have print on it if it was. Okay, there's that. And then over here is price on that MSG. All right, so Kia's end of the road MSG poster. Hey, that's just where Taylor Swift just got married. Sold. See, there's one for $225 damaged. What's damaged about it? You know, it's kind of got a bad corner. We don't like bad corners, do we? $275 on the Madison Square Garden show. $275. Okay. We got Ace Frehley. Alice Cooper, a special guest, Ace Frehley. That's pretty cool. It's double-sided. And we got a stack of them. We got 1, 2, we got 3 of them. No, we got 5 of them, counting that one back there. 5 of those are available. So kind of dual thing, Alice and Ace. I bet I can sell those tomorrow during prime time, just blasting them out. Kiss Freedom to Rock Tour. Poster by K2 Arnes. Signed by the poster person. A little bit of a wrinkle right there. Looks fine, but it's a little bit of a wrinkle on the backside. About 5 more left in this box, and then we probably can go through another. Here's a Gene Simmons poster. Something kind of modern. Cool shot. If you need a price on something, don't hesitate to ask. Prices include postage of tube. Anytime I price a poster, and then if you already bought one, you know, just let me know. Let me get some of these off the table. Well, Colectco store auction like you did back around Thanksgiving for a poster night. We actually had one not too long ago. We had a pretty big poster auction mixed in on a metal night because we were pretty low on metal about a month ago, and we had a pretty big we had a pretty big poster auction. Let's see, Kiss End of the Road, New York City. Gene playing bass, thick photo type material. Let's go over here to this view. There we go. Gene playing bass, thick photo type material. These are like prints. They're on like thick card paper. This looks interesting here. What is this? Whoa. Kiss 2001. Woodlands Pavilion, Houston. Let's hide that one before I get censored on YouTube. And then there's a Kiss, another End of the Road. And then this is a reprint, it looks like, of Casablanca Originals ad. Yeah, this is a reprint of the Casablanca's Originals ad. Rocksteady. What am I trying to say? It's a reprint of the Kiss Alive Originals. What am I trying to say? I'm getting my words mixed up. Sorry, my brain's about fried. 7 hours of nonstop talking and thinking. It'll do that to me. Now, we have two people that said Gene Peak $20 and Gene Peak $20. Now, which Gene Peak are you referring to? There's this one, or are you talking about the black and white one from earlier? Colored or black and white? Chad offered first. I know, that's the same Chad. Chad Sauls. Signed poster price. I've only had one signed poster and it's already gone. And Chad Sauls, have you bought a poster already? Here's the Kiss End of the World Massacre Garden. Now, I'm not for sure if this is official or what, but it's really nice, I'll tell you that. All right, so what we're going to do is, let me find that black and white Gene. This one right here. All right. Chad's already got a tube, so I'm going to sell this to him for $20. This is sold to Chad Sauls for $20. This black and white Gene Simmons. James Hicks, the early photo with Paul's makeup different, I will do that one for $35 to you. Okay? $35 to you on that one. This one I'll do for $75. This poster here. $75 on this one you see on the table. This Casablanca Originals reprint, $35. And I'd probably want to check that price on the nudie Gene Simmons deal there. Okay. But they're available, and I'm going to lay them right over here so we can show some others. This is sold to James Hicks. He asked about it first. This is sold to James Hicks for $30. Sold to James Hicks for $30. The Sheldon's asking about the large. Hold on, have I showed this here? There's New York. March 2019. This one here, yeah, I'll say 75 on this one as well. Red Eye says he'll take the Casablanca Alive reprint poster here for $35. Okay. This is sold to Red Eye for $35. Done. Let me get rolled up a little bit tighter. And Johan said 75 on the MSG poster that's not official. So if I've understood you correctly, and I think I have, you're referring to this one right here. So Johan, let me know. You can say sold or pass if you're referring to this one. Now, actually, let me go back up and see if Sheldon was ahead of you. Sheldon does have dibs. There's two different ones. There's 1 and 2. Okay, we'll call that one, I don't know how to distinguish them. Because they're both kind of the same thing. We'll just say number 1 and number 2. Now, Sheldon's got first dibs, and then Johan, let me know which one you want. We'll see if Sheldon ends up passing, and then we'll figure out who gets what. Sheldon passes. So, Johan, do you want number 1 or do you want number 2? Okay. And then y'all seen this gene, right? That gene is still available. The 3 gold circles. That one, which I think is an official. Yes, I'm almost positive what I'm showing right now is not an official poster. But it is a very dang nice print. Right? It's a pretty dang nice print. I mean, I'd say if you go somewhere and have this printed, it's going to be pretty... I'd say that's pretty pricey. Not this one, right? You're talking about the one... We marked that one at $275. But I don't know. I don't run a print shop. But I would say that that kind of stuff's not too cheap, right? You're talking about this. This is the one that came out of the tube. I have a feeling this is obviously real deal. Right? This is... I priced this one at $275. This one's real. Okay, pretty positive. Okay. $275 on that one. Next, Chad Saul said he would do 20 for one of the Ace and Alice Coopers. Sold one of the Ace and Alice Coopers. Nice and clean. He's talking about this right here. Sold for $20. How much is the gene? Because you've already bought, because you already have a tube going, I'll do gene for $25, Johan. $25 since you already have a tube going. Okay, let me get these off the table. I'm going to keep all the end of the road stuff together. What happened to it? Right here, I think. That's it. So is that a sold yes on Gene? I prefer the word sold over yes, okay? Or I'll take Gene. Okay, we've got like 3 left in this box, and then we'll get into some more. Here's a 50th anniversary, join the KISS Army. 50th anniversary, join the KISS Army. All right, and then there's 2 more. Here's a small end of the road, September 12th Pepsi Center. And here's a picture of Gene holding a woman. It's just on paper, photo paper. We'll say Gene Holden woman. Tuh, who is that? Johan sold on Gene Simmons for $25. All right, let's get Gene rolled up. Nice batch of posters. Let's go through at least, how much time do we got? Facebook expires in 45 minutes. And I got to stop at 8 hours, both mentally and physically, okay? So we got about 45 minutes. We probably can go through one more big tray because what you just seen was like one box of posters, and there's several boxes back here, okay? All right, let's put these right in here. All right, there we go. Let's start a new crate of sold posters too. I'm ready for the other half of my Jersey Mike sub. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and go get that out of the fridge. Let me go to the back. I don't like it cold. I don't like it warm either, but it's like if you leave it in the fridge too long, it's like, cold. I like the bread room temperature, and I like the meat and lettuce cold, but that's hard to accomplish. Brum, brum, dum, brum, brum, dum, brum, 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 brum. Wait till y'all see all the other stuff. I mean, man, we had, I don't know how many Kiss autographs authenticated. We only did a few tonight. We got some great stuff coming up. Possibly this week. I mean, tomorrow's going to be like an autograph night. Not just Kiss, but like everything. We're going to be doing sports stuff and all kinds of stuff. Bum 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 ba dun 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 dun. All right, let's grab. Right down. Boom, ding, boom, boom. Dun 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 dun. Do 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 do. Right down. Ding, 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 ding. Dun 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 dun. All right. Let's do it. Looks like Eric Carr, numbered 68 of 1,000. Eric Carr memorial poster. It's numbered down here in the, right here, I'm pointing at it, the bottom of the screen. 68 of 1,000. If you need a price on something, please don't hesitate to ask. And please don't hesitate to make offers, okay? Especially if you already got a tube going, we'll get a deal done. I am not a Kiss museum. Ooh. Now this is cool, and it's signed. Awesome. I'll have to get that. Obviously, I don't want to. I don't know. Let me think about this. That G's a little wacky. I better wait and get this checked, okay? I knew we'd run across some more signed stuff. Let me snap a picture of this right quick. That's a pretty good piece. If that comes back good, we'll have to see. All right, Eric Carr price. Let me check that right now. We got what did that say on it? Did it have anything else? Steve Carr memorial poster. I got one of those up front. It's like a, I thought it was signed by Eric, but it's not. It's like a drum advertisement. Autograph Gene poster 30. I think you're a little light. I think you're a little light even if it's a bad autograph. If it's a real autograph, you're really light. Man, they only made 1,000 of these. This has got to be something kind of pretty. Nothing. All right, let me just search Eric Carr poster. 1,000. Here we go. All right, $55. $55 on Eric Carr. I do have some big signed Gene Simmons stuff that's already authenticated if y'all want to maybe see some of that. But a lot of that I'd like to sell and auction, of course. But yeah, I seen some of these earlier when we were looking up. Here's another end of the road or Madison Square Garden deal. This one's numbered to 1,000. That's pretty cool. I think I just seen those on there. All right, and Eric Carr is sold to Hodgepodge Vintage for $55. Okay. Thank you. That's sold to Hodgepodge Vintage for $55. Trying to get a deal. Trying to get a deal or trying to get rich? $30. I challenge you to walk up to Gene Simmons and say, I would rather pay you $30 to sign this poster than your standard $325 or whatever. I challenge you. Wow, that's a cool shot. Look at that. Just kind of a new print. Where's that shirt at? Is that in existence still, that shirt, that Gene Simmons skull and crossbones? I like those early shots. I like that a lot. Now, if I could have went back in time and I was a Kids fan, this would have been something like I would try to get signed. You know, Ace in blue, Gene in red. It's in John Five's house. There we go. I knew somebody would knew where it was. Wow. Yeah, I like that. Okay, sorry, I'm getting in a trance looking at this poster. How much is it? What size is it? This is like a 16 by 22, maybe. Keep in mind, these crates are, 12 or... These crates are 13 inches or 12 inches, so, this is a crate and a half. Kind of give you an idea. $35 on that. The MSG poster, somebody's made an offer. all international shipping is done at cost, yes. So this is Kiss, Madison Square Garden. I'm going to type in 1,000. Okay. And let's try to find some that's actually been moved on here. No results, okay. I might be pricing some of these prints, just prints a little light because people's grabbing them up pretty fast. Okay, there's where a pair is listed for 600, 16 watchers. There's where the blue one is listed at 300 in Canada. Let me go back a little older. Let me go back on this other way. Obviously, that's high, or they would have already sold by now because that one has a lot of watchers and there's no offers on it. So here we go. 250 for the red one. There's a red and a blue. 250, 300, 300, 300, 300, 275. That's a pretty dang good poster. I'm going to say 275. 275 on this. It's a numbered 307 of 1,000. 275 on this one. Okay. That's pretty good. Looks like official, looks good. Okay, and then over here, so this, the first person who asked about it is Chad Sauls. And then he was going to offer even more. Chad, this is so to you for $35. Chad Sauls, $35. Okay? He got the black and white thing there. All right, moving on. What do we got here? Gene Simmons, House of Horrors. Ooh, also signed. I think it's just where those G's are so big. They're kind of weird, I guess, to me, because I usually see them smaller. Obviously, we'll have to get this checked too, okay? So I'm just going to set this. This is a Todd McFarlane. Cool. That's Todd McFarlane artwork. And let me snap a picture on this, okay? Of course, it'll probably be a while because we just did an authentication. But at least I'll know. And then because just like I told Bill, with a large KISS accumulation, there's going to be good and bad. I mean, we had good autographs, we had bad autographs. You know, if you just accumulating stuff in collections for years, you're going to end up with good stuff. You're going to end up with bad stuff. And so I like to just make sure and have it checked. Okay, this is just a... There's a couple dang good forgers out there that's doing Paul Stanley. Okay, I just saw... y'all know Steve Gadd that's on Pawn Stars. And then... I've seen somebody talk about it in an autograph group. There's some pretty dang good forgers out there for Paul Stanley. And he's one of the tougher, you know, ones to forge. And, man, they're dang good. Of course, most of y'all get stuff done in person, which is the way I would do it. But if you want something else, you know, I'd be careful. This is just like a newer, I don't know what you call it. It's just something kind of more newer. It's on thick paper. I'm going to say $35. Here we go. 2017 debut. Is this something from an anniversary deal, maybe? It says 2017 debut. It's on pretty thick paper, but there's absolutely no other writing on it. $35 on that. I can show y'all some good, bad, and ugly KISS autographs since we just got stuff back from JSA. We got real ones. I got bad ones. I got good ones. There's another one, Gene. Signed. Let me snap a picture of that. Let me set this one aside too. This is signed by Gene in gold. If y'all want to see some of the bad stuff, I always show that. But I'm probably going to destroy it tonight. I don't keep any of the bad stuff. I usually shred it. I'll keep the disc probably, because one of them's on a You Wanted the Best, You Got the Best, which is a pretty dang good record, but it's got bad autos on it. So I'll probably keep the disc. I thought about writing inside of the jacket, like the autographs are not authentic, like inside of the cover, but I just don't want that stuff back out in circulation if it's bad. So this is sold to Chris Frazier, the debut for $35. I do keep a lot of the bads. I use them for reference to show customers and also show people that, you know, everything we sell is going to be 100% without a doubt authentic. Because sometimes even JSA comes up unconclusive. And a lot of it's on the vintage Gene stuff. And some of it's on the vintage Gene, and some of it's on the vintage Paul. And so who knows? At that point, it's still like, well, it's like, I don't want to sell it. I don't want to put it back out in circulation either. So this is Kiss, Jersey City, July 10th, 1976. Obviously some kind of anniversary, 2021. It's numbered 7 of 14. It's numbered 7 of 14. This looks kind of like a vintage Paul here. Whoa. Muscle memory on these posters. This kind of feels like a vintage Paul. What is this from? This is from, I've seen this before. I feel like we got one of these signed up front, or pretty close to it, this same image. All it says is Paul, but it definitely feels like it's on, let me go to top cam right quick. It feels like it's on vintage paper, you know. But there's no writing on it. It just says Paul at the bottom. Two people interested in Jersey City. Okay. So Kiss Jersey City. What am I going to look for here? I'm going to search Kiss Jersey City Hampton. Kiss Jersey City Hampton. All right, let me search active and recent sold. Kiss Jersey City Hampton. Okay, now this one is 200. That's gold foil. This one is BP 7 of 14. Now, AP usually means artist proof. What's BP? That's numbered to 75. That's numbered to 100. That's gold foil. That's numbered to 200. That one doesn't have anything on it. Right. None sold recently. Let's go back. Let's go back. How many? This thing on eBay goes back like 3 years. 100. Numbered to 15 foil. Numbered to 200. So I don't know. Those sold for 175 and 35, and then active. We were at active unsold. We were at 150, 120. So I'm going to say $95 on Jersey City. $95 on Jersey City. Chris Frazier and then Chad Sauls. 95 on that. That beats any active, and that's around the average on sold. Vintage Paul 30, Vintage Paul 35. Vintage Paul 45. Johan has first dibs. It's not foil, but I don't see any on there that were numbered. Hold on one second. I didn't see any numbered to 14. I don't know what BP means. Usually you'll see AP, which means artist proof. I'm not for sure on BP. But no, it's not foiled. But I didn't see any numbered that low to 14. So 95 on that. 45 on Paul. Johan and then Chad. We'll see. Well, let's make a deal, but I'm at 45 on it. Okay, moving on. Oh, I still got these over here. Hold on a second. These might be the other versions. Cool. Look at that. That's awesome. Chicago, Illinois, more commemorative deals. Number to 150. Chicago, it's a Dirty by Dirty Donnie. Looks like the artist. Band proof, it could. And then this is, wow, look at that one. Tokyo, Japan. This is another Echo, same as the Jersey City. They look like Japanese robots. That's numbered to 150. That's pretty cool posters. All three of those. Jersey City, I like those. Those are kind of like alternate art type stuff. So those are like commemoratives or replicas of vintage concert posters. Like fantasy deals. Vintage Paul 50. Well, you're offering more than what I priced it to you before. I'm only at 45. Now, if you want to give me 50, I'll take it. I love getting tipped, okay? And I've never waited on a table. I have a feeling all those right there are probably $100 range. I could be wrong. They could be a little more, a little less, but I bet those are pretty close to $100 range. But we can find out if you want a price. Dirty, you wanted me to check on that one? That one was this one right here, the last one right here. That was Kiss Dirty Donnie. Let's check it. I could be wrong because that one's not numbered. Kiss Dirty Donnie's not numbered. That's usually a pretty big difference in poster pricing. I'm just going to type in Dirty Donnie and see what happens. There's a Dirty Donnie AC/DC. None sold. All right, let's copy that over here into this. We got about, I'd say, 10 more posters to show. And I have a feeling there's some people still thinking on stuff. And then Facebook has about 20 minutes left. So we will take this. There it is. Yep. Sold. None active. 110, 61, 135, 62, and 80. And I think a couple of those were foils. So there's none active, though. So I'll say 95 on this one, too, Chad Sauce. 95 on that one. 95 on Jersey City. And then we still got that third one, if you want me, the one from Tokyo. Johan gets the vintage Paul for $45. Okay? As vintage as I assume it is. Okay. Let me stack these right over here. It looks like who's that artist? It looks like a Banksy or something, but obviously it's not. It's signed by PM. Looks like a Musketeer, a Mickey Mouse Musketeer Club with Gene Simmons blood. Dirty 75. All right, you got a tube going, right? You got a tube going. Let's do it. This is sold to Chad Sauls for $75. They call me Doctor. Sold to Chad. Okay, there's two jumbos over here. I'm going to do those last. This one looks important. It's wrapped up in paper. Let's get these off the table, too. The Madison Square and the We're going to call that the pop culture print, right? The pop art print. The Gene Simmons pop art print was that last one. Buying so much tonight. Hey, man, you only live once, you know it? You only live once. Ooh. Man, that's cool. Look at that. 2020 Kiss Catalog LTD under license to Epic Rights. Wow. What's that from? I've never seen that before. They're kind of cartoon-eyed. They're sort of cartoonish, but also pretty mean looking. That's a nice poster. That's very well made. Let's do this little tiny one here. Just kind of a horizontal stage shot earlier for sure. Kiss calendars are gone, yes. Like the little print there. Little thingy-mabob. Some kind of authenticity. I got to figure out what that goes to. Possibly something coming up. Nice. Paul Stanley. And I'm not for sure. It's like a really thick, heavy print paper. There's something else kind of like that other. Hey, that's Bridgestone Nashville. Hey, that's cool. That's the one I wish I would have went to. I'm so upset I didn't go to that. I never did get to see Kiss. Man, I wish I could have went to that. Then I could have had this poster, and then my life could have been complete. I wish they would do one more tour. Come on. Come on. One more tour. One more tour. Please, Gene and Paul. I didn't get to see you. One more. Do it again for the fans. You'll sell out those stadiums. We know it. You know it. We all know it. One more. Come on. Come on. All right. Paul Stanley 15. I'll do Paul Stanley for, this is pretty dang nice. $35. $35. What were those other posters shown around dirty numbered? They were 150, and the other one was numbered to 14. The Tokyo, Japan, Jersey City was numbered to 14. The Tokyo, Japan, which was by the same company who did the jerseys, numbered to 150. All right, Kiss Nashville. Let me try to find this for Michael Ruttman. All right. We're going to go over here, Kiss. Kiss, Nashville, end of the road. There's a t-shirt, completed, nothing. Copy. Let's go back a little further. Research, products, paste. Going back 3 years, nothing. Wow. Okay, that could be pretty dang. I know how local venue posts, especially if you're looking for one. Michael, I'm going to say printed by Print Mafia, signed and numbered, only 60. I'm going to say $125 just because there's no comps whatsoever. And James Hicks gets the Paul Stanley for 30. Chad tried out offering you, but I already told him 35. He has Dibbs. He offered 30. I'm going to sell it to him for $30. Should have been faster, Chad Sauls. That sold for $30 to James Hicks. I'm going to say 125 on that one. Michael Ruttman. That's kind of like the other ones we've been doing. All right, what is this deal here? This looks like it's kind of vintage. Ooh, another autograph. Smashes Thrashes, signed by Bruce Kulick. Now, Bruce stuff I don't have to set aside. I know that's good. You don't see a lot of forged Bruce Kulick. I mean, they're out there. This has some fraying on the top and bottom. It's pretty tattered. It's pretty tattered on the top. And it's pretty tattered on the bottom. Let me show you on the small cam. Or close cam, right down there. Kind of tattered. At the top. But we know that's good, Bruce. I'll wait for somebody to ask a price before I think about it any longer. Chad Sauls, what is 150? So Chad, okay, Chad Sauls has commented 31 and 150. I don't know what that exactly means. Okay? I don't even know exactly what that means. Here's a huge, I mean huge Smashes Thrashes. Jumbo, also signed by Bruce Kulick. So there's a huge one, like jumbo size. And this is an official promotional 1988 store poster. So, Kaysen, do you want the square or do you want the jumbo price or both? That's a jumbo there, both signed by Bruce. They're not JSA authenticated. I'll guarantee those to be good. Gene, I'm not going to vouch for him unless I let somebody else looks at him. He can be tough, okay? He can be tough, so we better not speculate on Gene. These other ones, I'm okay letting them roll. All right. First thing is this. I'm still confused on what Chad's trying to buy. Michael said he'd do 100 on the Nashville poster. All right, let's go ahead and roll it. This Nashville poster sold to Michael Ruttman for 100. Okay? Thank you, Michael Ruttman. That's sold to you for 100. That's done. Kaysen wants prices on both. Okay. I get that square poster quite often. I kind of know how much it is. With Kulick's signature, I'm going to say 125. Okay? 125. I think it's a $75 poster, $50 for the signature. So 125 on that. The jumbo, I don't know as much. I haven't had that one in a while. Let me check on that one. So hold up for a second. And then Hodgepodge is next in line. This is Kiss, Smashes, Thrashes. Kiss one in the Nashville. Oh, man. Sorry, I've already sold it to him for 100. I priced him for 125. And either you've got some pretty big lag or you're not getting in fast enough asking for prices. Because I'm selling it for less before you can tell me what you want. And that's hurting us both. That's hurting us both, man. So you might want to try to get in line faster on the Dibbs and let me know what you're offering. Because that's hurting us both. Okay, the jumbo. 36 by 36. 36 by 36. I don't see a jumbo listed. Let me go over here. I mean, it couldn't be that much more expensive, but, you know, I don't know how rare it actually is. And Chad, it feels like you're just coming in a little late. And make sure when you're throwing out prices, you're telling me what you're claiming. It sounds like you was going to pay $25 more. I don't see a jumbo that is sold on here. There's 24 by 24s and 36 by 36s, but man, this thing is ginormous. This is ginormous. So I'm going to say, if I did 125 on that, I'm going to say the jumbo 175. 175 on the jumbo, 125. They're both signed by Bruce Kulick. Okay. And then here is another one that I just pulled out of plastic. And ladies and gentlemen, it looks mint. I mean, it is perfect. Is this also signed by Bruce Kulick? It is. This one is like mint. Also signed right there by Bruce Kulick. This thing is perfect. I mean, it looks like it is gem mint. Yeah, I just pulled it out of plastic. That might literally be the original plastic sleeve it was stored in. So 125, 175. I'm going to say this perfect one, like dead mint, also signed by Bruce Kulick. I'm going to say 200 on that one. And it was in these two plastic tubes here. Okay. It was dual wrapped in these two plastic tubes like that from both ends. So there's your options on those. There's about 3 more posters left in here, but I got to clear off the table right quick. Let me get this, not those, because they're thinking about them. Let me get this over here. And I'm kind of out of space here. We'll put them right over here. That way I know I've shown them. And this thing here is intriguing me. Let me put this right over here. I'm going to lay these while they're thinking. I knew there would be more autographs showed up in these posters. Now I kind of want to go through them all, but we will eventually. This thing is huge, whatever it is. It could be multiple things rolled up, but let's go to the top cam. I mean, it is ginormous. It's got wrapped in paper. I think that's what this goes to. Yeah. This right here goes with this. Kiss 1975. Okay. Kiss 1975. It comes with this COA. It's from, who is it from? You got a name? No impressions exist other than those documented above. The unsigned declared would be valid. Blah, 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 blah. So there's where it's numbered. And down here it says Kiss 1975. Oh, it's got a embossed stamp. Looks like a poodle. It's got an embossed stamp that looks like a poodle. I don't know the brand. I'm looking for a brand, though. Or a company. It doesn't say anything. Coventry Rag archival paper. Yeah, it's very, I mean, this is like thick paper. Jumbo Bruce 150. Are you okay with the one that's not absolutely, I mean, it's not damaged. The other one's not damaged or anything. You know, it has typical just right around the edges, just a little bit of that. I will do that one for 150 if you're okay with it. I mean, if you're going to put it in a frame or maybe try to get other signatures on it and then frame it, it's going to be fine. It's not ripped or torn or anything. If you're okay with that, I'm good with 150. Okay, and then let me wrap this back in paper. Okay, 2 more things. I don't know if I even want to take this out. Unless it could be signed. Looks like Peter Criss. Is it the full band or just Peter? It's obviously some kind of newer poster. It's in a tube or a plastic wrap. We won't worry about that right now. Looks like it's Peter. And then, let's see what we got here. Blasting Fast and Loud with Tommy Starr. Saturdays, 9 p.m. WDNS D93, 93.3 FM. There's a whole stack of them. Blasting Fast and Loud. Some kind of radio station. I got 2 of those. And then I got Kiss Army from the same guy who did the, I think that's Print Mafia. Yeah, Print Mafia. That's who did the Mouseketeer, Gene Simmons. That's who did the Nashville. These are Print Mafia Kiss Armies. Print Mafia Kiss Army full band shot, debut. Kiss Mafia Gene Simmons. Kiss Mafia Paul Stanley. Kiss Mafia Peter Criss. And Kiss Mafia Ace. Awesome. Jumbo Bruce 150. Hodgepodge has not said yes. Chad said poster 85. Chad, once again, you got to be pretty dang specific, buddy. I think that's why you messed up on the last couple. You're going to have to let me know what you're making an offer on before I sell something to somebody else. Thank you, Bill, for the heads up. Kiss Mafia, Print Mafia. You can find these. Oh, by the way, if you're on Facebook, heads up. Facebook is about to end automatically. We're at the end of the show. There's 1 minute left on Facebook. 1 minute left on Facebook. It's just going to end. It's going to look like the show's over. We're going to wrap up over on YouTube and Twitch. We can go for hours on there, but I'm almost done. We've almost hit 8 hours. There's 55 seconds left. If you're on Facebook and you're not coming back on Twitch or YouTube, good night. Thank y'all. First night of the first new Kiss collection. Amazing. We've sold a ton and we're still selling. 8 hours straight. It's probably going to end up being 8 hours and 15 minutes. I'll do the Jumbo 175, not the one with edgeware. You want the perfectly mint one. Got it. All right, let's try to put that back in this plastic tube. It might be annoying, but whoever's watching, let's put this back in plastic. This is sold to Hodgepodge Vintage for $175. Thank you. And let's be super careful of that because that one is at a premium because of the grade. Okay? And there's the 2 plastic wrappers. They just need to be slid on both ends. Okay. Now, we got... Somebody wants me to look up the Kiss poster with this certificate. There's an offer for $35. Johan, I think you're very, very light, okay? I think you might have to like 4 times that offer. Kiss 1975 150 is what I'm going to search. Thank you for those on Facebook. I don't see that one active. I don't see it sold. Selling. Research. Paste. Nothing. They're referring to this huge 150 this thingamabob here, what happened to it? It was ginormous. Chad Saul said he offered 85. So yeah, there's an offer for 35. I know I can't do 35. And then there's an offer for 85. Let's look at this again. I mean, I can't find... I wish I knew what brand this was. Bill, do you know what this is called? It looks like a poodle or something. We're talking about this thing right here. It's this huge print. I'll give you my gut price here in just a second. Let me try to find it, though. It's pretty, not a lot of information on it. Oh, gosh. My body is like, Chad, please sit down for a few minutes and rest. I don't see anything like this on here, though. Poodle? I'm going to search poodle and see what happens. Nothing. Yeah, I don't know what to call this. I have no idea. All right, that big deal, this big deal here, I'm going to say, because I don't know right now for sure, $175. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this COA says Kia Certificate of Authenticity, limited edition 150. It's on Coventry Rag 290 GSM archival paper, a 27 by 39 and a half. I'm going to say Chad Sauls, $175 on that. The Kiss Print Mafia. Give me 1 second on those. Kiss Print Mafia. They kind of look like pop culture type deals. Wow, look at that. I'd like to have those. Look at that. Isn't that cool? I would have that in my house. Look at that. Kind of looks like a Warhol deal with the Beatles painted in Kiss. That's pretty cool. I'll have to look for a set of those. One more time, ought to get it. One more for the road. Lido. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I say one more time, ought to get it. All right, active. Man, there's not much comps on these either. Completed. Nothing, man. All right, so Kiss, Kiss Print Mafia, none sold recently, but there's some that goes further back. So what does this one look like? This is Print Mafia, blasting loud. All right, and then there's, so you got Army, and then you got 4 here as like a set, okay? I'm not going to split up. I'll sell this one but I'm not going to split up this set, Chad. I know you wanted Ace, but I feel like that's going to not be a good idea. I'd rather sell all 4 of these together. So it looks like, for the most part, now that I kind of got an idea on these, a lot of them are selling. So a 10 by 60 sold for 130. That's kind of like the Nashville deal. Okay, 200. All right, so what I'm going to say is, well, this is going to get kind of pricey then. I'm at $450 on these. Let's see, 125, 125, that'd be 250, 500, yeah. So I think these individually be like 125. So I'm thinking 450, 125 for the Kiss Army, Print Mafia. These back here, these are actually Print Mafia too. $125 a piece on those. And actually, Johan isn't on Facebook right now, but I'll show you. He just offered, Johan just offered 140 on the one with the parchment and the certificate. So Chad, if you want it for 140, it's yours. If not, I'm going to tag it to Johan. He might not be able to, I don't know where he's at, but evidently he can't comment. So 140, you still got first dibs. If not, I'm going to tag it to Johan. He literally has DM'd an offer, 140. And then I'm at 450 on the those. And that's where we're at. I'll do 75 on the small Son Bruce. Sold. The other Son Bruce Kulick is sold to Case and Palomambo. This one right here, the one that's more of a square. All right, that's sold to Case and Palomambo. Thank you. That's sold to him for $75. All right, that's done. And we're done showing posters. This is your final call. It's really up to Chad to let me know some final decisions. And I'll say this, anybody else on anything else, what an epic Kiss night. And guess what? We'll be doing this every night this week. Chad Salzhill said he'll do it for 140. All right. So this, and let's wrap it up in this paper. And then let's just put this in a board and bag. And let's just tag it to Chad Sauls for $0. Johan just said, I'll do 150. Too late. I've already said sold to Chad. All right, he just sent in another offer for 150, but too late now. So I'm going to put that down in there. Let's put that just like in a sleeve and a board and a bag, and let's just tag that to Chad for $0. And that way it just ends up with his order, okay? We need to key that in, though, so we don't lose that for him. And then there's the Print Mafia stuff. I knew some of these probably needed to be auctioned. Like if I would have advertised a couple of those and put them up for auction, like that print that there's no comps, nothing, they probably would have sold for $200, $300, $400. But y'all are getting late night deals, and I have so much stuff, guys and gals. We could be doing this for a while, as y'all know. I mean, there's a lot more posters back there. We'll have to do it another night. We'll either do it tomorrow, if enough people beg me. If enough of y'all get on here and beg me, and beg and bother, and just beg and bother. What was the 4 mafias? The 4 solo mafias, $450, because I think they're $125 a piece retail. I think they're $100 a piece, $125 a piece retail. That would be $500. I'm saying $450. Johan just said, can I offer $100 for the Print Mafia Kiss Army poster then? He's offered $100 for the Kiss Army. Did I have 2 of those? I've only got 1 of those. I got 1 of these, which I priced at $125. And then I've got 4 individuals here, okay, which is 125. Now, Johan, I think Chad, let me go back up to the top. Chad Sauls asked about these first. He has dibs. He said Kiss Mafia full band, and then he wanted the price individually, and then Johan's next in line. So this is sold to Chad Sauls for $125. That's sold to Chad. He got that one. Okay. Some of y'all wait too long. You got to act fast around here or this stuff gets gone quickly, man. Let me put that down in there. That's sold. Anybody else? Man, I'm hungry. I almost have a headache. I have talked and talked. I still got 1 signed Bruce Kulick Jumbo left. Okay, 1 signed Bruce Kulick Jumbo left. And man, I'm very curious what other posters are back there signed. We got so many autographs to do. Probably still more to find. I think I'll end up finding stuff like tucked away in those tubs I bought and all kinds of stuff. Okay, are we done? Facebook ended 12 minutes ago. I knew it would take another 15 minutes to wrap up. It takes 2 or 3 minutes for a message to come in on somebody's lag sometimes, so just wrapping up the show takes 15, 30 minutes sometimes. And I'm done. I'm going to go eat a sandwich and rest my brain for a second. I got to get right back to work. Okay? And, yeah, awesome posters. For the people that went to bed, shoot. Shouldn't go to bed. One more. Okay. I'm in the feed. Please come back and see us again tomorrow. Coletco, the greatest place on earth. We're right here. Then I'll do 130 on Kiss Mafia. Johan's still trying to offer. He's still trying to pay more. You better claim stuff as soon as I price it. Remember that tomorrow when I'm doing this. And make sure you got plenty of cash to come pay on Monday. Okay, that's another thing. I don't want anybody getting too excited, especially late night Kiss buyers. Don't get too excited. Make sure you have the cash on Monday. We are not a loan institution, okay? And we're not here to feed your buying addictions. We are, but you got to make sure you have money, okay? Moolah, especially come Monday. If not, I wouldn't buy. I would just pass. Come Hatchet Ed days, we don't want to be reselling Kiss posters. That would be a nightmare. Having to bring all the stuff back out again. Having to unroll it all back again. Okay? Or Ed having to spend hours reminding people to send money. Because when they bought stuff, they had $0 in their bank account. Okay? Make sure you have money in your checking account. Go log into your online banking before tomorrow. And make sure you have dollars and cents positive. Okay? Otherwise, this is a huge waste of time for everybody. Johan offered high bid for the archival one, wondering why you offered it to Chad to match the price when Johan had high bid. Chad had inquired about him first. Chad Sauls asked about it first. He asked the price on the Prince, and he asked the price on the Kiss Army first. That gave him dibs. It doesn't matter if Johan offered more money or if he offered twice as much. If I already said so to Chad, then it's his. Chad inquired first. And then Johan started offering more money after I said it was sold because he got into panic mode. He said, holy crap, he already said sold. I better start offering more money. If I'm going through posters, the first one to say price has the dibs. If I price it for $500 and then someone says, I'll take it, that first person has to make a decision. Do they want it or do they not want it? because somebody else said they wants it for 500. And then we'll go down the line until we figure out who gets it. So I think Johan wanted a bunch of stuff. He didn't pull the trigger fast enough. So Johan, if you're still out there, however he's watching, I don't get it. He's sending me DMs, but I don't know how that's working. He's sending me DMs, but somehow he can still hear me. So, but he can't comment on Facebook. When I price something, I would take it. But also, don't buy something unless you know exactly what it is. Okay? So there's pros and cons. You can grab something quickly, but if you're wanting to really make sure you know what you're buying, I wouldn't claim anything too quickly. So there's a lot of gaming here, okay? There's a lot of gaming to buying at Coletco. There's pros, there's cons. There's not first, you're last, but also like, holy crap, I didn't even mean to buy that. And then that's on you because we could have sold it to somebody else. And there's costs associated with restocking, rephotographing, re-advertising, relisting, retagging, resorting, etc., etc. So I know people get very excited over KISS stuff, but we got to be careful because what happens is people get really excited and sometimes they don't even know what they're buying, or maybe they sometimes don't know what even's up for bid. Earlier, there was somebody bid on something. They's like, I don't even know what I'm bidding on. What is A? And they'd already placed a bid and they didn't even know what they were bidding on. Then I told them. And they's like, okay, well, all right. And that tells me they didn't even know what they were bidding on. But they got so excited, they saw the timer and they placed a bid. And I was like, oh, no. Okay. We done? All right. Thanks, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow at 5:30. We'll do this all over again. It will be a little bit of everything, but we'll probably do KISS stuff as well. Thank y'all, and